Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51, Chapter 51, How is Minato's Strength? In a Megakor village, the returning ninja immediately encountered Salamander Hanzo, often referred to as the demigod of a Megakor village. Hanzo-sama, Minato can single-handedly took down 2 elite teams from Megakor. His students, while only 9 years old, have demonstrated the ability to hold off an entire elite team on their own. It's evident that while Konoha's strength has waned, yet it remains formidable force. The Aimnin reported, recounting their experiences along the way. Hanzo listened intently, his eyes reflecting a mix of happiness and concern at the news of Konoha's current state and its successors. Hanzo-sama, regarding Konoha. Intelligence transactions will be handled by someone else. Now, explain the situation of Iwagakure and Konoha in detail. All details must be explained clearly. Intelligence gained can be handled afterwards. For now, provide a detailed report on the situations in Iwagakure and Konoha, Hanzo instructed, emphasizing clarity in the explanation. This is a Megakor village. Why does it keep raining? Obito. Rin halted Obito's chatter. After traversing the canyon, they officially entered the land of rain, encountering no further ambushes from Iwagakure ninjas, eventually reaching a Megakor village safely amidst the incessant rain. Though the continuous rain here made them feel a bit irritable. Our sensei isn't here. Let's be cautious with our words and actions, Kakashi warned. Yes, understood, Obito grimaced. Takashi lay on the windowsill, gazing out at the village through the heavy rain. Among the small countries and villages, a Megakor stood as the strongest, its architecture reflecting the unique environment. Takashi marveled at the village's steampunk aesthetics, acknowledging Hanzo's prowess in balancing power dynamics among the 5 major nations. Though it's a pity. In this world, the big villages still have the final say. Let's get some sleep. Takashi and I will keep watch tonight, Kakashi said, holding the white fang sword vigilantly. Aren't we allied with a Megakor village? Obito whispered. Alliances are delicate, and so is our situation with the Hidden Rain village. We must proceed cautiously, Kakashi replied in hushed tones. Then thank you. Let's rest for now, and I'll take over later, Rin said, pulling the quilt over herself and falling asleep. She was exhausted from having tended to the injuries of her companions and mission target. Despite resting for a significant period from the combat, Takashi remained mentally and physically drained. Kakashi, uneasy leaving him with Obito's erratic behavior, opted to keep watch alongside him, eventually succumbing to sleep. Takashi stood by and watched them fall asleep before giving Kakashi a cold look, then inhaled and spit out. This time it was not a vacuum bullet, but real spit. What are you doing? This is your fault. Why did you drag me with you? Takashi was lying on his stomach, but when he saw Kakashi's almost crew-cut hairstyle, he couldn't help but want to laugh, and the exhaustion in his mind suddenly disappeared. Just sleep if you want, I am not sleepy anyway. Takashi observed them before turning his attention elsewhere, contemplating the use of his accumulated points. After redeeming the vacuum bullet, he got some more points. Now he has more than 1,400 points. It is not enough to exchange these points for ninjutsu, but he is thinking about whether to give lottery another try or using it for luxury cat food. Luxury cat food is the most expensive, and its effectiveness is still unknown. The lottery is purely based on luck. If his luck is good, his will get better. If his luck is bad, he will suffer the same loss as last time. But I am afraid that due to color of my fur, I won't be winning anyone involving luck for rest of my life, he sighed softly in his heart. In order not to waste points, I might as well give cat food a try. Maybe the luxurious cat food will have incredible effects, and it may not make me stronger quickly. Kakashi, awake, watched Takashi's actions, pondering Minato's absence and the situation at hand. Takashi exchanged the points for luxury cat food but did not take it out. Minato hasn't come back yet, and one person and one black cat are staring at each other. Takashi stared at him for a while and didn't bother to look at him anymore. The crew-cut Kakashi is not good-looking and quite rude. There is really nothing interesting to see. It's better to look outside and observe the ninja girls on the street. It's a pity that it has been raining, so I can't see clearly. He squatted for a while, feeling a little sleepy, but at this moment a figure came in from the window. It was Minato, who left in a raincoat. Meow. Takashi recoiled from the wet Minato, who had returned in a raincoat. He came in and took a look around, then lowered his voice and said, "Get some rest, there's no need to keep vigil." Sensei. Sensei, Minato said, removing his raincoat, rest easy. If Hanzo wanted us dead, we wouldn't stand a chance. Sleep well. Patted him on the shoulder, then take off his raincoat, lean on the side and getting ready to sleep. With Minato and the others asleep, Kakashi settled against the wall, Takashi following suit. After a long time, he opened his eyes and quietly took out the luxurious cat food he had bought. There is no difference in appearance, but the quantity is still small. Increasing the price but not the quantity? The little black cat stared suspiciously for several seconds, and then ate all the cat food in one gulp. In the blink of an eye, there seemed to be an explosion of power in his body. The next second, the little black cat rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. The next day, when Minato, Takashi, and others woke up and prepared to leave a Megakor village early in the morning to return to the Land of Fire, they found that the sleeping cat inside medical kit who hadn't yet woken up. Sensei, Takashi feels heavier overnight, Rin remarked, struggling with the medical kit, noticeably heavier than before. When we went from the Land of Fire to the Land of Rain yesterday, the medicine kit was not this heavy. Especially now that they had used a lot of medicine from it, it shouldn't be this heavy. It could only be that the lazy cat suddenly became heavier for some reason. Perhaps he indulged in a midnight feast. Cats are known for their laziness and greed. I think Takashi will definitely become a fat cat in the future. Obito curled his lips and said, no way. Rin was worried if he really gained weight. Let me see. Minato walked over with a smile and picked up the sleeping little black cat. He immediately felt something was wrong when he reached out. After weighing it, it was at least half as heavy. How so? He was stunned for a moment, then looked carefully. After a long time, a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Go back first, I will keep Takashi with me. After Minato finished speaking, he put the little black cat on his shoulder. If his guess was correct, this cat was caused by rashly absorbing natural energy. To solve this problem, he had to request help from Mount Mayaboku, but he did not have the ability to take a ninja cat along who had nothing to do with Mount Mayaboku. The sensei has to come forward in this matter. Jiraiya has gained a lot of respect in Mount Mayaboku. Even if he can't take the ninja cat to MT Mayaboku, he can still summon one of the two sages to give him guidance, which should be helpful. After returning to the Land of Fire, Takashi still failed to wake up. Only then did Rin realize that something was wrong and became a little anxious. Minato took him to Jiraiya and asked him, and as he expected, the issue was caused by absorbing natural energy. Jiraiya couldn't handle this matter, otherwise he wouldn't have learned half-ass sage mode, so he summoned Sage Fukasaku with the immediately. Little Jiraiya, why did you call me? There was a bug hanging from Fukasaku Sage's mouth, and he was obviously summoned while he was eating. Jiraiya pointed to the black cat on the ground. This cat has somehow absorbed some natural energy. Can you please help him with your stick? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 52, Chapter 52. Nonsense. Sage Fukasaku scolded, then jumped in front of the little black cat, stretched out his hand and felt it carefully. Jiraiya stood aside and couldn't help but feel nervous. When they came to him, he patted his chest in front of Minato and the little girl to ensure that he would be able to help little cat. If he couldn't be cured in the end, he would lose a bit of respect. Strange, really strange. Fukasaku Senin stopped his hand, walked around Takashi a few times, and then sat in front of it and said, this child's natural energy is being digested, but the natural energy is extremely overbearing, and ordinary creatures will not understand after absorbing it. The method of assimilated will be controlled by the natural energy. Like our frog transformation and petrification in MT Mayaboku? Jiraiya asked immediately. Yes, but his body has not absorbed any excess energy, so his life is not in danger. He will wake up after sleeping for 3 or 4 days at most. Fukasaku stood up, turned around and looked at Jiraiya before preparing to go back. Wait, will there be other changes in him? Jiraiya quickly grabbed the old sage to prevent him from getting away in an instant. Fukasaku thought for a while and said, if he digests more quickly, he may grow faster. There is nothing else. Anyway, there is no worry about his life. Everyone on MT Mayaboku absorbs natural energy, and they have a clear understanding of how the body reacts after absorbing natural energy. Cats like this one get bigger after digesting the natural energy in their bodies. Oh, that's good, that's good. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't lose any respect. In fact, there was a little girl waiting at the camp. It was already difficult for him to return to his tent with a still unconscious black cat in his arms. Without any solutions beforehand, he was afraid that he would be torn down when he returned empty-handed. Of course, Rin couldn't do such a thing, but he instinctively put Rin in Tsunade's position. Then I'll leave. Fukasaku shook off Jiraiya's hand and disappeared, returning back to MT Mayaboku. Jiraiya went back with the black cat in his arms. Rin was still waiting in the camp, and Minato was handling army affairs for his sensei while waiting for Jiraiya to come back. Seeing him returning to the camp, the little girl immediately rushed up and hugged him, but found that her cat had hardly changed at all. He looked the same as when she gave him to Jiraiya, and looked the same when he got it back. She looked up confusedly. Well, the sage said that he will wake up on his own within 3 or 4 days at most, and the process he is going through will be beneficial and harmless, but he may grow a little faster after waking up. Jiraiya scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I made a lot of promises when I left, but when I came back I didn't get anything done. I just brought back a message to wait for him to wake up. This is no different from just waiting. But Rin was very satisfied, at least knowing that Takashi was fine. This was enough to give her peace of mind. Jiraiya felt quite ashamed, but he couldn't understand natural energy, and he couldn't say anything more here. He could only say whatever Fukasaku said. The little black cat didn't wake up, so Minato and his team had another small mission. They put the little black cat under Jiraiya's care. The little black cat didn't eat or drink while he was in a coma, and he didn't actually need extra care. Until the night of the 3rd day, Takashi woke up leisurely, looked up and saw the familiar roof of the tent. Then he jumped on the table and saw a white-haired man lying on a simple bed not far away. Jiraiya. Am I in Jiraiya's tent? No, why am I here? I ate a luxurious cat food before. I only ate small quantity though. Did the cat food poison me? He thought to himself. Why are there so many deceptive things on shop? Why did he suddenly faint after eating them? Takashi didn't quite understand. He moved again on the table, feeling that his body was a little weird and uncomfortable. How long has he slept? He was confused, and when he saw Jiraiya was still sleeping, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at not knowing the answer, so he jumped off the table and ran to Jiraiya's bed, staring at Jiraiya's face, hesitating for a moment. Whack! Ha! Who? Jiraiya sat up and took out a kunai from beside the pillow. He couldn't see clearly at first. After all, the black cat's fur was dark and he was difficult to see clearly in the dark night. Takashi shrank his head. In fact, he didn't want to hit him just now, but when he saw Jiraiya turning sideways, he couldn't help but hit him. He didn't want to either. The next moment, Jiraiya stared at him and grabbed him from the edge of the pillow. Boy, why did you hit me? Meow. Speak. Meow. I want to ask, what's wrong with me? Takashi looked up in embarrassment. After hearing this, Jiraiya put him down angrily, got up and went to the side to wash his face with a basin of water. After sobering himself up for a while, he exhaled and said, "You have absorbed natural energy and cannot use it, so you passed out. Fortunately, the amount absorbed was not large, otherwise you would have died long ago." Natural energy. Takashi was surprised. It's really surprising that I get natural energy from eating cat food. Could it be that luxury cat food is just to help you obtain natural chakra? 1000 points. It's worth it, but I don't seem to be able to digest it quickly yet. After eating one portion, I fell asleep for 3 or 4 days. I don't know if there are any other options yet. It's a pity that there is no mirror, otherwise even if it is worth 1,000, there is nothing that cannot be exchanged. Takashi sat down and asked Jiraiya a few more questions. Jiraiya was very generous and would not hold grudges because of the small slap before. He would explain it after getting over his annoyance. Natural energy has many benefits. You will gradually grow bigger and stronger, and live longer. But the disadvantage is that it is difficult to digest, and mutations will occur if you take in too much. You're lucky that you only absorbed a little bit. If not, you might have turned into stone by now. Jiraiya was very emotional. There are countless sage practitioners who have turned into frogs and petrified on NT Mayuboku. Most of them are caused by absorbing too much natural energy at once and losing control. This kitten is already lucky since he is not dead. Takashi broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this, and he almost died because of a bit of food. This luxury cat food is really deceptive. Although it has many benefits, I really have to bear a lot of risks if I want to eat it. It is better to wait until the natural energy in my body is completely digested. But here's another problem. Then how do you tell if you've digested it completely? Your big belly has subsided and it's almost digested. Jiraiya patted Takashi's body in motion for him to see. Looking at himself, Takashi turned around and glanced. So fat. The meat is all fat in the belly, just a bit did this at once? So, this cat needs to lose weight again? Okay, don't disturb me. I need to have a good sleep. I was woken up by your slap and I haven't had a good rest yet. Jiraiya yawned, then lay down on the bed and went back to sleep. Takashi lay on the table, feeling very melancholy. On the other hand, he also thought about Gamabunta and the others. Such a large physique must be related to the natural chakra. If I keep eating luxury cat food, will I become that kind of giant cat in the future? While being big is good, being small is preferable. Big trees attract the wind. If he could be smaller, Takashi would rather be smaller. After becoming bigger, who can he hide behind? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 53, Chapter 53. My little Takashi, you've finally woken up. Rin exclaimed, rushing back to Jiraiya's tent as soon as possible. Now that Sunagakor village has retreated to the border, the war has ceased, and the patrol protection level has decreased significantly. With everyone familiar with Rin by this period, moving around the camp has become much smoother. Meow. Takashi stuck out his tongue, still tired from exercising with Jiraiya. He had just finished his workout and was so exhausted that he almost collapsed. So great. The little girl jumped for joy, not minding that the cat had gained a bit of weight. Being overweight was better than being dead, and she was truly relieved. She had been really scared before. Like I said, he's okay. Look at this kitten. He's become much stronger than before in just a few days. This is all thanks to me, Jiraiya boasted in front of the little girl, seeking credit. Although he didn't care about Rin, he felt doubly satisfied when he saw the little girl's adoring and happy expression. Why be embarrassed to take credit? He wasn't lying in the first place. When Takashi later learned about Jiraiya's original plan, he almost jumped up and slapped Jiraiya. If the old toad had really knocked out the natural energy with a stick, he would have suffered a tremendous loss of 1,000 points. Fortunately, Fukasaku, the understanding old toad, didn't do that in the end. Instead, he let Takashi digest it on his own. Thinking of today's suffering, he had to choose silence. Meow Rin, where have you been during this time? Takashi asked, curiosity getting the better of him. We went on a mission. There are no missions here. We have to go back to the village, Rin replied, touching the cat's head and petting his back. Return to the village? No matter whether he goes back to the village, Konoha is at least safe, unlike here, which is full of dangers. Although it is easy to collect points here, Jiraiya is also difficult to get along with when he gets angry. He doesn't want to run through the forest anymore. Leaving now? Oh, that's right. Minato has some political affairs to attend to in Konoha, so it's time to go back. Jiraiya sighed melancholy. To be honest, even if he accepts 2 or 3 more students, it is better than guarding the border here. However, Saname was his sensei, and Tsunade was not in the village. Apart from him and Orochimaru, who else had the ability to guard the border and resist foreign enemies? Jiraiya-sama, we will leave. Thank you very much. Rin bowed deeply. Neither the blood contract summoning scroll nor the needle Jizo were ordinary things. Jiraiya was very kind to her. Of course, she was grateful for his kindness and kept it in her heart. Go on, say goodbye to Minato for me. Yes. Upon hearing this, Takashi said goodbye to Jiraiya in high spirits, then jumped out of Rin's arms and quickly led the way. Hey, Jiraiya-sama, farewell. Rin said again, then quickly caught up with the fast-running cat. This little guy was often quiet but would never jump down and run when he could be lazy while laying on his shoulder. Why did you suddenly change your temper today? Jiraiya laughed, shook his head slightly, and sighed. Unfortunately, he still couldn't figure out what this guy's natural energy was about. Forget it, it probably has nothing to do with the Sage Mode for humans, so I won't think about it anymore. He is an open-minded person. Sage Mode for him cannot be fully trained like ninja beasts. This is something that has been understood by him many years ago, but now he just sighs after seeing a little hope. If you can absorb part of the natural energy for a short period of time, and then slowly transform it into Sage Jutsus, while inefficient, should be a low-quality substitute for Sage Mode on its own. But it was obvious that the stupid cat didn't even understand what was going on. Takashi ran to meet Minato and the others. Obito laughed at him for gaining weight when he saw him, and the result was that he was chased all over the place, and finally got tangled in cat hair and was beaten. He was not let go until he finally begged for mercy. It's a long way back to Konoha from the border. In the past, the little black cat would have hitched a ride home easily by laying on someone, but in order to lose weight, he just ran along all the way, without having to ride on anyone else for any part of the way. This made the team go much faster. His belly also shrank a lot when they came to Konoha. The change brought about by the shrinking belly is that the black cat grew faster overall. Before eating luxury cat food, although Takashi was a ninja cat, his body shape was no different from that of an ordinary 9-month-old cat. But now that he has eaten one luxury cat food and has been strengthened by natural energy, he has become a 1-year-old cat size. Of course, it's not just body shape. The strength, speed, and even claws are much stronger than before. He has not tested how much stronger he is, but he is much stronger than before, just by being bigger. It's okay now, and it doesn't affect my ability to hide, but when I reach the period of rapid growth when I'm more than 1 year old, my size will definitely grow further. Then it'll be difficult. Takashi was worried in his heart. The roasted meat in the bowl was no longer looking delicious. Minato was treating his team, so he basically had no scruples for eating his fill. He ate as much as he could with the intention of emptying the kitchen. He didn't give up until Rin forcibly dragged him out of the restaurant. I mentioned to the third Hokage about going to Uchiha clan's territory, so we won't have any missions these days. Obito, please pass the scroll to your clan leader. Minato came out of the restaurant and walked further. He had to handle some business. When he returned to Konoha in the afternoon, he immediately went to see the third Hokage to state the situation, and told him that he wanted Takashi to go to the ninja cat castle of Nico Granny within Uchiha clan territory. As a ninja cat, he should have necessary protection. Yes. Obito took the scroll. Kakashi glanced at them, then bowed to the sensei and turned to go home. Well, I'll see you in front of the Uchiha clan gate tomorrow. Rin, you go to Konoha Hospital as usual. You don't have to come together. There are too many people in the Uchiha's territory. Okay, thank you, sensei. Then, Minato gave a few more instructions before they each went home. Megami Nohara found out in the afternoon that her daughter had returned to the village. Although Konoha is not small, it is not big either. Anyone who comes back from outside will soon be heard by the family. However, Rin still apologized. After all, it is logical that the first thing after returning to the village is to come to her mother to report that she is safe. Takashi and Rin didn't have dinner because they had barbecue. But at night, while others were sleeping, he sneaked out and tormented the rats in the area again. After becoming stronger, these rats couldn't escape at all. The next day, more than 20 rats were displayed on the side of the street. Although he only has 300 or 400 points, any points are better than no points. The next day, Takashi got up very early, got out of the window, and headed for the Uchiha clan. It had been so long since he had been in Konoha, but he had never been to the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Obito hadn't created trouble yet of releasing Kyuubi, so Uchiha hadn't been completely driven out of the village. Takashi walked along the street and soon saw the familiar Uchiha sign from a distance. Meow. Not long after they got close, several cats came out of the darkness and meowed at Takashi. Their eyes were wary and full of hostility. This is a warning for himself. Seeing them getting closer and closer, gradually surrounding him, Takashi suddenly roared, and the black cat hair grew wildly, entangling all the cats around him in just a few seconds. If he were dealing with a strong ninja, his own fur would be cut off, but a mere domestic cat. Heh, so foolish. After 2 or 3 seconds, several cats were released and all surrendered, making surrender poses. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 54, Chapter 54. Meow. Takashi raised his head proudly, gazing down at the stupid house cats, but then he thought about it and felt bored. He had become a tolerant cat and was angry with these house cats. But looking at the amount of points received, 10 points, he didn't feel like it was anything. He worked hard to earn points, but after getting the points, looking at the cats wanting to leave but too scared to leave, he waved his paw to chase them away. The movements probably didn't meet the understanding of these cats. The cats were stunned for a long time, and after a while, they all fled in a hurry. What's going on with these cats? Some people in the Uchiha clan had already gotten up early, and they couldn't help but be extremely curious when they saw the domestic cats running around on the streets. These cats were not friendly by nature. In the past, they would inevitably fight when they met new cats, but today they met one without any intention of fighting. Instead, they seemed to be fleeing. Who knew, these cats like to run around, hey? As the neighbors chatted, they inevitably talked about a lot of Uchiha's clan affairs, such as whose child's Sharingan eyes were opened, whose child's talent was particularly good, and so on. Takashi squatted on the wall and listened, quite interested in Uchiha's gossip. After listening for a while, he heard several familiar names, such as Shisui. Uchiha Shisui was still very young, but he had already shown extraordinary talents. He had already mastered shuriken and swordsmanship at a young age, so he was the one the neighbors talked about the most recently. Uchiha Shisui, also known as Shisui of the body flicker. Takashi sighed a little. The next second, he saw a little boy walking through the street, carrying a small sword on his back and several kuno on his waist. Uchiha Shisui? The little black cat stood up and was about to follow him to check when suddenly there were rapid footsteps from behind. He turned his head and saw Obito in normal clothes running quickly from behind. Takashi, you got up so early. I plan to pick you up at your house. Obito took a breath. As he was speaking, the people near the wall where Takashi was squatting heard him, and the woman inside immediately put her head out to greet him, with as much enthusiasm as if she were looking at her own nephew. After Obito was forced to chat for a few words, Takashi jumped to the roof, then stopped and looked at the little boy leaving in the distance. That's right, Uchiha Shisui, starting to work hard at such a young age. Takashi felt conflicted emotions when he thought about his potential fate, then came back from above and jumped to Obito's side. Minato hasn't come yet. Obito was a little impatient to wait, mainly because he would chat with anyone who passed by the Uchiha house here for a long time. These people didn't mean any harm, but the time not spent exercising rather chatting was wasted. Why hasn't the sensei come yet? He complained. He was about to take Takashi for a walk, but suddenly there was a gust of wind behind him. The next second, Obito heard the sensei's voice. I just had something to do and it took me some time. As the Uchiha clan head responded. Sensei, the clan leader has agreed and gave me an appointment with the Nico granny. It's a token, Obito said and was about to dig into his pocket. Minato stroked the cat, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. The cat's hair was much smoother than before, and it felt really comfortable. No need to give it to me, this is your Uchiha's token, let's go. Meow. Takashi shook, fled away Minato's hand, and then followed Obito's footsteps. Recently, he felt that the next fourth Hokage was a little bit, how to say it, not quite right in the head. Why are you so obsessed with playing with me? Can you not pet me without asking? Our clan actually has a close relationship with those ninja cats, but the ninja cats. Obito said halfway, he glanced around hesitantly, made sure that he was out of the Uchiha range, and then whispered while running, those cats are wild and difficult to tame, and very difficult to deal with. Few in our family have actually signed a blood contract with them. Meow, you mean I'm easy to tame? Takashi looked at him with a mean look. He's not slow now, but his endurance is relatively poor. But my explosive speed is high, so it's no problem to be much faster than you, Obito. No, that's not what I meant. Obito hurriedly explained. He said such unintentional words as you are easy to get along with and you are very friendly and have a good personality. Minato wanted to laugh at first, but then he felt a bit of pity. This character is a bit too soft. But then he thought, if Uchiha had a group of people like Obito, they might be able to break the current deadlock between Uchiha and Konoha. Thinking of this, he paid more attention to Obito. Minato began to ask Obito if he had any doubts about his training, and gave him various answers. Takashi heard it. Minato led himself to buy ninja tools, which was just one of them. Along the way, he helped Obito with his fire release training to show his goodwill to Uchiha and strengthen the relationship between Konoha and Uchiha. After all, Jiraiya taught Kakashi and Rin before, but Obito didn't learn any jutsu. Of course, he didn't teach the Rasengan, but a fire release ninjutsu that Obito didn't know yet, and even resolved Obito's many of the difficulties in fire release ninjutsu. In fact, Uchiha knew better about fire release, but Obito was only a friend of the old women in Uchiha, and there weren't many people who gave him guidance on ninjutsu. Minato's words were a lot of help. After running for a long time, Takashi suddenly slowed down when he reached the edge of a forest. The surrounding atmosphere was filled with a strong smell of cat. Is Nico Granny nearby? We're just a bit far from Nico Granny's home, let's. Obito jumped out of the forest and landed in the open space of the ruins ahead. As he was talking, he saw a group of ninja cats walking out of the ruins ahead. One by one, they are as menacing as tigers and leopards. Meow. Meow meow. After meowing, there were more and more ninja cats, almost surrounding the place one by one. Takashi jumped to the edge of the tree and looked down at them. They are all ninja cats. The strength of these ninja cats is unknown for the time being, but the menace is real. Cats have a strong sense of territory. As the saying goes, that predators don't tolerate any competitors. Before, when he went to Uchiha clan compound, all the cats there came out to drive him out. Now, these ninja cats are doing the same thing. The black cat roared and jumped down from the branch. The group of ninja cats rushed over like sharks after smelling the blood, all of them extremely fierce. Sensei, this. Let's take a look first. Minato raised his hand. It seemed that Takashi was indeed not the ninja cat who ran away from here. Otherwise, he shouldn't have been attacked by a group when he returned here, but they can't intervene. This is the battle of ninja cats, a battle among the ninja beasts. Takashi roared sharply, and his voice was not like an ordinary kitten at all. Instead, he was fierce, powerful, and full of killing intent. The first few cats that rushed forward were knocked away by his 3 attacks that instantly counterattacked, and when the other ninja cats approached, Needle Jizo, meow. Those ninja cats were all pricked by needle-like hairs. Then Takashi raised his head and inhaled strongly. Wind bullets flew out of his mouth, severely damaging the legs of more than a dozen cats in the blink of an eye. Ninja cats fight without harming their lives, but injuries are inevitable. The injured ninja cats retreated knowingly and stopped fighting Takashi. Half a minute later, all the ninja cats present were injured by Takashi, and they were huddled on the side. Meow, I only want to buy ninja tools, I'm not interested in your territory. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 55, Chapter 55. This is the first time I've seen this happen. It was a bit scary. Obito swallowed, his voice laced with concern. Cats are no better than ninja dogs. They have a strong sense of territory. Just like us Konoha ninjas who boldly enter into Sunagakure village now, they will get the same treatment. Minato made a joke, trying to lighten the mood. There was an Inuzuka clan in Konoha, but no family specifically brought ninja cats to the battlefield. This was why these ninja cats were too free-spirited, and cats like Takashi were considered the first generation of cooperative ninja beasts among ninja cats. Meow. A faint mewling sound echoed through the air. Meow, the sound of a cat's meow was incomprehensible to outsiders, but Takashi, as a member of the cat race, could understand its meaning. These cat cubs were warning him that there was a king here. Needless to say, that king must be the two-tailed cat. He likely felt humiliated by Takashi intruding in his territory and beating his subordinates. To be king of these weaklings was simply embarrassing. Get lost. Takashi roared angrily, wishing he knew the multi-size jutsu at that moment, otherwise, his enlarged size would definitely be a deterrent. Even so, in that moment, these cats were defeated by him. At his command, the ninja cats fled in all directions, no longer surrounding them, but it was not necessarily the case if they continued to walk in. They were all just peripheral ninja cats. The strong ninja cats were still in the ninja cat castle. However, Takashi was not afraid of them. Only the boss was more difficult to deal with. It was quite easy to deal with other ninja cats. Meow, let's go. Takashi opened his mouth and yawned, then stood up and walked slowly inside. He didn't know the road, but there was only a trace of human scent ahead, and the rest was the smell of cats. There was no need to ask Obito where it was. Let's go. Minato was traveling at such a high speed that he was behind Takashi in just the blink of an eye. Obito kept shouting, wait for me. From behind, and tried his best to catch up with the man and the cat in front. Obito, this is the village. Minato couldn't help but be a little curious when he saw a residential area. This was the territory reserved by the Uchiha clan, and people from Konoha usually didn't come here. And Minato had never been here before, and this was the first time he saw the scene here. This is the ruins left over from the previous war. Later, many ninja cats lived here, and then Nico Granny also appeared. I don't know exactly how that happened. Obito scratched his head, his expression puzzled. He usually didn't care about his clan, and because of that, he only had a partial understanding of the history here. A group of cats smells really bad. Takashi couldn't help complaining. There was the smell of other cats everywhere. To humans, these smells were subtle, but to cats, they were quite obvious. I haven't even mentioned about you, an outsider cat, but you already hate me. Meow. Ninja cat sat on a roof, staring down at Takashi. This cat was the one next to Nico Granny. She seemed to be called Hina. Takashi glanced at her, then sniffed the scent, turned the corner, and entered the room under her. After entering the door, he saw a white cat. This white cat was unusual. It had 2 tails and very sharp claws. Seeing Takashi come in, it licked its paws. The 2-tailed Nikomata. The boss of this ninja cat castle had lived in the castle tower for a long time. Information came to Takashi's mind, and his eyes were a little wary. This cat was the most difficult to mess with among all ninja cats, but he was usually very lazy. He rarely went out, so Takashi didn't expect to meet him here. That's the outsider. Nikomata stared at Takashi, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. As the boss of this area, this was the first time he saw an outsider ninja cat like this, as he had beaten down all the ninja cats here as soon as he came. Takashi stared back and took a few steps forward very cautiously. This guy was really powerful. He didn't know the multi-size jutsu yet, so he was inferior in size. But this was inside the house, so he probably wouldn't dare to follow him. I need to take action. The little black cat was thinking in his heart, if claws and hair attacks won't work, the Raisnon will be helpful later, and there's nothing to be afraid of. Humph. The white cat stood up, set him back another day and left the room. Minato and Obito were relieved. This 2-tailed cat was the boss here. As humans, they couldn't intervene in this kind of fight. If the fight got too gruesome, things would get messy. Meow, you guys buy it for me, try to pick it as big as possible, I will grow bigger. Takashi walked out of the room after saying that. Hey wait. Obito chased out, but the black cat was nowhere to be seen. He suddenly became a little worried. Don't think too much, fighting between ninja cats will not be lethal. Minato said. It's not like a war between one clan and another foreign clan, this is like a fight between members of the same clan. So usually, there won't be any fatalities, but a severe beating may be necessary, and there is a possibility that Takashi will be covered with scars when he comes back. Of course, this is their opinion. In their eyes, Takashi was just a kitten after all, and it was difficult to compete with the two-tailed cat Matata and other ninja cats. But in fact, Takashi didn't feel panic at all when he walked out. Although the two-tailed cat was strong, it was not impossible to win this fight. After tracking it out, the two-tailed white cat stopped and turned around to look at the little black cat behind him. It was daytime, and the black fur couldn't hide him at all. Moreover, to the cat, the smell was so obvious at such proximity. You want to fight me? The Nikomata turned around and stared at Takashi with its huge eyes. Anger boiled in his eyes, and he suddenly slapped his paws. The ground shook. Yes. Takashi called out, and then dealt with the tremor carefully. Ha, you are just a kitten. Let's wait until you grow up. The Nikomata turned around again. It knew that Takashi was very powerful. He could defeat so many ninja cats when he was not even 1 year old. This showed that his strength was indeed strong, and felt Takashi still had to grow a lot to fight him. The little black cat crouched his body and suddenly launched an attack. The Nikomata sensed this, turned around, and raised his paw to slap Takashi. If this paw hit, the little black cat would not die but would be seriously injured. However, he found that the black cat was very fast, much faster than he expected. He jumped past the predicted position in the blink of an eye and then climbed up along his front paws. Nikomata reacted quickly and shook quickly, but before being shaken away, the little black cat spit out wind bullets one after another and then used the force to jump and change positions. These few hits he missed on purpose. You are very powerful. The Nekomata's eyes narrowed. This cat's potential was greater than he thought. No wonder he could defeat so many ninja cats in one fell swoop. Then he shrunk his body until he was only much bigger than Takashi's body shape. The body was smaller, but also more agile. This was a formal battle. The black and white cats started biting each other. Takashi struggled to dodge, and only used needle jizo when he had no choice. The two cats fought for more than a minute, but they were still tied, each with injuries. The white cat's fur was ruffled, exposing bare patches underneath, and even had a very miserable spiral wound. However, Takashi's injury was indeed more serious, but the natural energy in his body was dissipating its effects, so the wound healed quickly. It's a tie for the time being. Let's fight again after I turn 1 year old. Where are you from, little ninja cat? Nikomata questioned the black cat. Although he was not necessarily afraid of this kid in terms of strength, he was indeed surpassed in terms of talent. In the future, when he was 1 year old, Nikomata was afraid that he wouldn't be enough to hit the black cat across from him with a single attack. Is there another ninja cat summons in the ninja world? Or cat's holy summon land? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 56, Chapter 56. Meow, do you want to know why I'm so strong? Takashi held his head up proudly. Nikomata, the two-tailed cat, fell silent, feeling ashamed to ask the question. As the boss of this place, he couldn't help but be curious about Takashi's origin, despite being less than a year old. It's not that my bloodline is superior to yours, but I know how to make a special kind of cat food, Takashi chuckled, licking his paw. Nikomata, slightly annoyed, endured the embarrassment and asked, what cat food? Wait a minute. The little black cat pretended to use his summon skills, mobilizing his chakra and pressing it on the ground. A bag of cat food appeared under his paw. This ordinary-looking bag contained special cat food, which could turn ordinary cats into ninja cats if eaten for a long time. However, Nikomata was a strong ninja cat, and eating this food would be of little use to him. It only quickly restored physical strength and part of his chakra. Cat food. Nikomata raised his eyes, extremely suspicious. What kind of cat food was this? Was it specially made for cats? He glanced down. The packaging looked like a snack bag. Nikomata tore it open with his claws and saw several pieces of food resembling small biscuits. He looked up at the black cat and then took a suspicious bite. This tastes great. He wanted more, but saw the little black cat grab the bag with his paw and stuff it all into his mouth. In the end, Nikomata only managed a small bite. You! Nikomata exclaimed, infuriated. You haven't realized by now? I'm so shameless. Takashi ran away after eating, disappearing into the street with a few bounds, leaving the infuriated Nikomata behind. What kind of trick was this? He pulled out a pack of cat food, gave a bite, then snatched it back and ate everything and ran away. Nikomata endured his annoyance again and walked slowly towards the ninja cat castle, but as he walked on the road, he unconsciously recalled the smell of the cat food just now. It was quite delicious. Not only that, but the taste was second to none. After eating that food, the recovery of physical strength and chakra seemed to be a little faster. Could it be that this cat food can really strengthen the body? Nikomata thought for a moment and immediately returned to Nico Granny's side. When he arrived at Nico Granny's weapon shop, he saw only Granny and the two ninja cats accompanying her. You're here, how many shurikens do you want this time? No, where's that cat from before? Nikomata looked around again after entering the door, then tore up the ground with his claws, and said lightly, forget it, I'll find him myself. After finishing speaking, Nikomata opened the door and left. Although the kitten ran away, the scent was still there, and Nikomata could find the location of the little black cat by following the smell. He was originally very confident, but halfway through the tracking, the scent suddenly disappeared. In Konoha, after Minato came back in a rush with the Flying Thunder God, he hurried to the Hokage building. Obito was in a hurry to go home and return the things belonging to the clan leader. He didn't dare to delay outside. Takashi went home alone. On the way, he opened the points panel and took a look. More than 2,000? It went up another 3 to 400, maybe that stupid cat got more and more angry after he went back looking for me yet couldn't find me, and instead contributed points to me. Takashi felt proud. I originally planned to leave after the fight, but I suddenly thought of giving the stupid cat a taste of the cat food bought with my system, and I only gave it one bite. This was a good idea. At that time, the silly cat gave him 500 or 600, and now he has 300 or 400, which adds up to a lot. Everything will be fine henceforth, as Jiraiya said that if he wants to quickly digest natural energy, the best way is to train, run, and fight. He just had a fight with the ninja cat, and he has no intention of looking for trouble with anyone else. After thinking about it, it is better to go to the orphanage first. Although Kabuto's massaging skills are not as good as Minato's, his service is still quite good, which makes me miss him. Unfortunately, when he went there to visit, he discovered that Kabuto was not returned home. After asking around, he found out that Kabuto and Yakushi went to Capital City. They are now famous in the pet circle in Capital City and have not been back to Konoha for a while. Of course, they didn't forget this orphanage. On the contrary, 90% of the money his matron and Kabuto earned there were sent to the orphanage. Takashi knew this because he saw that the furniture and other items in the orphanage were much better this time. Many talented children are sent to the academy to study in preparation for becoming ninjas in the future. They were very kind and caring for this orphanage. Takashi quietly walked around in a circle, but the first masseuse didn't come back, so he had no choice but to return home in despair and rest. When he got home, he looked in the mirror. My belly seems to be smaller. It seems that my natural energy has been digested a lot. I hope I can digest it soon and then exchange points for a luxurious cat food. The little black cat twisted his waist to make sure that his belly was smaller, then happily jumped down and returned to its own den to sleep. At this moment, meow. A cat meowed, attracting Takashi's attention forcefully. He moved out and glanced above the wall outside the window. A big white cat had a prideful air just standing there, even prouder than himself. Didn't he return to Konoha? Takashi was startled, but then he was convinced that this was Konoha, and if this guy dared to hit him, he would hit back. When the trouble started, Nikomata, who did not have a residence within Konoha, would definitely be unlucky, and he might end up going to the hospital. He had to take a trip to the Umbu side before he could come back. Thinking this, Takashi held his head high and walked out. Meow. Nikomata was silent. This kid was pretending to be dumb and stupid, pretending to not understand and be confused, but would he be affected by this behavior? He squatted on the wall, wondering what to say for a while. Takashi jumped up on the wall, and simply followed the silence. The two cat eyes looked into each other. If both hadn't been male cats, they might have thought that there was some chemistry between them. What's the price of cat food? Nikomata asked again. It's priceless. Takashi replied. 100 points are far from priceless, but he can only make money by raising the price. This ninja cat is connected with the Uchiha clan, so he has a lot of money in his pockets. Not selling. Nikomata was annoyed. Why did you show off before if you weren't going to sell? It made me think you were going to sell. No, you can go back. Takashi was originally considering whether to sell 1 or 2 copies, but when he saw the points on the panel jumping again, he felt happy and immediately refused. Meow. Nikomata roared again, seeming to grow in size and fight Takashi. But at this time, Takashi pointed to a building. The huge stone statue is not just a decoration, it is the Hokage monument, and underneath is the Hokage building. There are ninjas patrolling the village. Nikomata doesn't believe that he didn't see the Konoha ninjas on the way. Nekomate's voice got stuck, and then he yelled angrily. After getting rid of his anger, he asked, "You really don't want to sell it? I'll give you 2. Takashi summoned a pack of cat food, then tore it open and threw biscuits over, and the rest was devoured by him in the blink of an eye. This is not ordinary special cat food but a special food for ninja cats, priced at 300 points per serving. When Nikomata saw those 2 pieces of food again, he immediately jumped into the air and ate them into his mouth. He immediately felt the difference in texture. It was not the same one as before. Meow, hey, you only came here to eat. Nikomata didn't understand, but he felt that this cat couldn't say anything nice, and it was often just scolding or insulting himself. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 57, Chapter 57. The Nekomate's frustration was palpable as he failed to purchase cat food and returned in despair. As the boss of the Ninja Cat Castle, he felt ashamed to return empty-pawed. He hesitated for a long time before finally walking away with an air of pride and disdain, as if he didn't care about the cat food he had offered. But who was fooling whom? It was clear that the cat desperately wanted to buy the food but was determined to preserve his pride. Nikomata silently complained to himself as he left dissatisfied. The black cat, however, seemed more confident. Although it was regrettable that he couldn't think of a way to extort the white cat, it wasn't a significant loss. Anyway, the points were still there. As for the 2 or 3 pieces of cat food, it didn't matter. The points were collected from others, so it was like giving back to old customers. Takashi thought optimistically, feeling that with the points in hand, he had the world at his fingertips. Points were welcome, but it didn't matter if you didn't have them. Anyway, judging from the enthusiasm of that silly cat chasing him into Konoha, he would be fooled sooner or later. After eating the cat food, he stayed at home to catch up on his sleep. He had been exercising and running all this time and had never found time to take a good rest. Meanwhile, when Rin returned to Konoha, she immediately went to the hospital, where she worked as a medical ninja. For her, Konoha Hospital was the best training ground. She learned needle jizo without having to consider her ability to protect herself for the time being. But this time, she came back not only to learn medical ninjutsu but also to study some poison knowledge. She didn't necessarily want to learn how to make poison, at least not yet, but she must study and understand it. The ninjas of Konoha were busy. The next day, Minato's team gathered again to start the task. Originally, the task required everyone to be present before it could start, but their team was special. In addition to a leader and 3 team members, there was also a cat. Therefore, Rin was pardoned and continued to work. Rin studied in the hospital, and Kakashi took Obito and the little black cat to do the usual tasks. The tasks were not complicated, mostly consisting of finding cats and dogs or carrying water all around Konoha. The cat and dog missions of Capital City were not given to them at all, they were meant to condition the new genin. Fortunately, Takashi was not required to carry water. All he needed to do was track and trace animals like cats and dogs and help with some simple tasks. The rewards and tasks were not much, but as a ninja cat, the remuneration belonged to him, and the mission credit belonged to Rin. Takashi was just a hard-working wage earner. It's worth mentioning that the little black cat had secretly put on the ninja cat coat given by the gacha. The free outerwear had customization capabilities, allowing it to be transformed into any style Takashi wanted. The size could be increased as the body grew larger. Overall, it was very good, with only one problem: if it broke, there was no repairing it. Unfortunately, it couldn't be repaired through System 2. In addition, Takashi's natural energy had been almost digested during this period, and his stomach was only slightly bulging. It would take a few days at most to fully digest it. By checking himself in the mirror, he could be sure that he was a bit bigger. The current size was larger than many one-year-old ninja cats, and he was strong enough to hit the iron ball one in the gacha, but he couldn't hit it very far. Takashi tried it during the mission. He could hit it to a distance of about 10 meters at most, and his aim would drop sharply beyond 10 meters. The iron ball would automatically return to the location it was thrown from 1 second after it flew out and landed on the ground. If it hit someone, it was quite powerful. However, if he wanted to hit the enemy with a stronger impact, the little black cat would have to grow up further. This kind of trivial missions lasted for 10 days. During this period, the two-tailed Nikomata came quietly several times, but unfortunately, Takashi was not seen, so he left angrily, leaving only the familiar smell. Takashi felt that he had completely digested the natural energy and was about to eat another luxurious cat food when Minato took time out of his busy schedule to take on an A-level mission patrolling the border of the Land of Fire. This mission required going to the east of the Land of Fire, and a small team was responsible for patrolling the area bordering the Land of Water in Kumagakure Village. Kumagakure Village and Kirigakure Village were still at peace with Konoha for the time being. They were only responsible for regular security reconnaissance, so the task difficulty was not too high. Takashi was reluctant to go. Going to the border of Kumagakure Village and Kirigakure Village was almost equivalent to crossing half of the Fire Country. Kami knows how far they would be from here. However, for the safety of the team, he had to keep up relying on summon skills alone. Rin would need a lot of chakra to summon him at the border, and there was a distance limit for summoning too far away. At noon, in a forest outside Capital City, Takashi and the others passed by here and stayed for a while. Obito took out the rice balls and started eating. He had many friends in the clan, including women and grandmothers, so he always had a lot of portable food when he went on missions. Takashi originally planned to go up and grab one, but after sniffing the air, his eyes flickered, burning with a hint of grilled food. Someone was cooking in the woods. He took a few steps towards the source of the smell and smelled another smell, which was the smell of around 4 people. The smell of this person was still very familiar. It was Takashi's old friend Guy and his team. Meow, Takashi called out, and when everyone looked over, he quickly started running. Wait. Rin was about to take a soldier food pill, but when she saw her ninja cat running away, she had to catch up immediately. Minato and Kakashi raised their eyebrows and followed after him. After experiencing the battlefield together, everyone was familiar with each other and knew that although this cat was mischievous, he was usually very stable and would never do anything too inexplicable during the mission. If he ran that way without saying anything, there must be something attracting him, and there was no danger. After chasing for a while, everyone saw 4 ninjas sitting in the woods around a simple pot. Fish, wild vegetables, mushrooms, and eggs were cooked in the pot, which was very delicious. Takashi rushed over and quickly jumped down from the tree. What's going on? The 4 ninjas were startled and immediately stood up to prepare for the attack. But then, more figures arrived one after another: Minato, Kakashi, Rin, and Obito, who arrived last, still holding a rice ball in his hand. The 2 jonin greeted each other politely, and then went to the side to chat, leaving the 6 of them and a cat chatting here. Guy, Genma, and Ebisu. I didn't expect to meet you here. When Obito saw this, he immediately threw away the rice ball. When Ebisu saw this scene, he couldn't help but adjust his glasses. These people are just freeloaders. Guy's eyes lit up instantly, but he ignored Obito and rushed to Kakashi and shouted loudly, Kakashi, I didn't expect to meet you here, let's have a duel. No, besides, friendly reminder, focus on your food, Kakashi said in a cold tone. The three people turned their heads and saw the cat grabbing the spoon in a weird posture, and then struggling to pry out a small fish from it. They saw the cat looking over and quickly climbed up the tree with a swish with fish in his mouth. This cat. Ebisu frowned, and then thought of academy days being harassed by this cat. It's that damn ninja cat. Genma held a toothpick in his mouth, glanced up, and then quickly jumped up to beat the black cat, obviously intending to avenge both old and new grudges, while the black cat fled nimbly. No problem. No problem, he's very reliable. Minato smiled slightly, and then continued chatting with his former subordinate, referring to the other sensei, who might have been under Minato's leadership during the previous war. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 58, Chapter 58. As a person and a cat jumped up and down, they occasionally caused some soup to spill. The two Jonin, Minato and Guy, swiftly dodged the splashes, sighing helplessly. Minato asked, "So, what's the situation with you guys? Did you complete the mission?" Guy's sensei reluctantly revealed the truth. Never mind that, we came to catch the cat, but by the time we arrived, someone else had already completed the mission. Minato was aware of Furukawa's true abilities. As a special jonin in Konoha, Furukawa was one of the few ninjas in the village specializing in Konoha's Fuinjutsu, sealing arts. Takashi sneaked around, listening in on the conversation, and almost burst into laughter. Was this done by Nono? No, it was most likely Kabuto who did it. Nono knew that her identity was sensitive, so she couldn't compete with the ninjas of Konoha for missions in such a big way. Ignorance truly is bliss. Takashi finished eating the small fish in his mouth, then stopped, glanced at Genma who was chasing after him, and jumped down next to Obito with a swish. Genma squatted on a tree and gave up chasing for the time being, realizing he was not as fast as the cat. Meow, we are the real Genin team. Takashi held his head high. Although he didn't curse anyone or say anything derogatory to others, Ebisu and Genma felt annoyed hearing it. What does it mean that you are the real Genin team? What's so great about you? Ebisu pushed up his glasses, and the anger in his heart could not be suppressed. However, not far away, he saw Kakashi, who was perfunctory with Guy, and the cat who was guarding Rin. Fortunately, there was also Obito, who was easier to compare against. He thought to himself, Takashi, don't be like this. Although we have been on the battlefield, the gap between us and them is not that big. Catching cats is really difficult without your help, Obito quickly scolded to smooth things over, but the whole place became even quieter. We have been on the battlefield. We have been on. It breaks their heart. Ebisu and Genma silently returned to the pot, picking up vegetables and eating. This team didn't have good people, so they still stopped talking to anyone. Takashi glanced at the system and suddenly felt extremely happy. A wave of more than 300 points. Although it's not a lot, it's very difficult to get this amount from Genin. Otherwise, normal Genin would only have more than 100. Thank you for your hard work. The little black cat apologized secretly, but on the surface, he went over to eat and drink without being polite at all. At first, Genma wanted to make a sneak attack, but after being stabbed by Needle Jizo, he gave up the intention of making another sneak attack. To not fight nor argue further. After eating and drinking, the two teams set off on their own roads. However, when Guy and the other three learned from their sensei about the mission that Minato and his team might take on this time, they all became even more sour. How come people who graduate from the same class can go to the front line and go to the border, but they are even being sent for the task of catching cats? Can't blame them for being upset. Takashi's team is probably in a unique situation. After all, who would have thought that a special jonin would be pushed out by his colleagues and have nowhere to go, and could only come back to train and go on missions with a bunch of genin? Isn't this just retired Anbu bullying people in the city? He/N, yes, Furukawa was in Anbu. Besides, what did they expect with their sensei Minato being so strong? Takashi was lying on the medical box, thinking wildly in his mind. They were still some distance away from the border, and he planned to conserve his energy to wait for the enemy. Of course, this is his own statement, and Obito and Kakashi are completely dismissive of him. At this point, the two are on a rare united front. After all, he was not Rin who was carrying the medical kit, but the two of them. It was already a day later when they arrived at the border area near Megakor village. Nothing happened during this period, but Takashi made no effort to run all the way, and he was carried along the way, taking a look at the mountains and rivers of the land of fire. The scenery is quite good, but the key is that Obito's resentment will add some points from time to time, which is great. After walking for who knows how long, they finally reached the designated valley. Minato stopped and looked around. Kakashi introduced in a low voice, "This is the border between us and the land of iron. Beyond that is the land of iron. There is no direct connection between the land of fire and the Megakor borders, so this is considered a border area. Then our patrol is to look for traces and pay attention to possible enemies." After Minato finished speaking, he made a disperse gesture, which meant that everyone spread out and searched, but for safety reasons, everyone must not be too far apart. Yes. Obito returned the medical kit to Rin, and then the three of them dispersed instantly, leaving only Minato alone. As a jonin, Minato was certainly not kept idle. His mission was to rescue 3 people and be responsible for their retrieval. During this mission, he may encounter enemy ninjas. And the reason why Konoha sent it as an A-level mission was because someone in this area found traces of Kyumo ninja activities. Takashi followed Rin. The search work cannot be done haphazardly. Black Cat didn't attend the class, so he doesn't understand it very well, but Rin is a top student and has learned relevant knowledge from textbooks. Therefore, after taking Takashi for a while, she began to search in a circle with Minato as the center to avoid the sensei being unable to rescue them in time when the battle broke out. However, there was one person in the team who, like Takashi, was an out-and-out unlucky. After a while, a slight scream came from the distance. "Ah, help! It's Obito, Takashi." Rin immediately recognized the owner of the voice and quickly rushed to Obito's side to support him. She knew Takashi was faster, so she let him go first. Without any instructions, the little black cat had disappeared into the forest. Rin has summoning jutsu, and she can use it to summon him back if she encounters danger, but Obito may have really encountered an enemy there. On the way, he saw Kakashi. This fellow summoned Pakun. The silly dog didn't run very fast in the forest. It wasn't long before Takashi caught up with him, so Kakashi sent Pakun back and followed Takashi directly. Not long after, they saw Obito sitting on a tree, panting in fear, and lying on the ground was a man who looked like a Konoha Chunin stationed at the border of the Land of Fire. He is. When Takashi smelled the familiar smell, he suddenly stood there, worried and moving forward little by little. Rin's father. Meow. Takashi turned around and was about to go find Rin, but saw a flash of light, and Minato came back with Rin. "He's still alive, please help." Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 59, Chapter 59, Otu-san. Rin sprinted towards Nohara Aizawa, quickly attending to his severe injuries with the medical kit on her back. "Kakashi, please check the surrounding area. I'll be on standby to support you at any time." Minato handed Kakashi a marked kunai, the Flying Thunder God kunai, which would enable him to provide instant support to Kakashi whenever needed. "Yes," Kakashi responded before disappearing from sight. "I'll go too," Takashi said, following Kakashi's footsteps. Although his sense of smell was not as keen as a ninja dog's, he was faster in the current environment, and with his help, Kakashi could avoid a lot of trouble. Kakashi noticed Takashi, the little black cat, catching up to him. He was surprised for a moment before saying coldly, "I won't save you if you're in danger." "Me too," Takashi responded rudely, confident in his skills, which didn't require Kakashi's help often. He sniffed around a bit before saying, "Follow me." Obito, meanwhile, wanted to join the chase but knew his more important task was to protect the medical ninja and assist her any way he can. "This is not the combat zone. He escaped here," Takashi explained, running quickly as he spoke. "The combat zone must be very close to that side because I smelled a strong scent of blood after running a few steps. A very strong scent of blood. Ahead." In just a few jumps, Takashi and Kakashi passed through the woods and saw a deep canyon. The surroundings were in disarray. Although there were no obvious traces of combat, to a trained eye, there were signs of ninja cleaning up the evidence of combat. Those people had handled it in a hurry, and there were bloodstains in many places. "The cleaning method is very sophisticated, and they should still be here when Obito screamed," Kakashi said, his face solemn. Aizawa's team was an experienced team, led by a jonin. To be able to ambush and trap them in such a small area, the opponent must be very strong. Takashi went to the edge of the cliff and sniffed. Down below, the valley was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen, but a ninja could step on the mountain wall and walk down the cliff, without fear of being suddenly attacked by enemies in the middle. Kakashi glanced down and asked calmly, "The enemy has also gone down?" "Well, the scent is very confusing, and it's difficult to distinguish how many people there are with the smell of blood," Takashi said, looking down, feeling confused. He didn't dare to continue chasing below. "Can you tell which ninja village it belongs to?" Kakashi asked without thinking, but after asking, he realized he had asked a stupid question. Which kind of ninja beast can smell the ninja village from just scent alone? Sure enough, the black cat returned the look of disdain and then jumped back. "Aren't you going to go down?" "Meow, you go ahead. I will pray for your soul," Takashi said unceremoniously, and then ran towards Rin and the others. Although he could use chakra to stick to the cliff wall and walk down, without knowing the structure and environment of the cliff here, he would definitely die if they encountered an ambush when they went down. "Damn it!" Kakashi looked at the cliff below in silence for a couple minutes, and then quietly huddled behind the big tree on the side and watched. If what Takashi had said didn't make him alert, he might have actually gone down to take a look. "Now that I think about it, I might as well wait. We can't let enemy get what they want, and their comrades at the bottom of the cliff might even be injured or dead. Rather than going down rashly, it's better to wait for the sensei to come." Takashi returned to Rin and found her treating Aizawa. At this time, Rin had completed the initial emergency treatment and used some medicine brought from Konoha to further stabilize the injury in her father's body to save chakra. She knew that Aizawa had 3 other teammates. Minato noticed the black cat's return but didn't find Kakashi, so he took the initiative to respond. "Meow, they're all under the cliff, we can't go down," Takashi reported the situation there. Of course, for such a dangerous job, the jonin must rush take the lead. His mission of search and reconnaissance has been completed, so he only needs to stay behind. "Good job," Minato gave him a thumbs up, and then he used Flying Thunder God to leave. Flying Thunder God is so convenient. Takashi was really envious. "With Flying Thunder God, I can spend as much time as I want relaxing and napping as long as the no one uses my kunai. Unfortunately, it's too expensive." It's a bit difficult to accumulate points eating cat food every day, and when he was doing tasks like catching cats and carrying water a few days ago, his points for a day all depended on Obito and Kakashi's contribution, which at most was just a few dozen. He can only eat one serving of ninja cat food every day, so he's too far away from buying any space and time ninjutsu. In addition to daily consumption, there are many other ways to spend points. It is good to maintain no deficit every day. After thinking for a moment, he jumped down to Rin and Obito. Use ninjutsu, the signs of life are fading, Takashi said. Rin was silent for a second, and then she started to use mystical palm jutsu. Ordinary ninjutsu was useless against Aizawa's injuries. Only mystical palm jutsu could have a certain effect. But to be honest, the injury on his leg cannot be cured by mystical palm jutsu completely. The best result was that he can walk without any problems. Even the kind and optimistic Obito didn't know how to break the tense atmosphere for a while. After all, Aizawa is Rin's father. Not long after, Minato brought Kakashi back, each carrying a corpse. One Jonin and one Chunin. They were all wet. It was obvious that there was a river at the bottom of the deep valley, and those enemies wanted to use the river to destroy the corpses and eliminate traces. Thanks to Obito's unlucky attribute, he accidentally discovered Aizawa, who was seriously injured. Otherwise, judging from the sophisticated handling methods of those enemies, they would definitely come over and thrown Aizawa off the cliff. They were quite fortunate otherwise. God knows how hard Rin would have been affected by this situation. Not being able to save her loved ones may be a motivation for the medical ninja, but it may also be an abyss. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Obito clenched his hands and said angrily, "Sensei, who are they?" "I don't know, there are no clues at the scene. The traces on the body are also covered up. It is difficult to find clues from it. We can only conclude that they use lightning release, water release, and one of them is very powerful," Minato said. "Swords were used, and at least 2 different swords, because the wounds were inconsistent," Kakashi said after studying it carefully for a moment. 7 ninja swordsmen. This Kirigakor group's name flashed through Takashi's mind. Needless to say, water release, lightning release, among the 7 people there is Thunder of the Mist Reiga Kurosuke. It's highly likely. This was the period when the 7 swordsmen were active. He was about to say something, but then he thought about it. Kirigakor village had been reclusive for many years. During this period, few people knew about the situation there. He was just a kitten. After all, the title of 7 swordsmen is too shocking. Did people from Kumagakor village do it? Rin finished her treatment and looked up at the sensei. It's hard to be sure, Minato shook his head. There were people from the 5 major villages who knew lightning and water release, but Kumagakor was the best at lightning release and Kirigakor was the best at water release, and there was no trace of the unique jutsus of each village on the corpse. Traces, it is impossible to determine their origins from the wounds. Meow, maybe it's the people from Kirigakor who want to put the blame on Kumo. Takashi squatted down, pretending to say it in a casual manner. Rin, how is Nohara-san's injury? Everything that can be cured has been cured, but the leg needs surgery. We don't have a treatment environment here, Rin said truthfully. You guys go back to the village first. Takashi and I will search here together. If you encounter danger, you can summon Takashi and I will rush over immediately to support you. Minato had to divide his forces, with enemy nearby, and he must make the comprehensive plan. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 60, Chapter 60. As Rin and the others took Nohara Aizawa away, Minato placed the little black cat on his shoulder. The Flying Thunder God technique quickly transported them to the mountainside where the kuno had been inserted. Takashi almost lost his balance, but Minato caught him in time. Can you still track the scent? Minato asked. The black cat looked up, his eyes filled with contempt. In this riverside area, how could he possibly track a scent? He climbed down and sniffed, then shook his head. The other person walked along the riverbank, and the scent was quickly washed away, making it impossible to trace. Let's search around the riverbank, Minato suggested. He took back the kuno and began walking along the river with Takashi. The narrow valley had many paths, and Takashi smelled and tested them one by one. After what felt like an eternity, at an intersection, Takashi found something odd. The riverbank was soaked with water. Maybe there was a chase? Takashi called back to Minato. Minato looked around and nodded in agreement. So, they walked forward, looking for places such as walls and woods that the other party might have overlooked. Eventually, they found the lingering scent of a ninja on a mountain wall. It was very light and intermittent but could still be traced by scent. Meow. The black cat called out, then sneaked forward along the mountain wall, followed closely by Minato. 1 person and 1 cat, tracking along the way. As they followed the scent, the smell became clearer and clearer, indicating that they were getting closer to the enemy. However, after catching up here, Minato noticed something was off. These enemies were guys seemed to be heading Kakashi and rest of team for an ambush. If they chose a faster route, they could easily sneak up from behind and attack. They might have summons beasts, Minato said, his expression turning serious. You show the way, Minato instructed Takashi, placing the little black cat on his shoulder to guide them. He would be responsible for tracking. As they followed the scent, the smell left on the road became newer and heavier, indicating that they were getting closer to the enemy. After walking for a while, Takashi discovered several traps. It was obvious that the enemies had noticed them. Meow, have we been exposed? Takashi asked before, but now that they were so close, he couldn't help but feel that they had been exposed under the enemy's watchful eye. Although the 7 ninja swordsmen could have suffered heavily from previous confrontation, dealing with ordinary ninjas was like cutting through fruits and vegetables for them. Most of Takashi's previous battles were surprise attacks and sneak attacks. He was only at Aizawa's level. Facing these 7 people was really intimidating. "Don't worry, I'll protect you," Minato reassured Takashi with a smile. Then, his eyes suddenly narrowed as he spotted an ambush ahead. Takashi lay on Minato's shoulder, his body arching up involuntarily, a cat's instinctive reaction to danger. "Get ready," Minato said, then accelerated forward, taking out a special kunai with his left hand. After getting close to a certain distance, he noticed a weapon similar to an axe. Kabuto Wari. It was a very heavy weapon, but it was extremely fast in the opponent's hands. In the blink of an eye, the axe was already in front of him. However, a kunai also passed beside opponent and reached a corner behind the tree. The next second, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. After changing positions, Takashi immediately used the Wild Lion main jutsu to tie up the enemy. However, he found that the opponent was very strong and almost pulled him over with a sharp tug. Takashi took the opportunity to get closer, quickly jumped on the hammer, and used the force to jump and swipe the opponent's neck with his claws. The opponent dodged quickly, and it was probably only a minor injury. What would be fatal was that the giant hammer swung towards him in the next second, and the large axe attached to the chain also flew forward. However, the black cat was just a cover, and the real killing move was yet to come. Minato launched a Rasengan from above enemy's head, killing the opponent instantly. But it's a pity that the other party disappeared in a splash of water. Obviously it was a clone. "It's the water clone." Minato continued on his way, but his mind was on the axe and the hammer connected to the axe. It seems that this is the ninja who has mastered Kabuto Wari. The opponent didn't reveal his forehead protector, but judging from his behavior, it's obvious it's one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Minato felt like he would get a headache, and Konoha had been slowly recuperating for many years. Megakor, Iwagakor Ninja and Tsunagakor had all recovered a lot of energy and were ready to make a move. However, Kirigakor had been reclusive for more than 10 years, and even Konoha Zumbu had less information on them. Now that they are dispatched and heading towards Konoha again, what a disaster. How troublesome. "Continue to pursue me out, Takashi?" asked Minato. Yes, Takashi nodded. He left a kunai with Kakashi. If current plan didn't work, he could use the Flying Thunder God to return. If he could collect enough information, his companions would be fully prepared when dealing with Kirigakor ninjas. Often, intelligence determines the outcome of a battle. Takashi actually had a rough guess in his mind. The one with the lightning release must be Kurosaki Reiga, the user of Thunderblade, Kiba, and the one just now should be the blunt sword, Kabuto Wari user Jinin Akabino. The third and fourth ones are hard to judge. There is a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. If they are besieged, Minato can run, but he can't necessarily escape. "I hope I can do more." While Takashi pointed the way, he nervously gripped hard on Minato's shoulder with his claws. Unknowingly, he got some points, but at the moment, he had no time to look at the points panel. They were rushing to a valley pass, and Minato was about to move forward when he suddenly felt the black cat on his shoulder kicking away hard. The next second, he saw a bolt of lightning falling from the sky. Lightning release, Thunder Fong. Although Minato didn't have the strong intuition of a cat, his reaction speed was very fast. The moment the lightning appeared, he directly used the nearest Flying Thunder God, coordinate Takashi. The lightning speed was very fast, and after he fled with the Flying Thunder God, there immediately a big crater into the ground they were standing on. If Takashi hadn't dodged the blow first, Minato would have definitely chosen to retreat while injured, but now, "Be careful to protect yourself." He only left one sentence, and then he disappeared away without a trace, leaving Takashi alone. The wind behind was strong. "What am I doing? Why am I here?" The most terrible thing is that he hid in the woods, smelled the scent and found out in despair that there was more than one person on the other side. He knew nothing about this person, so it could only carefully track and move forward. Fortunately, Kurosaki Reiga was fighting by Minato and could not release any more lightning jutsus. As long as his next opponent was not member of the 7 swordsmen, he could survive. But the next second, Takashi suddenly felt his eyes flashing. "Meow!" He yelled immediately and then disappeared. Summoning jutsu. Above the cliff, Kakashi, Obito and the ninja dogs were constantly fighting against a ninja. This ninja was holding an axe and a giant hammer. It was the real blunt sword holder Jinin Akabino whom Takashi and Minato met before was a bait. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 61, Chapter 61. Bang! As soon as he was summoned, Takashi heard a huge explosion and the sound of trees falling. "Takashi, where is the sensei?" Rin was extremely anxious. "Sensei is currently tangled with our opponent's friends," Nayatakashi said while observing the battlefield. "There are only 3 swordsmen here. It seems that there were only 3 of them dispatched for this area. 2 are responsible for restraining the Jonin, and 1 is responsible for dealing with the remaining opponent team members. For ordinary ninjas, an attack from Kabuto Wari is absolutely lethal, especially from the real body. The speed and strength are much stronger than the water clones. In short, it seems that he can't get involved in the battle here. What should I do?" Rin almost burst into tears. Such an enemy would be too much for her as well as medical ninja, because if she was hit by the hammer, it must have resulted in a broken bone, and she didn't have the ability to treat such an injury quickly during mid-battle. "Hold on. As a ninja cat with very little strength, Takashi couldn't do anything against this enemy. He glanced into the distance. Kakashi and Obito were jumping and dodging, escaping the wild swings while trying to avoid each other's attacks, but if they were hit, they would die. It's a tightrope dance. Takashi, go support them, be safe. Meow. The little black cat called back in horror, but when his eyes met Rin's pleading gaze, he had no choice but to agree. Let's go for it, but, how? This guy is so big, he may die if he is touched by that weapon. Yet isn't this quite the usual for me? He moved carefully through the trees. He definitely couldn't fight in close quarters otherwise, he would die if his small body were touched by the weapon. However, he lacked long-range ability. After thinking about it, Takashi came up with a plan. He climbed above the mist swordsman, took out the iron ball from his inventory, and then hurled it at him. Kakashi and Obito were engrossed in their battle when they suddenly saw an iron ball flying over. They were startled at first, then quickly re-evaluated their escape route. The mist swordsman was focused on dealing with Kakashi and Obito. He didn't notice the iron ball until it was flying to the side. He immediately used the hammer in his hand to swat it away. Clap with a crisp sound, the iron ball flew up into the sky like a ball being knocked away by a bat and disappeared into the distance. Takashi stared at the inventory for several seconds, finding in despair that the iron ball did not return. What a loss. However, Kakashi did not miss this opportunity and quickly swing his sword to strike. He was very fast, and the sword was about to hit the opponent in the blink of an eye. However, the Kirigakor Jonin was not afraid at all and counterattacked, stabbing at Kakashi in the chest with the axe, which turned out to be a feint. Then he swung his hammer backhandedly. In his opinion, there was no need to use regular attacks with blunt axes to deal with Kakashi. Just one swing of the hammer could knock him down. And indeed it did. The next second, Kakashi was hammered away like an iron ball and crashed into the trunk of a tree, unable to move at all. Kakashi. Since Kakashi was standing between enemy and Obito, he couldn't see clearly what happened. He only knew that Kakashi had rushed in, successfully attacked, and then been knocked away by a hammer. He roared angrily, then quickly formed seals with his hands and aimed a huge fireball at the Kabuto-wary wielder. The Kabuto-wary wielder immediately retreated, but from behind, a black cat attacked silently. This was a stream of vacuum bullets, but the difference is that these vacuum bullets are infused with more chakra, making them larger and more powerful than ordinary ones. Tisk! The green wind bullets opened several bloody holes in his body. The Kabuto-wary wielder roared in pain and turned around to throw his axe, but only hit the branches. Using this opening, Obito took advantage of this and rushed up again. Rin was distraught, worried about Kakashi and Obito. Takashi walked in a small circle in the woods and quietly ran to Kakashi to check his injury. He was really worried at first. However, he felt relieved after seeing the situation clearly. Kakashi's sword was only half length, and his hair was patchy. He probably blocked it with the sword in the wild lion's main jutsu just now, so he was just unconscious. At most, he had a few broken ribs in his chest. It's not a big problem. Kakashi will gradually get used to this level of injury, but it's a pity about his sword. At this moment, Takashi felt that his iron ball was nothing. After confirming that Kakashi was safe, it looked up at the battle situation. Rin had come to join the battle. Although he couldn't help much, occasionally throwing shurikens could restrain the opponent a little. On the other hand, Obito kept attacking the Kabuto-wary wielder, but he failed to hit him. Did he open his Sharingan? However, the Kabuto-wary wielder is not only skilled with axes, but he is also proficient in water release. His water release may not be as strong as others, but it is more than enough to defeat a genin like Obito. Judging from the series of seals, it is at least an A-rank ninjutsu. Takashi had no choice. Although he knew that if he uses Wild Lion's main jutsu, he would be dragged over, he didn't want the enemy to use A-rank ninjutsu. Others didn't know it, but Kakashi and Aizawa, who were lying on the ground, were bound to suffer. With his hair flying up and binding the enemy's hands, the Kabuto-wary wielder smiled ferociously. His water clone had blocked Takashi and Minato before. He was observing from far away at that time. How could he not know that this cat had this ability? When his hands were tied, he stopped making seals, then instantly changed his gestures. Water release, water clone jutsu. In the forest area, although the water clone does not have the bonus of the river, the chakra consumption is not too great. After the clone appears, it immediately rushes towards Obito, and he throws him away, then jumps up and turns toward Takashi with his axe and hammer, starting attacking him. Takashi quickly cancelled the ninjutsu, but was still pulled over by inertia. The little black cat was flying in the air, trying to adjust its posture. Seeing the enemy's ferocious smile, something spilled out of his lower body, and then he grabbed a shot and the thing flew out like an iron ball. The Kabuto-wary wielder had never encountered a ninja who used this tactic in battle, and casually swatted it away with his hand, thinking it was a hidden weapon like an iron ball. It turned out that the thing was very sticky. Although some of it flew away, a lot of it remained on his hand. Disgusting and very smelly. What was even more confusing was that the next second Takashi was summoned back through reverse summoning, so the Kabuto-wary wielder's attack missed the target. He was extremely annoyed and simply turned around to kill Kakashi, but the next moment a figure appeared next to Kakashi, and as he got closer, Odama Raiznan. Boom! The Kabuto-wary wielder was directly blasted out, then lay motionless on the ground. The water clone also disappeared without a trace. Obito immediately collapsed after being beaten. Sensei, let me treat you. Rin ran over immediately. Minato's injuries were also severe. He had injuries from lightning release, sword wounds, and water release injuries. In addition, he was exhausted from rushing back. At this moment, he had reached his limit. Minato took a soldier food pill, sat down, and breathed heavily, saying, "Treat Kakashi first, I'm fine." To be on the safe side, Takashi ran over and released a sigh of relief. Remembering the Raisnon, he relaxed after seeing the enemy tremble for couple moments before not breathing. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 62, Chapter 62. Don't damage his body too much, I have to take it back to the village. Minato stood up and walked to the side of the kabuto-wari holder. Well, this guy is dead. However, his body is still of great value. If it is sealed and brought back to the village, a lot of secrets about Kirigakure should be revealed. Kirigakure has been rigidly isolationist for many years, and now it has reappeared and attacked Konoha. They need to collect it urgently. Information about Kirigakure village. Otherwise, he would not have risked his students' lives to seize the Thunderblade Kiba from the enemy. Meow, did you kill the one with the Kiba holder? Takashi noticed the Thunderblade Kiba and was a little surprised. No, I only killed one ninja from the Hojiki clan. I grabbed this one. The Thunderblades are a pair of short swords. Minato only managed to grab one, but losing one for Kurosaki Reiga meant that he would no longer be able to use that powerful thunder release ninjutsu, which was still very beneficial to Konoha. After walking to the edge, he squatted down and took out 2 storage sealing scrolls from his pockets, and began to form seals and perform sealing jutsus. One seals the thunder blade and the kabuto-wari, and the other to seal the body of the kabuto-wari holder. Takashi watched quietly from the side and glanced at the points panel. He was secretly happy the points that had not been increased for a long time due to the daily consumption of cat food had finally increased sharply, and now there were more than 3,300 on the account. The great work of doubling is already half done. However, this point may not be saved, because after calculation, the natural energy in his body may have been completely digested, and he can completely change to luxury cat food. Luxurious cat food can directly infuse natural energy, which is crucial for cats that cannot safely absorb natural energy from the outside world and fuse senjutsu chakra. It is an indispensable consumable like special food for ninja cats. It's so difficult for me. Takashi lay on the ground, thinking about countermeasures in his heart. I had no choice but to use this move today, so I thought of a way to disgust the opponent and increase the level of taunting, would help me gain a lot of points. Unexpectedly, the taunting skill failed, and the opponent prepared to kill Kakashi instead. Fortunately, Minato wasn't late this time. Therefore, the points can only be regarded as an unexpected blessing. Otherwise, in future fights, should it first throw a hidden cat dung weapon at the Jonin opponents? I cannot behave like in this manner. HW thought secretly in his mind, but the next second, he felt that this was a powerful tool for collecting points. In fact, it might not be impossible when he couldn't beat his opponents. Ninjas should make good use of all resources, and the same goes for ninja cats. Takashi's thoughts came to mind in an instant, of course. Who would want to be a ninja cat with no limits and no morals if he could defeat his opponent with dignity and self-respect? After taking care of the funeral of dead border patrol members, Rin also gave Kakashi preliminary treatment. After healing the wounds of Obito, who was unconscious, she began to treat Minato. This is the good thing about having medical ninjas with the team. Even if the treatment on site is not perfect, they can still provide first aid and save the lives of their teammates as much as possible. Is Obito okay? Minato didn't know much about Obito's situation, so he didn't know how he fainted. He was receiving Rin's treatment and consulting at the same time. It's nothing serious. He was not unconscious, but just now he seemed. His Sharingan eyes are open, meow. Takashi answered for Rin. Obito's precise movements at that time was obviously due to the ability of insight and prediction after opening the Sharingan, which allowed him to flexibly and accurately avoid the attacks of his enemy. Has his Sharingan eyes opened? Minato was stunned for a few seconds, and then a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. This kid has always attached great importance to his eyes, but now he opened them because Kakashi was in danger, which shows that he really treats Kakashi as a comrade and partner, despite regularly arguing with him. How nice. He sighed in his heart and began to think about what gift he should give Obito when he returned to the village. He just stayed there with this thought. Naya Minato-sensei, you should think more about how to take everyone back to village. Takashi squatted over there and poured cold water on his head. Minato came back to his senses and looked around. There were 5 people, 2.5 patients. If Obito couldn't wake up for a while, there was really no way to take him back. He thought for a moment and said, please help. Our situation is not convenient for using flares. Look around. It should be time for other patrols, so you might contact other teams? What the hell is it about me? I am now the strongest fighter in the team, but is it really okay for a little ninja cat like me to die when the enemy is around me? After returning to the village, well, I'll take you to capital city. Minato originally wanted to treat him to a feast, but then he thought of buying a gift for Kushina and treating this greedy ninja cat to a feast. I was afraid that I wouldn't have enough money for the meal, so I changed my mind and said I would take him to capital city. Capital City has Konoha's #1 pet masseuse. Takashi's eyes lit up, and he turned around to see Rin's pleading eyes. He raised his head proudly and then disappeared into the woods. Cats are the best hunters in the jungle. As long as he doesn't encounter a Jonin, Black Cat's skills are enough for him to escape. If he encounters a Jonin, there's nothing to say. Just run and delay as much as possible, and attract away from Minato. Takashi estimated that he had the mark of the Flying Thunder God on his body, so it seemed quite safe for Minato to be able to directly fly to the God of Thunder to change positions before, eliminating Minato's unreliability at critical moments. As he ran, sniffed around, and thought to himself, this area is on the border with the Land of Iron. Very few people usually walk around here, so he walked a long distance without smelling anyone. After searching for a while, he went to the beach. This place was quite far away from where Minato and the others were, but it wasn't until here that Takashi found the human scent. He wasn't clear whether it was a ninja or not, so he could only go there and find out. After searching for a long time, he finally found the human scent. Following the scent, he found that this was a gathering place for Konoha ninjas. Takashi was overjoyed and immediately jumped into the middle of the road and shouted into the camp, "Meow! This is to avoid being mistaken for an enemy. A cat. Wait, it's a ninja cat. I'll go over and take a look." The people in charge of sentry and patrol in these teams immediately noticed Takashi, and two of them got up and walked over to them. One of the two is a member of the Uchiha clan. Our team encountered the Kirigakure ninja and has killed one enemy so far. However, two people in the team were seriously injured and unconscious, and one person was temporarily unconscious. The Jonin will not have much combat power in a short period of time. I hope to get your support and protection. Takashi summarized the situation in as quickly as possible. The Uchiha ninjas frowned slightly, and then a red magatama suddenly appeared in his eyes. After a few glances, he confirmed that there were no traces of the transformation jutsu and said, "There are Kirigakure ninjas, I will take someone to take a look. You guys stop cooking, take some soldier food pills and increase patrols along the coast. We must find where they landed from." Yes. Everyone in the camp immediately packed up their tools and prepared to patrol the coast. A ninja rushed over with the Shushin jutsu, and then the Uchiha ninja nodded and said, "Please lead the way." Takashi returned the same way and took them to the place where Minato and the others were resting. Although Minato and the others had changed places, but he still found it by following the smell. "I didn't expect Takashi to find you. Minato, with your strength, you seem quite embarrassed. It seems that Kirigakure's ninjas that you encountered were quite strong." The Uchiha ninjas frowned. They patrol the coast every day, and these ninjas sneaked in but they don't even notice it, not to mention they injured someone like Minato, an elite Jonin. What hope do they have to survive? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 63, Chapter 63, Kara-san. Escort them near Konoha until they wake up or meet next patrol. In addition, use the summon animal to tell your friends that the enemy is very powerful, so don't spread too thin. Uchiha Kara was very decisive. If someone like Minato was injured in this manner, which shows that the enemy is indeed powerful, and the Kirigakure ninjas sneaked into the border silently, this is a major breach on their part, and they must be held accountable. Hi. The ninjas summoned many crows and sent them away. These crows had been raised by him since they were young and were already quite intelligent. Finding people, reconnaissance, and other tasks were very simple for them. Takashi observed carefully and found that this ninja was somewhat similar to Rin's classmate Yamashiro Aoba. Yamashiro Aoba's father? Takashi glanced at him and couldn't help but jump up and pat down one of the ninja crows and held it under his paws. "Hey, don't kill them." Yamashiro Heieki felt extremely distressed when he saw the frightened and struggling expression of the crow. The black cat loosened his paws. The ninja crow struggled to fly out, but was quickly held down by another paw. Although Yamashiro Heieki wanted to protect his crow, he was afraid that the kitten would kill the crow without knowing the seriousness, so he didn't dare to rush in to save his crow. "Takashi, don't make trouble." Finally, Minato spoke, and Takashi let go of the poor crow, letting it fly away to continue completing its mission, while the little black cat opened the system panel and took a look. It's increased by more than 400, so great. This was just a small incident, and everyone didn't pay much attention to it. Moreover, Uchiha Kara's attention was not here, but he was watching the surroundings with great vigilance, while observing the unconscious Uchiha clansman. He had a vague impression of this clansman, because among the entire clan, this one seems to be the only one who uses goggles to protect his eyes all day long and carries eye drops with him. But what's the name? Okita? Ashiro? Omeda? He fell into deep thought and observed for a few more seconds. He found that the injuries on this clansman's body could not cause him to become comatose, so he asked curiously, "How did this child get injured?" He was not injured. He may have collapsed due to fatigue, due to opening of Sharingan. Minato mentioned it casually. Opening his Sharingan eyes? Uchiha was stunned for a few seconds, and then he said happily, "Then he will be fine after a sleep, then he can help carry people later." This old man sure was heartless. Takashi silently gave his condolences for Obito. He was not awake yet, even so the labor force was taken into consideration already. Fortunately, he was small. This further made him determined that he must not grow too big in the future. "I guess I have a share some of the weight, but still being used as a mule is definitely not okay. But what if there is too much senjutsu chakra and I can't control it, and grow bigger without my choice?" He couldn't help but feel worried. After a long rest, Minato almost recovered, and Obito also woke up. After learning the news that his Sharingan eyes were open, the child laughed like a fool and almost threw away his goggles when he was so happy. Then, he hurried to the river to confirm. Through the image on the water, Obito vaguely saw a Magatama moving in his eyes. Only one Magatama? He was a little regretful, but when he thought about it carefully, he was very satisfied. How many people in the clan were unable to open their Sharingan eyes in the end, but I at least took the first step. I heard from the old people that eyes can evolve later, and I can also develop them into 3 Tomo, Magatama, in the future. Obito thought so in his heart. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound of running water. This sound, The young man turned his head and saw the black cat urinating into the river upstream. Damn it, can't you do things like a normal cat while I'm watching downstream and you are peeing on top? Obito was so annoyed that he got up and wanted to argue with the little black cat. But Takashi didn't look at him at all, and arrogantly walked back to Uchiha Kara and the others, as if he wasn't the one who deliberately go out of his way to mess with Obito just now. Obito was too irritated and chased from behind, while the black cat ran faster. After arriving at Minato, Rin smiled and said, "Obito, you are finally back. Kara-senpai and Hayaki-senpai have already prepared the stretcher. We can start back." "Ah, I'm sorry, I was just too excited, so." "It's okay, let's go." Minato patted Obito's hair, and then went to get the stretcher. At Rin's suggestion, Kara and Hayaki made 2 simple stretchers to avoid secondary damage to the injured during transportation. It takes at least half a day to get back to Konoha, but carrying 2 people will definitely slow down the speed greatly. During this period, Rin treated Nohara Aizawa and Kakashi many times. Kakashi was okay, but he had a few broken ribs and his internal organs were injured by the shock. After being straightened and repaired with medical ninjutsu, he was basically fine. He was still using a stretcher just to prevent the fragile joints from accidentally cracking again. Takashi followed behind, but in his mind he was thinking about the scene he just saw. Obito only opened 1 Magatama, i.e. 1 Tomo Sharingan. It seems that Kakashi's almost death did not stimulate him that deeply. If Rin was hit by a hammer and fell to the ground, it is estimated that it is not impossible to gain 3 Tomo Sharingan or even direct Mangekyo. Tisk, man, it's a pity that I won't give the enemy a chance to hurt Rin. If he wanted to open his Sharingan eyes, he could rely on Kakashi. The little black cat is full of malice. It is not that I hate Kakashi, but came from the bottom of my heart to protect Rin, so I could only apologize to him silently inside my heart. On the way back, Obito and Hayaki carried Kakashi, Minato and Uchiha Kara carried the seriously injured Aizawa, and Rin followed and took care of him. The easiest thing is Takashi, it only needs to go ahead and scout out the surrounding situation. With a cat's nose, it's easy to do this. Everyone went smoothly all the way back. Kara and Hayaki didn't encounter another team catching cats until they were around the village. They replaced the injured and hurried back to the coast. When we returned to the village, it was already the morning of the next day. After peeing and messing with Obito yesterday, Takashi had no chance to collect points later. He ate some cat food and lost a lot of points, but he still felt that the future was bright. His most stable source of points, Uchiha Obito. He can contribute more points after opening his eyes, and these points will be earned back sooner or later. On the other hand, the Nohara family is currently facing a major problem. Although Aizawa was rescued, he returned to Konoha from the border. Even with Rin's treatment and the Jonin carrying the stretcher, after all, it took more than a day, and even Konoha's medical team could not completely cure him. The result of the preliminary diagnosis was that although the right leg could walk in the future, it could no longer function as a normal ninja. According to Takashi's understanding, Aizawa is going to lose his job. Aizawa is the family's biggest source of income. After retiring, the family's income will inevitably drop sharply. It would be better if the village has follow-up arrangements. If there is no follow-up arrangement, the family can only rely on Rin as a genin to make money. Oh, yes, also Ev himself. However, his salary is all counted on Rin's head, so it's not much different from nothing. Takashi couldn't help but feel sad when he thought about his salary. If only I had money. I could eat whatever I want and buy whatever I want. Since Rin is in charge of the money now, and I have to get her permission to buy food and drink. It's so difficult these days. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 64, Chapter 64. Takashi struggled to find a partner to earn points during this time. After Obito awakened his Sharingan, he received special training from the Uchiha clan and stayed indoors for 2 to 3 days, while Kakashi remained hospitalized. With no other options, Takashi waited for Minato to fulfill his promise to bring him to the capital, where he could locate Kabuto. That was his current mission. As for the Nohara family's hardships, Takashi felt it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Being unable to join the battlefield at least saved his life. Although it was cowardly to say so, it was a fact Nohara Aizawa was likely died in canon, but here, he at least survived. Takashi simply wanted to survive in Konoha and protect those he cared about. He really didn't want to lose anyone close to him. I haven't been to Minato's house yet, and I don't know where it is. Takashi wandered the streets, searching for Minato. The blonde was probably hanging out with Uzumaki Kushina and had forgotten everything else. Takashi needed to remind him and hold him to his earlier promises. If he couldn't return to the village, his previous promises would no longer hold weight. Takashi roamed the streets of Konoha, seeking Minato's scent. After a long time, he couldn't find Minato but encountered a peculiar woman. She had fiery red hair and carried a small basket on her arm. The woman was walking down the street, looking around, glancing left and right. She seemed to be shopping for groceries. Uzumaki Kushina. Takashi's eyes lit up. Minato came and went without a trace, but he found his wife. Okay, he thought, that's enough. Takashi followed her quietly, and after a few steps, Kushina stopped at a corner. The black cat looked around, then jumped up to the wall, walking around the corner along the wall, searching for traces of Kushina after the corner. However, he found a pair of bright eyes staring at him after lowering his head. Little black cat, why are you following me? The red-haired woman stretched out her hand, grabbed him from the wall, and stared at him carefully for a few seconds, as if she was deciding if she should teach him a lesson or not. Meow. Takashi was frightened and immediately pointed his paw at his neck. The name tag on him was very bright. Kushina raised him and looked at the name tag around his neck. She didn't react when she saw Takashi, but she remembered him completely when she saw the words Rin. Minato's student's cat. Kushina looked over and over, even taking off the ninja cat's coat to take a closer look. A strange smile broke out on her face, then she held the basket in one hand and held the cat in the other and said, "It's still a male cat, it's rare to find a bident cat. I'll wait for you to grow up someday and find you a female cat to have a baby." Meow. Takashi was shocked. This woman is such a thug. She took off his clothes when they met her and tries to help herself decide his future with a female cat. Although he are cats in this life, he was humans in his previous life. Besides, this cat is less than a year old now. Don't you think it's too early to talk about this? Let's take you to my house. Regardless of his opinion, Kushina hugged him with her arms and walked all the way to Minato's residence. When they arrived at the house, the smell of Minato was much stronger. No wonder Takashi couldn't find Minato's house. His home was relatively remote and didn't look big, but it had 3 rooms inside. After entering, it looked like there should be 1 room for Minato and 1 room for Kushina. They haven't had sex yet. Takashi already understood what was going on. There was no smell of Minato in Kushina's room. Virgin, he muttered in his heart. That Minato hasn't come back yet, but he will come back soon, because we are going to the capital today, so he will definitely come back. Kushina explained. Meow meow. What the? Minato agreed to take him to the capital, but it turned out that he had already planned to take Kushina to the capital, and he was just along for the ride. Takashi felt tired and felt that this cat's life was difficult. Kushina went to cook, and Takashi sat on the table, waiting for the blonde to come back. The meal was almost done. At this time, the sound of a key turning was heard from the door. Soon the door was opened, and a touch of blonde hair appeared in the crack of the door, and then someone walked in. Kushina, I'm be back. Minato was about to say hello to Kushina, but when he walked in, he suddenly saw a black cat's eyes staring at him. The look in his eyes was filled with resentment, anger, sadness, and a complex mixture of other emotions. He scratched his hair, smiled awkwardly, and explained, "Takashi, I have been busy with Kirigakure's affairs in the past few days, and I have no time to take you there. Today I will take you to the capital." Ah, will he also come to the capital? Kushina brought the dishes and was stunned for a moment when she heard this sentence. Minato was even more embarrassed and could only laugh a few times without saying anything. Meow eat. Takashi protected the bowl of fish that Kushina brought. Originally, this bowl of grilled fish was Minato's share, but now it belonged to him. Minato didn't care at all, still holding it, and laughed awkwardly. At the dinner table, the scumbag and woman talked about how they met in the past, and mentioned that Kushina was kidnapped by Megakor village and was rescued by Minato before returning to Konoha, etc. Takashi was eating beside her. The torture was so severe that the grilled fish no longer tasted good, and he just felt like a third wheel at the table. However, he deliberately interrupted the atmosphere in the middle. Although it couldn't fill the gap of eating cat food in the past few days, it could be considered the first opportunity in these days to earn points. So, what was supposed to be a heartwarming meal was interrupted by the black cat and ended without a problem. He packed up his things and left Konoha, heading for the capital. Minato is usually very busy, so he can't handle too many things. Different from before. This time they walked on the official road, and their speed was not as fast as when they went on a mission. They could see many bustling towns along the way. Takashi looked around and got a taste of the various customs of the Land of Fire. They didn't arrive in the capital until around dinner time. Takashi followed Minato and his wife to shop on the side of the road. The stingy Minato didn't think of himself, but Kushina thought of buying something for him. Of course, he didn't care about that either. After walking around, Takashi suddenly saw a small shop in front of him. There was a familiar scent circulating outside the shop. It was the scent of Kabuto and Yakushi Nono. He quickly ran in. Minato and Kushina were looking at things and whispering to each other. They didn't notice the little black cat running into the shop. Takashi entered the shop and saw Nono and Kabuto inside. Outside, there was a middle-aged man who looked like he was from the orphanage. He came over to help them manage the store. The store seems to be really popular. He doesn't know if Kabuto's techniques have gotten better. He pondered for a moment, followed the scent, and found it. He saw the medical ninja Nono treating and massaging a cat, while the Kabuto looked like an apprentice next to her. On one side, sat a noble lady, who was obviously a noble in Capital City and also the owner of this cat. Kabuto's eyes lit up when he saw Takashi, but after glancing at the lady, he gently waved his hand to signal Takashi not to speak rashly. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 65, Chapter 65. Alright madam, when you bring this cat back, please pay attention to her mood and don't let her overeat in the near future. Nono said something professionally while Kabuto watched and listened. Takashi knew that it was this little boy who had studied these things and was a genius. He watched secretly from the side and saw Kabuto deliberately pretending to be cute and telling jokes, which made the lady smile. He understood why they was able to establish themselves in a short period of time, by this small shop, and become popular in the city of Capital City. Danzo and Orochimaru were right about one thing. Kabuto was a genius and was born to be a spy. Takashi observed for a while, Within a few seconds, he felt a chill all over his body, as if his tail had been stepped on by someone, and this strong chill came from behind. He was so frightened that he immediately turned around and looked behind. This was a woman who looked like a noblewoman from the land of fire, and she was holding a cat in her hand. The cat looked very well behaved, but he was also a cat, and Takashi could understand its situation at a glance. Terror. At the same time, the woman also stared at Takashi. Of course, he didn't recognize this appearance, but there was only one person in the land of fire with this cold and stern gaze like a poisonous snake. Orochimaru, one of the three Sunins. Why is he here? The hair all over Takashi's body was about to stand up, but he didn't dare to stand up. He forced his eyes away and pretended not to notice. Orochimaru chuckled lightly and put the cat he had caught somewhere on the ground. As soon as the cat landed, he quickly ran towards the door without stopping. He walked over. Although his appearance became very beautiful and elegant, it was difficult to hide the coldness in his bones. Besides, he probably didn't want to hide it at this time. He walked towards Takashi step by step with a smile on his face. Takashi wanted to run away, but he felt that if he ran, he would end up in a worse situation. I like well-behaved cats, and the one just now was too bad. Orochimaru smiled, picked up the black cat from the corner, then touched it with his hand, and used the transformation jutsu to hide the name tag around Takashi's neck, and whispered in soft voice with chilling undertone, "You better well-behaved." Meow. Takashi nodded without saying anything. This guy is a ruthless man. The cat must have been tortured just now after being caught, so it didn't dare to move. He didn't want to suffer. Orochimaru picked him up with a smile. Of course, this is just a transformation jutsu. If it were his original appearance, this smile would have become a cold evil smile. After all, this appearance is just a mask. Do you know who is inside? Orochimaru whispered. Meow. Black Cat pretended to be stupid and did not dare to answer directly. Orochimaru didn't get angry, patted his head gently and said, "Cooperate." The next second, the lady inside hugged the cat and left. Orochimaru walked in with Takashi in his arms. After seeing Nono and Kabuto, he handed Takashi to Nono and said, "I heard that you recently opened a massage shop for pets. Can you give me a massage for this naughty fellow?" "No problem, madam, sit inside." Nono not noticing anything strange, she quickly invited Orochimaru to come in and sit down. Kabuto continued to play the role of an apprentice, watching from the sidelines without taking any action himself. But he recognized that the black cat was Takashi. Orochimaru smiled, sat down in the room, glanced at Kabuto, and suddenly said, "Is this your apprentice?" Yes. "I want to see your apprentice's abilities, if you don't mind me asking." "This." Nono was stunned for a moment and felt something strange was going on. The person in front of them seemed to have ulterior motives. She seemed to pay special attention to Kabuto. Could she be here for Kabuto? She didn't see the flaw in Orochimaru's transformation jutsu, so she thought that this woman was really a noble woman from the land of fire. She was just worried that this woman had other ideas about Kabuto. "Sensei, please let me try this time." Kabuto bowed deeply. "Okay, let my student try it." Nono suppressed his worries and forced Kabuto to massage Takashi with a smile. Kabuto touched the cat's body, pressed it. As he started massaging, he used some medical ninjutsu methods to become more certain that this was Takashi, that unique, weird, and troublemaking black cat, and he became more and more suspicious. He knew very well what this cat was capable of, and even Kakashi suffered at his hands. Why would he listen to this woman now? Could it be that? The little boy was shocked and realized that this woman's identity was fake, and she was actually a more powerful ninja than Kakashi. Among the people Kabuto knew, Kakashi was the only one who was the strongest, so he could only be used as a comparison for ninjas. Even though he understood his current situation, he didn't make too much noise. He massaged Takashi calmly and steadily. The strength was exactly right and no one could see anything wrong. "Good boy, you have a pair of skillful hands. I see you are still young and have some talent. Why don't you become a ninja?" "Be a ninja, me." Kabuto pointed at himself in surprise while massaging. The lady Orochimaru turned into smiled and said in a somewhat joking tone, "Yes, why don't you become famous in the ninja world as a ninja, but just stay here and be a masseur?" "Madam, what on earth is she planning?" As a former root member, Nono's instincts started screaming. As soon as she heard these words, she knew that the person in front of her was definitely not an ordinary noble from capital city, but someone from the village. Her heart felt cold. "Kanaha, no, someone sent from Lord Danzo." "Don't panic, I'm not his, I'm just a little interested in your child." "Your name is Kabuto. I'm very interested in you. If you want to be a ninja one day, you might as well come to me." After Orochimaru finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. "Your cat. It is very well mannered and will go home on its own. Take this as reward." He put down a secret scroll and left quietly. Takashi huddled in his position, not daring to express his anger even though he was being scratched very comfortably, hoping that Orochimaru would leave soon, while Kabuto and Nono were stunned for a moment. When they came to their senses, Orochimaru had already left. "There is a scroll on the table." Nono took it over and took a look, and was immediately surprised. This is a scroll recording medical ninjutsu. It contains several medical ninjutsu that Kabuto has not yet mastered, but her focus is not the medical ninjutsu, but some biological research and knowledge recorded in the second half of the volume. She was shocked. The person who could take out this thing was definitely not an ordinary person in the village. Nono thought about it, and after eliminating many conjectures one by one, a possibility emerged in his mind: Orochimaru, one of the three Sunins. She put it aside, her thoughts filled with confusion and worry. On the contrary, Kabuto didn't have much impression. After all, the other person didn't even leave their name, and he didn't know much about Konoha. He only thought that the person was a powerful ninja, but he had no idea how powerful and what the other party's attention meant. Takashi was very happy on his side. He was being served very comfortably, and Orochimaru was gone. It was a blessing in disguise. After a while, he couldn't help but sigh. It is true that true expertise comes from practice. Kabuto's skills have become more and more advanced, much better than Minato's random scratches. Speaking of which, did Minato even find out that I ran away? He thought to himself, and opened the points panel with a thought, and found that there were 200 extra points on it, only couple hundred points. Only this amount? Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 66, Chapter 66. Takashi was very angry. A normal person would at least look for his cat if he found it missing. Why did this guy only give him couple hundred points? When he thought about it carefully, his heart felt cold. He still has the mark of the flying thunder god on his body, and it was clearly arranged from the beginning. The points received were probably not given by Minato, but by Kushina, who was a little worried after she found out that he was missing. That's right, she must not be too worried, especially being a Ninetales Jinchuriki. How sad. Takashi lay down on the small table, and Kabuto used the techniques he had perfected after arriving in Capital City, making him understand what it meant to be a great masseuse in the fire capital city. Of course, after watching it once, he understood that the reason why Kabuto became popular in Capital City was not only due to his skills, but also his cute and well-behaved mannerisms. Although he was not selling his body, it did not prevent the ladies from coming over to let him chat with him. Kabuto, this scroll. You can keep it for now. If I want to read it one day, it won't be too late to ask you for it. Kabuto smiled without any scheming. Nono was stunned for a moment, then nodded silently, put away the scroll and entered the back room. When she left, Kabuto leaned down and asked, Takashi-chan, do you recognize that person just now? No, Naya. Don't ask, I just don't want to know him, don't want to think about him. This ninja world is too dangerous. If I want to survive, I have to play it safe. You don't know him either. Kabuto's movements were obviously different, and he obviously didn't believe it in his heart. He knew that the black cat recognized the woman, the ninja who frightened the dean. This boy is too smart. At this moment, he felt that the various classic sentences in the previous life were really the insights of the wisdom. What does it mean that the more you know, the faster you will die? Curiosity killed the cat? Please not this honest and obedient kitty. This is bad. The little black cat originally wanted to come over and tease Kabuto, but now never wanted to meet him again. The boy had been wandering around in the circle of noble ladies in Capital City for a while, and his scheming had reached a very high level. He only got a few dozen points, which were not enough to pay for the efforts he had put in as he had traveled all the way to Capital City. Of course, Kabuto's skills were still as good as ever. He thought about it for a while, and before leaving, he still told Kabuto something useful. Have you been doing the task of catching cats recently? Ah, no, some noble people often come to our place and say that their cats are lost. We help them look for it, and I look for them when I get time. Kabuto explained. After a few seconds, he realized that why this mysterious ninja would come to him. Was it because he had taken too many cat-catching missions? I'll go, meow. Takashi waved his paw. Little Shota has grown up and has gradually turned into a sinister man, and it is not as easy to score points as before. Although Kabuto has become much more sinister, he is still a good boy with superb skills. However, Orochimaru has added Kabuto to his watch list, and Kabuto and Nono's peaceful life may not last long. Of course, looking at it from another perspective, Kabuto was tricked in canon and started traveling around the world as a spy since he was a child. Now he is not that miserable, he is just being noticed by Orochimaru. Besides, the orphanage made a lot of money from this. When he went to the orphanage some time ago, the children's clothes were much better. Originally, they had to farm every day to support themselves, but now the orphanage hired a sensei to teach them how to read and write. It can be seen that at least Nono no longer needs to be coerced by Danzo to return to her route missions for money. With the relationship circle in Capital City, Danzo can only use gentler methods to achieve his goals. So if Kabuto is kidnapped, Nono can still retaliate strongly. Hehe, the pet industry is expected to prosper. It's a pity that I'm just a cat, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have money to use it. Kabuto nodded, and then suddenly stopped him and said, wait. He ran to the back of the cabinet, took out a small box from it, and opened the box in front of Takashi. Inside are some coins. What is this? Takashi was confused. The idea of starting this business was your master's, and it was your idea to come to Capital City. Both the dean and I feel that we should give you some dividends, so please don't refuse the money. Kabuto handed the box over. Meow, then I won't hesitate. Takashi rolled his eyes and without refusing, slapped the money with his paw, and the words 25,000 ryo immediately appeared in the item space. It's not a lot, but if he just wants eat and drink, this little money is not too little. It's very satisfying. Space ninjutsu. No, it's just a summon jutsu. If there is nothing else, I'll leave. Takashi didn't explain in detail, and prepared to leave after getting the money. Okay, be careful along the way. Kabuto knew that this cat looked small but was actually very full of ideas and strong. As long as he didn't meet the dangerous ninja from before, nothing big would happen. As for the way home, This ninja cat is not an ordinary stupid cat. Although his wildness is still there, it would not be difficult for him to find his way home on its own with considerable intelligence. Takashi initially planned to look for Minato when he went out, but after going out and looking around, he found that Minato and Kushina were handing out dog food on the street dogs. Just watching from behind was quite disturbing. If I followed them, I'm afraid it will be even more uncomfortable. Let's eat something and then leave. Ha! Uzumaki Kushina turned her head and looked at the place where Takashi was just now. What's wrong? Are you worried about Takashi? There's really no need. He's very smart, and I left the mark of the flying thunder god on him. It'll be fine. Minato explained immediately. Really? Hey, there are a lot of people over there, let's go take a look. Okay. The two held hands gently and walked to the theater troupe not far away. Minato quietly turned back and erected a big sign on the wall. A black cat over there climbed up feebly and waved his paw at him. Takashi jumped off the wall sourly and used the money he got from Kabuto to buy some food, which aroused the surprise and onlookers of a bunch of people. After getting more than 100 points, he got sick of the growing crowd of onlookers. He ran away without a trace. There's no point in staying here anymore, he is ready to go home. This encounter with Orochimaru made his slightly relaxed heart tense up again. He finished eating the food he ordered. After returning home, he might eat the expensive cat food and get some sleep. After he went out, he prepared to return to Konoha along the same route. However, not long after Takashi returned to Konoha, he smelled a strange smell. Not long after, a man with a cold face came out of the road on one side. It was one of the dignified son and actually imitated noble lady. Takashi's mental stability was shattering. If he had known better, he would have stayed with Minato and ate some dog food. It was better than being targeted by this Konoha's mad scientist. What if this guy has some manic thoughts? He just felt like he was sweating all over his body in this cold night, wondering if the ninja world could ever get better for this honest little kitten, and tears almost flowed down his face. Hello little guy, we meet again. What a fortunate coincidence. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 67, Chapter 67, Meow. Takashi replied. Orochimaru knelt down and stroked the black cat's hair gently, not paying attention to the cat's slight trembling. After a few seconds of silence, he said lightly, "Speak humanly." Orochimaru-sama, Naya. Takashi tilted his head and tried to be cute. Minato can't be counted on, that guy is addicted to the Kushina, and with his attribute of being late to save people, he really wishes he had more lives so he could escape from Orochimaru. Kukyaku, little guy, you are also very interesting. I heard from Jiraiya that you have the ability to use ninjutsu like wild lion's mane without hand seals. I wonder if you can let me have a look. Orochimaru licked his lips and showed his signature expression. Takashi suddenly found out the cause and effect in his mind. Coming to see Kabuto was just an accident. What really caught Orochimaru's attention was Jiraiya. Who knows what the white-haired pervert who drank that day said in front of Orochimaru. He is upset in his heart. Sure enough, all the gifts of fate had already been secretly marked with a price. It seemed that he had gained a lot of points from Jiraiya, but the retribution also came soon and hard. This world wants me to suffer. Can't you? Of course I can. Naya. After Takashi finished speaking, he made a certain movement, and then the hair on his body quickly grew and wrapped around Orochimaru. Orochimaru poked the cat's hair with his finger in great interest. It was indeed the kind of hair that was generated by chakra. It was exactly the same as Jiraiya's jutsu, and the change in properties was based on the same principle. He studied it for a moment, and then said, "Try another variation." Yes. Takashi complied obediently and used needle jizo. Orochimaru observed it from various angles, and finally his eyes were filled with extreme fanatical interest, which made Takashi feel scared, fearing that he would go to his old man's research table today. As expected, this is not a simple jutsu, but another kind of movement that replaces the hand seals. It is a simplified seal for beasts. If humans can also do movements to replace hand seals like beasts. Orochimaru felt inspired. Like a fountain, thoughts are rolling out of my mind. This is a very worthy research topic. If this idea is realized, then the troublesome hand seals formation may become a thing of the past. Takashi looked at him and couldn't help but tremble. Life in the ninja world is full of dangers, and he really cannot slack off at all, otherwise he may become food on other people's tables or guinea pigs in the laboratory. Even if everything is fine, he would be saved at the critical moment. It's so hard to be a summoned beast. Orochimaru was now distracted, and it stands to reason that he can take this opportunity to escape, but he understands that Orochimaru has not rebelled yet, and his prestige in Konoha is very high, so it will be the same in the end if he escapes in a hurry. Besides, the Orochimaru seems to be just a little more curious. Kukyaku, hey, you didn't take the opportunity to run away, that's good. I like well-behaved cats. I'm going back to Konoha, do you want me to take you with me? Orochimaru chuckled couple times. His curiosity has been satisfied, for now. Although he is still very interested in this cat, he has no intention of killing it or taking it away by force. After all, it is the cat of Jiraiya's student. He wants to look at his friend's face even if he doesn't have a good face to look at. No, Naya. Takashi immediately refused. It was too stressful to go with Orochimaru, and he was really not that courageous. Then I'll leave first. When I see you again, I'll give you a gift as compensation. Orochimaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The next second, the figure disappeared from the spot in puff of smoke, and it turned out to be just a shadow clone. Thinking about it, Orochimaru doesn't have so much free time to stay here and talk nonsense with him, but even if the clone wants to kill a cat, it is quite easy. Takashi didn't feel annoyed by this, but Orochimaru's words compensation gift made his heart skip a beat. I really can't bear your gift. He followed the path all the way back to Konoha. After walking for a while, he felt that he had been too scared and had lost opportunities. If Orochimaru was asked to help guide him, he might be able to collect some points from Orochimaru to make up for the loss. This is one of the 3 Sunins. Of course, if given the chance to choose again, Takashi would probably still choose to refuse. Kami knows what Orochimaru's path is. Cats have catwalks, and snakes have snakewalks. Orochimaru's method of bringing it back to the village might be to summon a snake to come out, and then let it swallow him, and then summon it out of Konoha. It's not guaranteed which method would be chosen. Takashi returned to Konoha, told Megami Nohara that he might sleep for a few days, and then quietly bought to a luxurious cat food. After losing 1,000 points, he swallowed the cat food in his den. A few seconds after swallowing it, a huge force surged out of his body, and then he fainted again. But this time at least he didn't go into coma immediately after eating it, and the pain wasn't too great. It can be seen that my body has become much stronger during this period, and I can more easily accommodate the natural energy contained in the 1,000-point cat food. Takashi's symptoms of hibernation had appeared before, so Rin didn't panic too much this time. She just waited for him to wake up safely, and she continued to do whatever she should do normally. Minato and Kushina came to the house the next day. After learning that Takashi fell into a hibernation, they left the Nohara family with great peace of mind. It is worth mentioning that Nohara Aizawa finally woke up after several days of healing. At first, he couldn't accept the result that he was going to retire. He cried loudly and said that he could still go to the battlefield and go on missions. But after hearing that the 3rd Hokage would arrange for him to enter the ninja academy and be responsible for teaching, Aizawa happily agreed. Although the bone injury is difficult to heal, since Aizawa does not plan to go to the battlefield again, the treatment plan is much simpler and faster. Medical ninjutsu is amazing, it can heal wounds quickly. As a result, Aizawa was discharged from the hospital within 2 days. The Nohara family was finally reunited again. Seeing her husband return home safely, Megami burst into tears, and the couple hugged each other and cried. Rin felt a little pity. Takashi didn't wake up, otherwise even if the family was truly reunited, Aizawa could come back this time thanks to his help. Of course, the biggest contributor is undoubtedly Obito. It's a pity that Obito has been training within the clan during this period. Even Guy, who returned to the village, couldn't find Obito, and they couldn't even meet him. Rin was even a little worried that Team 7 would end like this. Are we going to break up? It's not impossible. Her worries were not groundless. Obito's strength was already close to that of a Chunin, but now that he has awakened his Sharingan, it is no exaggeration to say that he is comparable to a Chunin. There was 1 Jonin and 2 Chunin in a team, and they were not an elite combat team. It was a waste of resources, especially when village needed talents. However, a few days later, while Takashi was sleeping, Team Minato once again was called for a mission out of the village, but Takashi missed the opportunity because he was still sleeping. This time I slept longer than before, but my digestion speed of stored nature chakra after waking up was obviously higher than before. My belly was not as big as the first time, and my body shape was also much larger than before. He has not yet found how to control Senjutsu chakra within himself yet, but his physical strength and chakra have increased significantly, which shows that the high-priced cat food is indeed very effective. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 68, Chapter 68. Now is the time when all the villages return to dormancy. Although there are occasional frictions, with the strength of the Minato's team, it is unlikely that they will encounter fatal danger, so Takashi does not worry too much. After wandering around the village, he heard another new Megakor village had completely withdrawn its troops, and Jiraiya on the front line had returned to the village. It just so happened that Orochimaru wanted to talk to Jiraiya about something, and Takashi hadn't had his fun for a while now, so he just wanted to earn some points. It would be difficult for ordinary people to find Jiraiya, but Takashi knew where to look. There are not many bathhouses in Konoha, but there are only 1 or 2 bathhouses that are popular and relatively remote. As long as you look for them one by one, it should not be difficult to find traces of Jiraiya, the big pervert. There's something inside here. After narrowing down 2 bathhouses, the little black cat quickly discovered Jiraiya's scent. For ordinary people, they must be cautious when moving near bathhouses, but he doesn't need to worry. He are just a cat. Haven't you seen some people meow like cats when they are caught doing bad things? Who cares if the cat is on top of the bathhouse? Takashi walked along the top of the bathhouse and had a panoramic view of everything around it. The white scenery inside was so wonderful. He stared at it for a couple minutes, then squinted and moved away. No one can pry into Konoha's bathhouse at will. Kami knows if the person bathing here is the wife of some jonin. If he catches a glimpse of a woman like Inyazuka Hana or Uzumaki Kushina, he is afraid that he will be pushed into the pool and humiliated. After sneaking around a bit, he followed the scent and found Jiraiya. This guy was hiding here, looking at the scene in the pool through a small gap. Takashi thought for a second and quickly ran to where Jiraiya was hiding. The best way to score a bunch of points is to scare Jiraiya. Bathhouse peeking and adding Tsunade are Jiraiya's biggest nightmare. Takashi sneaked slowly. Jiraiya was of course extremely vigilant on the battlefield, but here in the bathhouse, Takashi got up behind him and quietly used chakra to transform. The next second, he shouted, Jiraiya, what are you doing here again? With a loud shout, Jiraiya shivered with fright, then quickly turned around and looked behind, and then got terrified when he saw it was Tsunade. He was so frightened that he said, "No, no, no, this is a misunderstanding." Tsunade punched him fiercely. Jiraiya shuddered and quickly retreated. He retreated very cleverly, as if he had been knocked away and been hit hard, hitting on the tree while causing whole tree to shake. Takashi glanced at his hand. Am I so powerful? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment after he hit the tree. The force was wrong, he was overacting, and the other person's voice was not quite right. Besides, Tsunade has been away from Konoha for so many years and no one has heard from her. How could she suddenly come back today? The person in front of him is definitely not Tsunade. A Chunin is a Chunin after all. Although he couldn't react at first in the cozy bathhouse, as long as he thought about it for a moment, he knew that this was a knockoff. It's you. I know this cat smell anywhere, little brat. You dare to play tricks on even this old man. You had fun. Jiraiya roared angrily. Takashi immediately jumped into the bathhouse, but the next second, Jiraiya became angry and made a hand seal, went crazy to catch the damn cat. However, at this time, it's this white-haired pervert again. I must ask the third Hokage to banish him from the village. It's so disgusting. Beat him first. After a period of silence in the bathhouse, then there were loud shouts of rushing, and many women rushed out carrying benches, sticks, and other things. The most terrifying thing was one chubby wearing simple clothes with a huge figure. Jiraiya's face turned pale, and he quickly abandoned Takashi and ran away. Takashi stood on the wall at the edge of the bathhouse, staring at this shocking scene. He couldn't help but admire Jiraiya, and at the same time lamented the pretentiousness of some people. He thought that even if Jiraiya was a pervert, he would not come for this chubby, but she still chased him with the most ferocity, without any pressure at all. It was really a wonderful show for the whole village. Open the system panel. Ouch! I earned more than 1,500 points in 1 minute. Takashi was shocked for a moment. This wave of points not only made up for the loss of luxury kit food, but also gained more than 500 points, bringing the total points to about 4,000. However, this was calculated due to surprise and opportunity. Everyone has resistance. It will not be so easy to be like this time in the future. He caught up all the way. Jiraiya was indeed very powerful, and the women could still chase him at first, but it didn't take long for Jiraiya to escape with Earth-release ninjutsu. Although the tank of the Akinichi clan was burly and powerful, she was obviously a little careless and did not notice it. What she was chasing so hard was just a shadow clone. Besides, she couldn't catch up with the shadow clone. Within a few seconds, Jiraiya appeared next to Takashi, startling the little black cat. Why did you do this? Orochimaru, Takashi said through gritted teeth. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said with clarity, Is Orochimaru looking for you? Meow. Takashi was quite pissed. As a free creature, walking around in the hands of scientists was like walking around in a laboratory as a white mouse. He felt lucky for coming out alive. I just mentioned it to Orochimaru when we were drunk back in the village, ha 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 ha. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. He also knew Orochimaru's character, and knew that Takashi would not be happy when he bragged about the wild lion's main jutsu and needle jizo. In fact, Jiraiya wanted to warn him at first, but he later forgot about it. But how can you blame Jiraiya for this? As long as Takashi keeps using it, Orochimaru will know sooner or later, and what he said is just to make Jiraiya calm down. As expected, Jiraiya was no longer angry about being caught peeking. It wasn't the first time anyway, he only had this little hobby in his life, so he had long been used to accidents like this. He smiled and then changed the topic. By the way, Rin and the others are back from this mission, and they might be able to take on higher level missions in the future. Meow. Takashi was confused. Why did this happen again inexplicably? This is a test mission. Once they complete it, they will be treated as an elite team and can take on A rank and above missions. The current situation in the village. Ahem, basically, those who are capable should work hard, and promotion to Chunin will be put on the roster as soon as possible. Jiraiya coughed slightly and said. Takashi understood. During this period, their team had completed very difficult tasks one after another, so the team's evaluation went up, and the village planned to upgrade their level. According to what it remembered, Obito and Rin were originally promoted to Chunin through examinations a year or two later, but something might have changed this time. The question is, what about me? Jiraiya was stunned for a moment after hearing this. What else would you want from a cat? Doesn't all the credit go to your owner? He didn't say the words, but this was the best response. The little black cat is felt heartbroken. He feels like he is a minimum wage earner. This life is simply too difficult. By the way, Megakor village is currently negotiating for peace, so Chunin promotion exams won't be casual anymore. Promotion requires examination, so do you understand what I mean? Jiraiya said softly. Isn't it just about Rin's promotion? Why do you care more about her than me? Takashi wondered in his heart. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 69, Chapter 69. Takashi, a little black cat, thought for a moment and understood why Jiraiya had said that Rin's combat ability wasn't good enough for the Chunin exams. Although Rin wasn't bad, she couldn't compare to ordinary Chunins. The test mission didn't involve Takashi, but the Chunin exams were different. Takashi didn't need to participate in missions, as he was a ninja beast who didn't require mission data to display his competency. It was best that he didn't go. Besides, these test missions had many rules and restrictions, so there was no need to be diligent about them. Takashi watched as the burly tank came back. Jiraiya ran back with a depressed expression. When Jiraiya saw the black cat, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately used the transformation jutsu to transform into a white cat. The woman from the Akimichi clan glanced at the two cats, finding them strange, especially the white cat, for whom she fled with strong disgust. She walked slowly towards the white cat. Although Takashi could sit there and watch the show, it was uncertain whether he would be retaliated by Jiraiya later. Out of gratitude for the 1,500 points, he decided to save Jiraiya's life. Meow. The black cat jumped up, jumped on the head of the Akimichi woman, and then landed in front of the white cat with a gentle kick. Tank was annoyed and grabbed Takashi. Seeing the name tag on his neck, she was stunned for a few seconds, then put the little black cat down, patted his head softly and said, "Thank you for helping us find that old pervert before. If that bastard wants to take revenge on you, just come to me." After saying that, she put Takashi down and walked back to the bathhouse boldly. After a long time, Jiraiya returned to his original form, breathed a long sigh of relief, and said, "Fortunately, you little brat helped me this time, otherwise I would had to run away again." She is so strong. Takashi didn't quite understand. There were few who were more powerful than Jiraiya. Although the Akimichi clan had powerful ninjas, this one was obviously not one of them. It's not a question of whether she's strong or not, it's just, she's the kind that's hard to deal with. Jiraiya continued, "Did you know Akimichi Torifu's? Oh, you definitely don't know. She is Akimichi Torifu's little daughter. If I mess with him, it'll hard for me to be at peace in Konoha." Jiraiya explained in a low voice. Akimichi Torifu's little daughter? Some information about Akimichi Torifu flashed through Takashi's mind, and then he recalled that Akimichi Torifu was the same generation as the third Hokage, direct subordinate under second Hokage, although his youngest daughter was younger than Jiraiya, and she was barely the same generation. Of course, the most important matter is that Akimichi Torifu is part of the sensory department of Konoha, who are responsible for monitoring the Konoha perimeter and inside as well for potential unusual activities. If he doesn't want Jiraiya to continue his special hobbies, Jiraiya will have to go to other villages and towns if he wants to carry out such special activities in the future. If you weren't caught, she wouldn't be snitching. Meow. Why are you trying to catching me? I'm telling the truth. Takashi clawed at Jiraiya's hands, but it was difficult to escape Jiraiya's hand. This is true, but it hurts. After hearing this, Jiraiya became even more furious. If you brat hadn't bothered me and turned into Tsune to sneak up on me, how could I have been in such miserable situation? You still have the nerve to be sarcastic with me. Meow, I just saved your life too. Takashi was getting angry. If he had known this, he should have stood aside and even made pointed white cat to mess with him. Maybe he could get more points. You seem heavier. Jiraiya weighed the cat, with a look of surprise on his face. This little guy must have absorbed some more natural energy, and the weight has obviously increased. Miraculously, this cat's body shape has not changed that much. It is obviously because his ability to digest natural energy has become stronger. On the other hand, his body has not increased drastically. Like the toads in MT Mayuboku, they will become very large after accumulating senjutsu chakra. The little toad, which were just born, instinctively learned to absorb the nature chakra. At beginning, its body would undergo huge changes as it would gradually stabilize over the years, but this cat seemed to remain the same. Though his belly is also growing, could he be getting fat? Jiraiya found it more and more incredible. Could it be related to biology and physique? He wondered whether he should ask Sage Fukasaku or take the cat to MT Mayuboku for study. Meow. Sensing the danger, Takashi instantly activated Needle Jizo, and Jiraiya threw the cats away just as its fur hardened, thus avoiding the risk of being punctured by the fur. The little black cat jumped up the tree and said warily, "Did you just want to take me to feed the toads? How can you say I want to feed you to the toads? Sage Fukasaku is a very kind sage." Jiraiya touched his head awkwardly, secretly cursing this damn cat's instincts and intelligence. How could I believe it? The toads in Mayuboku Mountain were not trustworthy. That toad Gamamaru deceived the Sage of Six Paths into being stupid. When he got old, he was still able to deceive Jiraiya, causing him to dedicate his life for a prophecy. Therefore, it was a dangerous place. One human and one cat were running around and fighting. Probably only Jiraiya was like this. It would be impossible for other Jonin nor the other two Sunin members to behave like this. Thanks to this, Takashi not only got more than 300 points, but also got a barbecue as an apology. He thought that Jiraiya would pay to take it to a barbecue restaurant, but it turned out that Jiraiya was not that generous. He took Takashi to buy a bunch of meat and seasonings, and then went to Minato's house in a familiar path. Wasn't Minato on a mission? Could it be that Jiraiya wants Kushina to barbecue? Takashi immediately recalled the fish from before. The taste couldn't be said to be unpalatable, but it definitely couldn't be called delicious. Asking her to grill it was a waste of good ingredients. Hey, don't worry, Minato and the team will be back today. Looking at his expression, Jiraiya knew that this cat had probably experienced Kushina's cooking skills, and immediately smiled softly and said, "That's better, they came back." Takashi turned around. How could this guy know so clearly? Oh yes, the Chunin exam. The schedule for the Chunin exam must have been planned, and Minato would definitely have guard over Konoha when he would come back. Of course, this is if there are no accidents, but this kind of mission usually does not cause major accidents. It is more about observing teamwork and the ability of the team, except for the Jonin. Kakashi and the others don't have much of a problem. He followed Jiraiya. After knocking on the door, Kushina opened the door. "Ah, Takashi-chan, I miss you so much. Despite being a woman, her movements were not gentle at all, and she rubbed Takashi's fur roughly. As for missing you, well, that day in Capital City, your behavior didn't mean you missed me at all. Takashi complained secretly in his heart. Kushina was addicted to kneading the kitten and wanted to play again, but the little black cat easily dodged and responded with a claw, but he didn't use his sharp claws, he gave just a light pat. Kushina, is Minato back? I haven't eaten his barbecue for a long time. I miss him a lot. Jiraiya said with a smile. No, but he sent me a note saying he would be back in the afternoon. Please sit down for a while. Kushina bowed respectfully. Takashi listened on the sidelines, secretly envious of the Flying Thunder God's convenience, and at the same time condemned Jiraiya's hypocrisy. He obviously knew everything, but pretended not to know, and even said that he missed Minato's cooking skills. Oh, there it is. Let Kushina grill the meat if you can. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 70, Chapter 70. Kushina's cooking skills are not quite good, but she is still competent at cutting meat and prepping ingredients. Usually she wouldn't spend so much time for cooking, as Ichiraku was close by. Since Minato was returning, she didn't mind putting in a bit of effort. Takashi looked on little frightened. He felt that the woman might have poured out all her anger for not being able to cook well on these poor pieces of meat. The chopping board was making loud chopping noises, making the cat feel frightened. Ha ha ha, Kushina, you are still so cute, Jiraiya chuckled. He had originally wanted to remark on her grumpiness, but changed his words at the last moment. So cowardly. Takashi curled his lips in disdain. Takashi-chan, you keep sticking out your tongue and making faces, don't you think Kushina is cute? Meow, of course I do. Takashi retorted swiftly, while sneakily observing surroundings. It was Jiraiya's turn to laugh, he answered so quickly. Isn't he a coward? Don't laugh at others, while you are in same situation, he remarked, chuckling. Takashi glanced at the points panel and found that it had increased by dozens of points. He immediately didn't care about Jiraiya's actions compared with the points. What was this little thing like pride? He pondered how to continue to get some points from Jiraiya, but after Jiraiya had experienced his methods, how could he get any more points? It'll be difficult. The little black cat jumped on the kitchen counter and wanted to harass Kushina, but he was afraid that he would accidentally become another ingredient on the chopping board, so he had to stay away. Forget it, I can earn more points later, Takashi decided, and started running around the house. On the one hand, it was to cause a stir and maybe get some points. On the other hand, he needs to digest the natural energy in his body and let it further expand into within his body. Previously, he was worried that after increasing his senjutsu chakra, he would become as big as the toads, but after eating it again, he found that his body did not become gigantic, but his claws seemed to be much stronger. In the past, clawing at ground with his claws would only leave a shallow mark, but now he can leave deep marks on the ground directly after clawing, which shows that his claws are sharper and harder. This should be the manifestation of senjutsu chakra being integrated into the body. Fortunately, but what is worrying is that in the future, if the claws become harder and sharper, and become too long and uncomfortable, then where can he sharpen them to a comfortable level? Takashi was worried while running. As he opened the shop, he saw 2 cat scratching posts that he had not used in the item space. So that's it, would it be useful? Takashi pondered, then remembered the iron ball he had placed his hope on. It appeared useful at initial glance, but in fact it was knocked away by the enemy like a ball. It was all useless. He lamented in his heart that according to this method of accumulation, it was impossible to get more than 10,000 points. The little black cat was walking around the house, Kushina was cutting meat, and Jiraiya took out his pen and started writing for his novel. He hasn't gotten started with the Ika Ika Paradise yet, and all he writes now are more formal novels. But it's obvious that all of his novels have been sold out, and it's probably not hard to get them published. Soon after, Kushina scolded Takashi, allowing the little black cat to successfully collect the first wave of points from Kushina, and at the same time, he calmed down to avoid being punished by this violent woman. Not long after, the door opened, and Minato returned home. He saw Jiraiya sitting in the house, and there was a black cat running around the house on the ground. He was a little confused. What is this? Did something happen? After some explanation, he understood, and then sent a shadow clone to invite Kakashi, Obito and Rin over, and also bought some meat, fish, shrimp, etc., and prepared for everyone to have a dinner together. Rin is safe and sound, Obito is not only fine, but looks high-spirited, his temperament has completely changed from before, and he doesn't even wear goggles after activating his Sharingan. He didn't abandon his green tights though. Takashi jumped on top of him, establishing his dominance. Obito wanted to knock the cat down with his hands, while the cat jumped around and dodged to avoid the attack while still holding on to the territory. Everyone knew by now that this black cat likes is quite mischievous, so they did not stop them, but instead watched with laughter. A few minutes later, Obito sat on the chair in frustration. The cat above his head was acting arrogantly, but he couldn't do anything about it. His expression seemed as if he had lost hope in life. Why do I still get bullied by cats even though I have the Sharingan? Could it be that destiny is inevitable? Obito mused aloud. Takashi, don't stay on Obito's head all the time, come down. Jiraiya called out. Meow, the black cat jumped down from above his head. In fact, he didn't want to be so mean, but the arrogant Obito needs to be humbled. He poured a bucket of cold water on his arrow rinse and got more than 400 points. Along with helping Obito, this is already a huge amount of points. Not long after, Minato brought over the barbecue utensils and sat at the table to chat while grilling. At the beginning, they talked about the process of the mission. During this period, Obito kept talking about how powerful and brave he was, which attracted everyone's laughter. Takashi listened on the sidelines, his mind calm. It was indeed just a testing mission, not easy but not too difficult, and most of the enemies were at the elite Chunin level. If Minato doesn't take action, they can complete the task alone, which shows that Kakashi and the others have the ability to become an elite team. But then, Minato mentioned the Chunin exam. Due to the success of the peace talks in Sunagakor village, next week we will jointly hold the Chunin exam at Kikyo Mountain Castle on the border of the Land of Fire. So, are we going to participate? Rin wanted to participate. That's right, but Kakashi has already been promoted to Chunin, so he can't go. The village plans to add a temporary teammate to you. Jiraiya clapped his head and looked at Obito with a smile on his lips. I heard you have a good relationship with Guy and are also quite respectful. Harmony and understanding in a team are very important, so after comprehensive consideration, the village decided to temporarily add Guy to your team, and the three of them will take the Chunin exam together. Minato smiled. Why did Guy get involved? Takashi felt sad. According to the canon, Obito, Guy and Rin were all promoted to Chunin at the age of 11. In the canon, they probably did not participate in this year's Chunin exam at all. Because this is an exam after the war, both sides are aggressive. It is far more cruel than the ordinary Chunin exam, but now there is an extra one. Well, so Rin and Obito are both qualified to participate, and of the remaining generation of children, only Guy is barely qualified, followed by Asuma Sarutobi of the Sarutobi clan. Why not Asuma? Takashi felt resentful. Even though Asuma wasn't that strong compared to himself, he was still able to collect points from Asuma. Unlike Guy, he would be fortunate not to go bald from stress spending time with Guy, as he is a ninja beast, and his thinking is completely different from that of a normal person. But he still feels that his reasoning is valid. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 71, Chapter 71. It was a pleasant meal, except for Kakashi, who was even more apathetic and ruined the atmosphere. Kakashi is more indifferent than before, and the reason may be related to the white fan sword. This guy said sarcastic words, but in fact he still loved his great father deeply. The breaking of the white fan sword was a big blow to him. Even if he got the Kiba blade, it still couldn't make him happy. Sitting at the dinner table with an apathetic face and only half opening the mask when eating, this scene cannot make people happy. Of course, everyone is actually used to it. Finally, Takashi tasted the food carefully and felt more and more that Jiraiya was treacherous. He had said that he was treating guests to a barbecue, but in fact, most of it was bought by Minato. Half of the meat was cut by Kushina Uzumaki, and the rest was cooked by Minato. What Jiraiya did was just the beginning. He was indeed a man who had the nerve to take away all of Naruto's savings to pick up girls. So old and shameless. At the dinner table, Obito made Kushina so angry that she almost overturned the table. Fortunately, Minato comforted her, but Kushina was annoyed and asked what she should do afterwards. She couldn't see what was done before. Obito looked around for a hole to hide in. The same goes for Takashi. He was scared of being beaten before, but he forgot about it after eating. He sat and chatted with Kushina, but soon there was another loud shouts in the room. Of course, some of this was due to Takashi's instigation, for which he also received 200 to 300 points. The commotion finally died down and earned Takashi more than 2,000 points today. However, out of these 2,000, more than 1,500 were all due to Jiraiya. That wave of Tsunade transformation scared Jiraiya quite a bit, and it would be too difficult to get so many more in the future. It is difficult for the same move to be successful against Jiraiya twice, unless Takashi can find Tsunade, guide Tsunade there to create the same scene, and finally show up again to let Jiraiya know that he led Tsunade here. Well, that's a good idea. I'll give it a try in the future. Takashi wrote it down mentally. Jiraiya has a good personality and generally well-tempered. He is currently his biggest source of points. Every plan that can earn points from him must be memorized. If he were not afraid of the risk of exposure, then he would have wrote it down with pen and paper. Takashi would be more comfortable with pen and paper. After the dinner, Takashi went home and fell asleep. My peaceful life is running out. According to Minato, next week is the Chunin exam, and this Chunin exam is not a simple joint exercise or something like that, it is actually another battlefield. The people of Konoha were very cautious. Even Asuma and the others were not able to take part in this exam. It can be said that the people who took the exam were all the elite genins to Chunin levels of this exam. It can be seen that this exam is mainly about combat. Rin's own fighting ability is naturally insufficient, so her combat power is counted with Takashi as a raised ninja beast. He can fight side by side with Rin in any battle scene. I have no choice but to work harder to ensure Rin's safety. After going to bed early, Takashi got up in the middle of the night and went around catching mice. This trip is not just in civilian areas. Whenever there is the smell or movement of mice, he will go there and catch them, and then put these mice out in a conspicuous place. Some of them will be placed at the doors while the rest were placed on people's windowsills. Later, when he felt he had done enough mice catching for tonight, Takashi washed his paws by the pond and went home to sleep. The next morning, piercing screams could be heard in some parts of Konoha, but only a few screamed. Many residents of Konoha are ninjas, and they have seen dead people, not to mention dead rats. Usually the ones who screamed are children. That was placed on the windowsill intentionally by Takashi. When the little black cat woke up at noon, there were nearly 500 points in his account. It's not much, but it's undoubtedly more profitable than simply catching mice and placing them on the streets. There's still 1,000 left. During this time, Takashi's chakra has increased a lot, and his physical fitness and claws have become stronger. As long as he obtains the multi-size jutsu, he will have more comprehensive combative capabilities. However, the increase in strength is not only due to cat food, but also age. Kittens start to grow rapidly after 8 months, and Takashi is the same as a ninja cat, so now his strength is actually much stronger than in previous missions. Even without the multi-size jutsu, he wouldn't find the Chunin exam to be a difficult task. After all, it's just a Chunin exam. No village would be so shameless as to hide a jonin into a genin, or send a jinchuriki directly like in the Naruto plot. In the post-war period, this behavior was nothing short of provocative. No village would dare to do this no matter how angry they were, unless they wanted the war to start again. Hey, I hope the Chunin exams aren't that dangerous. Takashi sat at home and couldn't help but sigh. He is a bit lazy and doesn't want to go out for activities now. In addition, he is also afraid that when he goes out, he will meet Guy who has been running in the village. The team that Guy belonged to are a classic graduated genin team. They did not have high combat capabilities. They were always doing tasks such as catching cats and other chos. As long as the village needed it, they could interrupt the mission and return to the village at any time to recover. Since the Chunin examination team is to be formed, Guy must have returned to the village now. It's better to be at peace at home. Halfway through his thoughts, he was suddenly interrupted by a strong spatial fluctuation. What's going on? Takashi was stunned for a moment, and before he could react, he had been summoned to another place: green grass, mountains, forests, and finally we meet again, little black cat, let's have a passionate battle side by side. That voice is familiar. Turning around, he saw the familiar clothes, big teeth, and that seemingly innocent expression. Takashi was stunned for a second, looking away from Guy and looking at the people around him. It's not just Rin and Obito. Hi, long time no see, Takashi. Kurane waved from not far away, smiling very nicely. Beside her, there was Asuma who wanted to get closer but didn't dare, and Inyazuka Hana who was chatting with a ninja dog standing beside other 2 ninja dogs. These should be the 3 strongest people in Rin's class, except for Kakashi and their team. What's going on? Takashi, this is a sparring session, so you have to hold back and don't seriously injure them, you understand? Minato smiled at the side. Meow, Takashi called weakly, then looked at the 3 people and the 2 dogs. One of them is Haimaru. Seeing the black cat looking over, Haimaru bared his teeth and let out a low growl. The black cat suddenly became excited. The little pup has gained courage after a while. Does he dare to show his teeth at me? He sharpened his claws, intending to let these 2 silly dogs know who was the boss. Also, I haven't seen Asuma for a long time, maybe I can get some points. Takashi thought to himself. So, let's do it like this. Rin was about to talk about tactics, but Guy shouted, go. The next second, the green figure rushed out with a swish and headed towards the 3 people and 2 dogs. Shocked, while Obito was stunned for a moment, and then followed closely. Rin sighed helplessly and said, we're coming too. Meow. It was difficult to discuss tactics with the summoned beasts in heat of the battle. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 72, Chapter 72. Aren't you looking down on us too much? Asuma couldn't help complaining in a low voice, and then touched the chakra blade behind him. His eyes suddenly became sharp. An ordinary ninja may not be able to afford this chakra blade in his lifetime, but he got it from his clan after graduation. Seeing the fool's actions, Takashi decided to beat Asuma as well after taking care of those 2 silly dogs. Pay-to-win players are so annoying. Go! Asuma held chakra blade in his hand, looking ready to pounce. Come on! After Kurane said this, she quickly jumped back and quickly formed seals with her hands. Obito was already rushing towards her, and she expected his attack in advance. The news that Obito opened his Sharingan eyes has spread among the graduating class. Sharingan can genjutsu ineffective, so her target is not Obito but Guy. Takashi glanced at them, then didn't bother to criticize the 2 idiots. With Obito's current ability, even if Guy, a fool like him, is controlled by genjutsu, he can still use his Sharingan to fight 1-on-2 and win quickly, so he is not worried at all. As for Inyazuka Hana, woof woof. Haimaru and the other ninja dog barked couple times, and then pounced on him with great ferocity. After not seeing each other for 2-3 months, he had grown a lot bigger, which gave him a lot of confidence. However, when Haimaru rushed in front of them and wanted to bite the black cat, pa! Jumping up, and Takashi quickly raised his claws. Haimaru, who was the first to bear the brunt, was knocked to the ground. The other ninja dog was instantly stunned. After landing, he suddenly stopped and jumped back, looking at him with vigilance and horror. Haimaru! Inyazuka Hana called its name in worry and concern. Haimaru was still struggling, but the force of the 2 smacks gave him concussion, and he couldn't stand up for a while. Takashi glanced at him, walked over and pressed the sole of his paw on his face. Then the stupid dog trembled and lay on the ground pretending to have fainted. In terms of pure physical strength, Takashi is of course not that strong, but after adding chakra, with his current strength, it is not a problem to knock Haimaru, who is not quite that strong yet, to the ground with 2 slaps. After taking care of one, the other has timidly returned to Hana's side. Hana, it's okay. Rin checked it and knew that Haimaru was pretending to have fainted but didn't say anything. She just dragged the dog aside so that he wouldn't be injured further. Thank you, but I will be using my full strength henceforth. Hana breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't expect that Takashi would overturn her pet dog with 2 smacks. Fortunately, there was more. Beast human clone jutsu. Takashi tilted his head and glanced at Gaia's direction, and then said, Rin, I'll take care of this. You go to support Guy, that idiot is under genjutsu. Okay. Rin didn't hesitate and turned towards Guy. Hana felt that she was being underestimated by a ninja cat. A ninja cat less than 1 year old still wants to fight me and my ninja dog. All I need to do is beat this ninja dog too. Bam! Just as he was still thinking, the beast human clone rushed up to attack Takashi and then was knocked to the ground with a roar of meow. As the transformation ended, the next second, the black cat fur quickly grew towards her. While she is fast under her clan's ninjutsu, but no matter how fast she is, she can't be faster than Takashi. The cat's explosive speed is faster and more terrifying than a dog. Moreover, after getting stronger because of senjutsu chakra, Takashi's body has grown tremendously. Within couple seconds, the black cat jumped on her back. Then, ropes of fur wrapped around her body and neck, while sharp claws pressed against her neck. Meow, you can't move. Takashi whispered, then kicked her back hard and jumped away, as his fur gathered back on his body. Hana knew what the cat meant. If the cat was willing, he could have used claws or sharp teeth to bite her throat open just now. On the battlefield, she was already dead. She glanced at Haimaru, who was shivering, and the other stupid dog who was in a dazed state. She couldn't help but sigh softly. It was really embarrassing to lose to a cat 3-on-1. Forget it, her reputation as a talented kunoichi is not about fighting anyway. She comforted herself in this way, but the more she thought about it, the more depressed she became. She couldn't help but almost cried in anger. If it weren't for my strong self-control, she said to herself as she suppressed her tears. After all, she was quite angry, but these 2 stupid dogs came over and barked foolishly. For the first time, she felt that these dogs were useless. Takashi didn't pay much attention to Inyazuka Hana's thoughts. At this moment, he was rushing towards Asuma. Be careful. Korone glanced out of the corner of her eye and saw the black shadow quickly coming over, and immediately warned her teammate. But the black cat is very fast. Asuma prepared a counter-attack, forming a seals with his hands and blowing out a strong wind from his mouth. Wind release Great Breakthrough. Great Breakthrough is not very powerful, but it can be used to disrupt and push back enemy. However, Takashi reacted very quickly, lowered his body and braved the strong wind and kept moving forward quickly, reaching Asuma in just a few seconds. The little boy was determined to express himself in front of the girl he loved. He held the chakra blade and shouted bravely, well done, come at me. Meow. Takashi initially planned to allow him to just lose with dignity, but when he saw how arrogant Asuma was acting, so much that he had to show off and act in brave manner, Takashi immediately changed his mind. The wild lion's main jutsu. The cat fur flew out divided into 3 ropes, 2 ropes entangled Asuma's hands, and the remaining one slapped Asuma's neck under Takashi's chakra control. Then, he used his strength to leap forward, jumped on Asuma's head, and whacked him left and right from a high position. Ah, my face. Stop it, please stop, don't keep slapping me in the face. When Asuma was a child, he was still a handsome boy without any facial hair. In addition, as a 3rd Hokage's son, he has his own aristocratic demeanor. But now he is slapped in the face by a cat constantly, which was a sad sight. Obito and Korone were both stunned. They stopped fighting as they kept watching. Takashi, stop it, don't hit him again. Rin's face turned red with embarrassment. This cat is going overboard. Hitting him in the face like this consecutively, wasn't it afraid of revenge? Stop it. Minato came over immediately and ordered to stop, lest Asuma get angry, although a genin's anger would be useless, but he was a 3rd Hokage's child, so he had to maintain some dignity. Meow, do you admit defeat? Takashi didn't let go, and asked deliberately to prevent others from thinking that he deliberately hit Asuma in the face with bad intentions. Besides, he didn't even use claws, otherwise Asuma would not be just embarrassed. With the current sharpness of his claws, he could easily tear off a piece of flesh on his face. I admit defeat. I give up. Asuma was humiliated, but he found that the cat fur were tangled together like tightrope, and it was impossible to break free without forming hand seals for ninjutsu or cutting it with chakra blade. If he continued to fight, he will only lose respect even more. As they regrouped after their spars, Inyazuka, Hana and Asuma both looked a little embarrassed. They were both defeated by the little black cat, and there was no glory at all. Even Guy was ashamed due to being controlled by the genjutsu. As soon as fight started, the battle was over when he was rescued by Rin. However, this cat didn't have any sportsmanship at all. Instead, he was very proud of himself as a winner. Takashi complimented himself in his heart and glanced at the points panel. Yay, it was a great harvest. Points grew by around 800 in one go. It was hard to tell how much of it was given by Asuma, but I guess it must have been a lot. He was secretly happy. If he saves a little more, he can redeem it for the multi-size jutsu. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 73, Chapter 73. Today was just supposed to be a normal spar, things got a bit carried away it seems. Midway through his words, Minato glanced at everyone, and for a moment he didn't know how to continue. It's far beyond that, it's quite disrespectful to the 3 of them. Except for Korone, the other 2 were eliminated by a cat one by one. He originally expected that Guy could give full display to his expertise in taijutsu, but in the end, he was directly controlled by genjutsu until the end. To put it simply, there was no teamwork, no cooperation, and poor performance. However, Takashi gave him a big surprise. Now his combat power is very high among the team, and his overall quality should be comparable to Kakashi. Forget it, Asuma, thank you for your help. I will request Sandame-sama to arrange a C-rank mission for you. Now you can return and decide when to proceed with that. Minato thanked him, but the meaning behind his words was quite obvious. The exercise is over and it's time to disperse. Asuma turned around and wanted to leave. He was quite humiliated, and on top of that he was humiliated by a cat today. This place was an out-and-out sad place for him, but when he turned around, he saw Kurane and Hana. The girls are still there. Sensei, I also want to get your advice. Yes, let's stay for now. Asuma stood silently, then turned around to see the black cat casting a disdainful look. He didn't know why, but he just felt that the cat was despising him, and it was an undisguised contempt. Damn it! He was angry and went to leave again. Takashi just looked at him, so no one would notice what he did, including Minato, who only frowned slightly but said nothing. After Asuma left, Minato said awkwardly, actually, you all have clan and family jutsus. I can't give you any advice. I would recommend to develop your physical capabilities. Yes. Kurane and Hana were a little disappointed, but they also knew that Minato was telling the truth. Next, Minato started talking to the rest. None of this has anything to do with Takashi. He is the MVP of this battle, with the best performance and the greatest contribution. Minato has no suggestions for him. Guy was back to his usual self and wanted to play with the cat, but the next second, Minato started talking to him. Guy, your strength could not be shown like this. It doesn't matter if you want to purely focus on taijutsu, but if you can't break the genjutsu quickly and are controlled by the opponent's genjutsu, then you are not far from death. Minato was seriously advising him, in a one-on-one battle, no teammate will save you. Guy was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head and nodded in shame. He did know some simple ninjutsu and had learned how to dispel genjutsus, but it was really difficult. In the heat of the battle he couldn't dispel it. In future, he will train harder, especially going to Kurane to practice many specific techniques for dispelling genjutsus. As a result, Takashi escaped a disaster of being pulled into training by Guy and was able to leisurely chill in a tree on the side. Furthermore, after learning more from Minato that the next day the team would set off to Kikyo Castle along with other ninjas taking the Chunin exam, so this training was actually just a temporary exercise. He didn't quite understand the intent of the spar until the next day, when he saw the other ninjas taking the exam. Guy, Rin, are they really Genin? Obito pointed to the distance, the group ninjas older than 14-year-old in disbelief. These must be Chunin at least. Takashi was squatting on the medical box, but when he saw this, he quickly jumped onto Rin's shoulder. For a moment, his expression was as dull as Obito's. He thought before that he would not have Jinchuriki level enemy, but looking at it now, while there might not be Jinchuriki, there might be Jonins hiding here. These group of Genins were at least elite Chunin. Konoha is indeed powerful. Even the Genin are so strong. I am not qualified to be a Chunin. Guy murmured to himself. Takashi glanced around disdainfully. Is there the point? If Konoha is acting as such, other villages must be doing the same too. No wonder this exam is not a normal exam, it is full of shameless elites pretending to be Genins. Meow, I feel that our purpose is to lower the average age. Takashi couldn't help complaining. Well, let's meet up with others first. Maybe they are just here to see their friends and family off. Rin's voice became lower and lower as she spoke. Apparently she didn't believe it herself. Ninjas are not ordinary people. They go on missions and participate in battles. It's not a rare thing in recent years, so why would a bunch of people see you off with great fanfare when you take part in a mere Chunin exam? Guy was confused. After hearing this, he walked directly towards the crowd without thinking. Obito and Rin followed closely behind. The little girl has a black cat on her shoulder, so she is very eye-catching even from a distance. Especially after Takashi's strength feats has spread recently, almost all Genins and Shunins know that there is such a young but powerful ninja cat in the Minato team. When approaching, everyone first looks at the cat, then smiles at them and nods. Some of the older ones even greeted them enthusiastically as experienced Genins. As expected, there is a ninja cat accompanying the team. You must be the children of Minato's team. Let's team up. Ah, I'm sorry, we'll be late for something. As soon as Rin heard this, she backed away from the team, immediately took Takashi off her shoulders, and then quickly ran away and bowed deeply to apologize. Obito and Guy immediately followed her. Takashi doesn't care about that, he's a cat. He looked around. Most of these people were ninjas from major families in Konoha. They were all elites among the Chunin. Since Konoha's Genin team was configured like this, he didn't know what Sunagakor village and other small ninja villages were like. They wouldn't send Jonin-level enemies at least, then. Ha ha ha, now that everyone is here, let's set off. Although I am only a Genin, under the orders of the third Hokage I will be leading you all till Kikyo Castle. I will take the lead, so please cooperate with me. A voice came from near the gate of Konoha. Everyone turned around quickly, and Takashi jumped on Guy's head, trying to look at the speaker. After seeing the other party's appearance, he forgot half of what he was thinking. If I'm not mistaken, this guy should be Kasuke Maraboshi, the eternal Genin, but in name only. This man is more than strong enough to be a Jonin, right? Oh, yeah, this guy is not old now, and his fighting power may be stronger. What's wrong, Takashi-chan? We are going to take the Chunin exam. Let's rush ahead. My passion of youth is blooming. Guy said enthusiastically. Guy has his thoughtful moments too. For example, Takashi squatted on top of him and lay down a little depressed. He immediately noticed that and decided to distract him. Ha ha ha, don't be afraid, we are all here just making up the numbers, the real promotion depends on you. Someone said with a smile, causing Rest to laugh. Brash and hot-blooded fool. Takashi secretly scolded this careless guy, and then felt relieved after worrying for a while. There's no point worrying anymore. Besides, there weren't many genin with Kasuke's strength, and even if Konoha asked him to participate, he wouldn't be too involved in the competition. It was just to guard against the shameless underhanded moves of Sunagakure village and other villages. Listening to what these ninjas mean, the people who are really promoted are children like Rin. So it seems, only their team and couple other teams from Konoha have the opportunity to be promoted. The rest are just going for other reasons. So, this group of ninjas are just a background. If the competition really comes to an end, it will probably be children versus children. If it's about bullying a child, Takashi has a chance of winning. The team set off, and Takashi looked at the back of the team as they left. He couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that the world was getting bigger and bigger, and the future was even more unpredictable. He was a bit nervous and excited at the same time. After all, this was a big step for them. No one knew what the Chunin exam would bring them. It could be fame, fortune, or even disaster. Takashi quietly followed the team, hoping that it would be a good omen. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 74, Chapter 74. After running for a long time, when we arrived at a forest, Kasuke Maraboshi made a gesture and asked everyone to stop. He looked around and then said, "Everyone, sit down and rest. You can go out hunting and cooking freely at this time, but don't steal what others cook and hunt." Kasuke-sama, we understand. They were all genin and have run missions not just a couple but dozens of times. How could they not know the rules of being a ninja? A group of people began to look for food. Rin's side was slightly different. She sat down and took out her pocket, then took out small pills from it and handed them to Obito and Guy. She said with a little shyness, "The soldier food pills I made by myself, though it doesn't taste good." "That's okay, thank you." Obito and Guy thanked her and were quite touched. They thought it was great that Rin remembered to make soldier food pills for them when she was away from home. Takashi was thinking about whether to go out and use points for some food. But at this moment, Rin took out another pocket bag, took out some dried meat and fish from the bag and handed it to the little black cat and said, "Takashi, eat this." Obito and Guy looked at the dried meat and fish, and then at the soldier food pills on hand. Their faces were a little sad, and there was a trace of hesitation on their faces. Although the soldier food pills are good, they are definitely not as tasty as the dried meat. "Thank you," Miyatakashi called out, then took the dried meat in his mouth and ate it happily and slowly. In fact, the taste was not that delicious, but his goal was to make it look delicious. Surely enough, the points were slowly increasing. Obito simply turned his head out of sight, but Guy swallowed the pills in one gulp. He didn't think the pills were unpalatable, and even said something like delicious. After taking the soldier food pills, he ran all over the forest, helping others hunt and exercising at the same time. There are many woods in the land of fire, and the most abundant thing in the woods is prey. Normally, you are not allowed to light a fire when you go out, but there were not so many rules when taking the exam this time. Kasuke returned from hunting and went to grill the meat over the fire. He caught 3 fishes, a rabbit, and a lot of wild vegetables and wild mushrooms, which looked quite rich. Takashi glanced at it and decisively threw down the dried fish and meat and ran over there. "Ha!" Rin immediately got up and chased, but her speed couldn't catch up with Takashi. When she arrived, Takashi had already squatted down next to Kasuke, with a grilled fish in his mouth. She didn't know Kasuke's backstory, but for him to be the leader of so many genin and to be respected by everyone, he was definitely not a simple genin, so she walked to his side and apologized immediately. Kasuke smiled and waved his hand, indicating that it was okay. This is just a minor issue. Takashi didn't want to create nuisance just because of a fish, he mainly wanted to get some points from Kasuke. Sadly, Kasuke was good-tempered. Instead of being angry that his fish was stolen, he invited Rin to sit down and eat together. The ninjas hurried on quickly, and after having a meal, everyone continued traveling with all their strength. On the way, Rin made more food pills as much as she could and distributed them, so, when they arrived at Kikyo City, she almost became the most beloved little kunoichi of the group of ninjas. Kikyo Castle is not prosperous. This is the junction of the land of fire and the land of wind, and battles had often occurred here. The walls and buildings here have been destroyed by wars more than once, but have been rebuilt again and again. What they see now is the Kikyo Castle that was destroyed and rebuilt in the last small-scale war with Sunagakure. Therefore, only a few people are doing business here, and there are not many people on the street. It looks quite desolate. However, the holding of the Chunin exams brought some business here. When they entered the city, they saw many ninjas from Sunagakure village, Kusagakure village, Megakor village and other places eating in the few remaining shops on the streets. It seemed that they had added a bit to the city's popularity. Takashi guessed that maybe it was because this place was destroyed. Even if peace during the Chunin exam failed and the fight finally broke out, this already desolate city would be destroyed again. Of course, whether the land of fire and Konoha thought so is still open to question. The Chunin exam officially started on the third day. But the previous day, the prelude to the exam had already begun around the ninja residing here of various the ninja villages. There were ninjas from all major villages and some minor villages lurking to spy and gather information. Takashi quietly walked around and found at least a dozen ninjas spying. There were people from almost every village, including Megakor village. Around two were frightened by Takashi and therefore contributed some points. After that, he began to enjoy catching these lurking ninjas, earning more than 400 points. Barely enough for proper cat food, although not much, can still be regarded as a source of income. Originally, this kind of day was quite relaxing, until in the evening, a person appeared in its sight. Orochimaru, one of the three Sunnins. Why is he here? Takashi's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an inexplicable fear. Orochimaru looked over. The little black cat was not sure whether the Sunnin saw him, but Takashi thought that he probably was discovered, as the old snake seemed to smile a little. The black cat fled back to Rin's residence. Takashi, why are you in such a hurry? Did you get into trouble again? Rin subconsciously thought that her cat was being mischievous again. She knew her cat too well. He was too naughty, and only Obito and Guy could tolerate him. Others like Asuma were so angry that they needed to get away to calm down again. Meow no. Just as Takashi was about to explain, there was a knock on the door, and he immediately walked over alertly. From the smell coming through underneath the door, there was no doubt that it was Orochimaru. Takashi understood. If he had human appearance, his face would definitely be pale now. Of course Rin opened the door, because there were Konoha's ninjas all around here, and no one who was remarkable or extremely strong would come to a place like this to kill genins at this time and kill an insignificant child. She opened the door and saw a handsome but cold face. The tall man stared at Rin, and then smiled politely. Lord Orochimaru. Rin's face was a little stiff, and she immediately bowed. Don't be afraid. I'm just here to see the child that Jiraiya values and bring some trivial gifts to this little fellow. Orochimaru's unique voice was particularly intimidating. Not to mention Takashi, even Rin, who didn't know him well, couldn't help but feel fear in her heart. Yet facing this legendary figure, how could she dare to be disrespectful? Orochimaru knelt down, touched Takashi's head, and said with a smile, I have been thinking about what gift to give you. I initially wanted to give you a big gift, but after thinking about it, you are still young after all, so I made it for you. I picked up something simpler. Ninja tool? Takashi was stunned for a moment, and then saw Orochimaru take out a sealing scroll, and after forming the seal, he released the contents of the scroll. Takashi froze. These are 4 claw sheaths. Each claw sheath is made of special material and has a sharp blade at the tip. It is obviously a ninja tool specially made for him. In addition, there is another thing, a cat scratching stick. He couldn't understand why Orochimaru would make such a thing, and even hold it in his hand to scratch him in a serious manner. However, Takashi's hands are always active and moving, so he can't help but smack it. This is the habit of cats I observed in Capital City. I made it with some tools from those ladies, is it fun? Orochimaru chuckled lightly, and then threw the cat-teasing stick to Rin. Takashi stopped and was secretly annoyed and worried. He is the legendary Sunnin after all. Is it really okay for him to spend time studying the habits of cats? Is he planning something for me? Work hard. If you perform well, I will give you a gift later. Orochimaru's voice was smooth. After speaking, he chuckled, stood up, glanced at Rin, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 75, Chapter 75. I'd rather you not look at me at all. Takashi cursed secretly in his heart. He only hates the fact that he is not strong enough, otherwise he would have vented his frustrations. When you are staring at the black cat also stares back at you. It is like staring into the abyss. Sadly, he's not strong enough, so he can only vent his frustrations inside his mind. Seeing Orochimaru leaving, Rin made sure that no one was there, then she crouched her body and asked, Takashi, how do you know this gentleman? Orochimaru is not that dignified, but if he said it out loud, it might damage Orochimaru's respected image, and it might piss off Orochimaru. Rin was originally looking forward to more details, but when she saw that the black cat just heard her and then fell silent, she was a little stunned. Then she realized that he probably didn't want to elaborate and had to give up. But she had heard of Orochimaru's reputation. He is the most talented and intelligent genius among the 3 Sunnins. She heard that the 3rd Hokage, a great professor, thinks highly of this student. Although he seems a little cold-hearted, all the ninjas in Konoha are respectful with him. Not long after, Obito came to the door. His face was anxious, and he complained about meeting Orochimaru, and was patted on the shoulder and said couple things along lines of work hard, utilize your talent, etc. Obito didn't know whether he was frightened or something else, but he couldn't speak properly. Takashi had no intention of laughing at him. Everyone here is afraid of Orochimaru's presence, not to mention that Obito is just a child, but Obito is only afraid because of Orochimaru's presence. If in future he learns more, he would feel even more uneasy. If he didn't know what this man has done, he would probably only feel that this guy is just a bit crude. Ignorance sure is bliss. Orochimaru's visit did not cause an uproar among the ninjas of Konoha situated here. Except for Rin and her team, there are a few children of around 14 years old. The rest have all been under Orochimaru's command in battle. For them, Orochimaru is actually quite easy to get along with and is a very charming leader. But why did he come to Kikyo Castle? Takashi is puzzled. According to the anime, usually the Chunin exams are attended by Kages of villages to show their importance, and this time should be no exception. With all kinds of worries about Orochimaru, he went out to eat cat food after dinner and came back. After going to sleep and waiting for the exam the next day, Takashi's mentality when it came to exams is actually not good. In his previous life, he usually did well in small tests, but when it came to the big exam, he would often fail. But this time, he was not under any pressure after all. He was not the one taking the exam, he was just a ninja cat, accompanying Rin to go through the process. Of course, not every exam will have a psychological test like Ibiki's. If Guy can't solve it, Takashi will definitely help him. There are many examination venues, and what is most lacking in Kikyo Castle today is accommodation. The next day, amid the noise and chaos, Rin and the other three took Takashi to their own examination room. Obito glanced at the examination room, swallowed nervously, then took out the eye drops and put a drop into his eyes. It would be useless if I don't sharpen my skills before the battle. I will have to rely on my own eyes for the exam later, so naturally I have to treat myself well before the exam. Rin, could you help? Guy raised his hands with his best flattering smile on his face. There's nothing I can do about this now. Rin was stunned for a moment. Although she thinks that her grades in academy were pretty good, many topics are not just about theoretical but also practical. She also has many aspects she is currently lacking behind and needs to develop on. Takashi squatted on Rin's shoulder and glanced at him and said, "Can't you observe other people's hand movements and then mimic them?" Ah. Guy was stunned. What kind of method is this? However, that just seems to make sense after thinking about it carefully. After confirming if the other person's question is the same as my own, I can copy the answer by following the other person's hand movements. But, I can't do it properly. He felt a little sad. Such methods was probably only suitable for Obito and Uchiha with Sharingan. At this time, a Chunin came out in front of the door to preside over order and let everyone enter quickly. The ninjas of this test were all veterans, with only a few rookies among them, so it was not necessarily to further filter out rookies, like it was done using genjutsu and gatekeepers in Konoha. Takashi glanced at the list and couldn't help but glance at the examiner above. Could the person who arranged the positions be more obvious? Although Rin was separated from Obito and Guy, most of the people sitting around were Konoha ninjas. Even if Rin didn't know how to answer the questions she was given, it was expected that someone would accidentally give the answer. Show them a bit of Konoha's camaraderie. Meow. Takashi meowed softly, then scratched him with his paws, and then pointed to the list in front of him, trying to remind Guy to pay attention to the composition of the examines around him. But apparently Guy didn't notice. Forget it, let him be. Anyway, there will definitely be something to disrupt the camaraderie among sane village ninjas. It doesn't matter if he is eliminated. He can just try again next year. It just doesn't matter if he misses 1 year. Obito was a smart in his own way, and soon found that he was almost surrounded by a group of veterans. With the Sharingan in his eyes, he felt his confidence rising. After entering the examination room, Takashi laid down on the table and began to sleep. But a few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked at a red-haired boy who entered the door. A very unique Tsunagakor boy. Takashi wasn't admiring his looks, but he is Tsunagakor's Sasori, the grandson of Cho, the most famous genius in Tsunagakor village, but hasn't he become a Chunin long ago? Sure enough, all villages are shameless. Takashi is wary, this person will turn the third Kazekage into a puppet in the future. Speaking of which, when was the third Kazekage turned into a puppet? It should be soon. He was stunned for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but stare at Sasori again. The red-haired boy noticed his gaze and glanced sideways. After discovering that it was just a little black ninja cat, a gentle smile appeared on his face. It's cute, but it only has a short life. It's a pity that it is too small, otherwise it could be turned into an eternal art. But there are too many lovely lives here. Thinking of this, Sasori glanced around at the ninjas taking the exam, and his smile became a little gentler. E/N, Sasori referring to Takashi as it is on purpose like with Orochimaru, to them Takashi is just an object that could be used in pursuit of their desires and goals. If I didn't know better, I might have thought that this was just a cheerful boy. Takashi shivered all over and buried his head without looking at the redhead. Another ruthless person. I hope he won't pay attention to myself, well, and Rin, Obito and Guy. As for whether this man has mastered his puppet arts, Takashi has no doubt about it. Judging from the fact that Sasori's body stopped aging at about 15 years old, he would have killed the third Kazekage this year or next year, so he must have mastered the human puppet arts. Rin didn't notice the small movements of her ninja cat. Within a few minutes, everyone came and the papers began to be handed out in the classroom. Takashi took a look. They are all papers with various questions. Through the little black cat tried to read the words. I can see the words written quite densely. Just looking at it makes me feel dizzy and sleepy. Let's take a nap. When I wake up, everyone should have finished the exam. Takashi laid down on the edge and fell asleep soon after. His last thought before falling asleep was that he could place these sets of papers next to his bed in the future. Take it out and take a look at it when he has sleeping issues, and the effect will definitely be outstanding. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 76, Chapter 76. The sleepiness caused by the test paper was really overwhelming. Takashi started purring slightly after falling asleep. Fortunately, this was a ninja examination room and everyone was aiming to be a Chunin, so this little noise was nothing to pay attention to. However, as someone giving the test, Rin couldn't tolerate it and pushed the little kitten. Then, he stopped purring. Rin concentrated on answering the paper. The examiner above took a look at her while patrolling, and was slightly surprised. He originally thought that the girl who brought a ninja cat would definitely use the cat to cheat. This method was common in the examination room, and they had never carried out targeted attacks on a certain clans by preventing companion ninja beasts from participating alongside. It turned out that this girl is actually studious, and she brought this cat to sleep beside her. The middle-aged ninja admired her in his heart, and then took the opportunity to glance around her room towards the Uchiha member of the same team. Well, it hasn't been long since his Sharingan was activated, so can't expect high proficiency from him. But he seems to be doing well. After looking at Obito for a couple seconds, the examiner looked at Guy and became confused. What's the matter with this guy? He obviously doesn't know what to do, but he is writing all by himself. If he doesn't quickly copy like he was supposed to, how does he expect to pass? Why is he such a fool? Examiner frowned. He felt even more frustrated after looking at the last member of their team. After observing for a while, he found that this guy was actually quite honest. He never turned his head or even glanced around from the corner of his eye. It's sad, how could Konoha produce such an honest ninja? The middle-aged ninja sighed. It will be quite difficult for him. Such a earnest and honest ninja, and it seems that the preparation to promote cheating for him were all made in vain. He will definitely not be able to pass them on his own, but if he takes a closer look, the examiner will recognize the other person's identity. Meito Dui's son. Meito Dui is quite a unique genin. He has been a genin for more than 20 years, and he only does simple missions, often D rank and in rare cases C rank, so the Chunin has vague impression of him. Of course, this impression is not a good one. Oh, after all, his child has some talent, so let's help him. The examiner felt sympathy. Meito Dui didn't have the slightest talent for ninjutsu, but Meito Guy had a little bit of talent, so he must be good enough to be allowed to participate in this Chunin examination. If examiner could, he would help. With such a earnest and honest character. He shook his head gently. Being a ninja who is too honest will suffer losses. Of course, if you are strong enough to be tricked by someone and still fight back, even further defeat the opponent, then there will be no problem. Guy wrote a few questions at first, but the more he read, the more panicked he became, and the more he panicked, the more he felt the urge to go to pee. He did not dare to say that he wanted to go to the pee, for fear of being regarded as cheating. So Guy endured it until his face turned pale. Child, are you feeling unwell? Do you want to see a medical ninja for a checkup? Finally, another examiner who was patrolling passed by and couldn't help but be concerned. She was not from Konoha, but the ninja of Sunagakor village who was also examiner. Seeing Guy's pale face, she thought something bad happened to the child's health. No, I'm alright. Guy gritted his teeth. I can still bear it. Just say it if you feel unwell. Yes, I will, thank you, ma'am. Guy replied. The female ninja from Sunagakor village looked at the Konoha examiner walking around in the classroom strangely, thinking that the Konohanin trying to avoid obvious methods of helping his village ninjas, so as not create a nuisance. She also noticed Guy and Obito don't want to cheat. There are still a few honest ninjas in Konoha. Takashi was awakened by the sound and glanced up. The orange-haired Sunagakor beauty, Pakura of Scorch Release? A rare beauty of Sand-Hidden Village. It's a pity that Pakura was backstabbed later, and the beauty was turned into a Swiss cheese by Kuno's. But that's her story. He is Konoha's ninja cat, he has to sit with poise and composure. Rin glanced at him and thought Takashi was just curious about new woman. Cats are always more curious anyways. Takashi followed Pakura with his eyes, and then inadvertently met a pair of gentle yet crazy eyes. Sasori of the Red Sand. I can't afford to offend him. Wonder how many points he would give though. Takashi thought before he turned around and laid down to continue sleeping, so as not to attract the attention of the examiner. After a while, Pakura turned around and went out from the main door. At this time, most of the ninjas had put down their pens, and only a few were still writing furiously, including Guy answering questions while controlling his bladder. After finally holding on until the end of the exam, Guy rushed out without even looking at the test paper. At least his physical skills are quite good. The Konoha examiner sighed inwardly, and then paid attention to the paper. Well, it's quite full, so I can give you some points since he wrote something. It won't be a problem to make arrangements to get him passed when the time comes. Most of the people who came to take the Chunin exam this year was to reduce risk of losing their own village's shinobis while reducing the competition among villages. After surviving the first round, a large number of genin would be eliminated in the second round. After the first round, examiners would be busy marking papers. Guy, after coming out from washroom, he sat in a corner in a daze. He was too worried and afraid to return to the examination room. After the test, he realized that he was surrounded by big guys. If he had discovered it earlier and copied the papers around him, he would have passed with no doubt. I shouldn't have written my own answers. Guy, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Let me see. Rin immediately looked for Guy after leaving the room, thinking that he had a bad stomach from breakfast in the morning. Takashi glanced at him, and then said mercilessly, when he came out from washroom, he realized that everyone was copying and he had good opportunity to do it himself, right? Ha ha ha. I really didn't think this through properly. Guy was saddened by this, and he burst into tears. It's okay, it's okay. If you can't do it this year, come back next year. It's okay, Guy. Rin comforted him gently. At this time, Obito rushed out and said happily, Rin, I used the Sharingan to copy. What's wrong with Guy? Guy cried sadly, and the conversation ended with him. If only he had realized that he was surrounded by big guys, he could easily use them as cover to copy couple answers at least. He was filled with regret. But then he thought about it. I am still young and can come again next year. Besides, he is never one to shy away from failure and hard work. Guy, right. But Rin, you are right. I can come again next year. I can prepare well for the exam for rest of this year. I will definitely be able to do it next year. Yosh, my youth is burning. Guy, who was howling and crying just now, suddenly ignited his youthful spirit at this moment, made the two companions dumbfounded, and the other ninjas who were unaware felt that this child had something wrong with his head. Obito was stunned for a moment, then he clenched his fists and shouted, "That's right, keep your youth burning, and you will be able to pass next year for sure." The people around him heard the sound, looked over, and then fell into silence. This is the first time they saw someone who can be so high-spirited even after failing. These two are worthy of being in same team, but it's a pity for this cute little girl, and for the little black cat. While Guy excitedly shouted nonsense such as fighting spirit, youth, and burning, Takashi had already jumped off Rin's shoulder and hid behind to quietly watch. He can just watch the performances of the unique beasts of Konoha, but if he stands beside them, he may be regarded as their comrade, so it is better to spy on them secretly. He jumped into the bushes outside. Through the gap, he saw a red-haired boy standing behind the bushes, looking at Uchiha Obito quietly, his eyes full of desire and greed. It's a Sasori again, should I try something with him? Forget it, let's just keep calm. Takashi was thinking this, but he couldn't help but sneak forward. Sasori was looking intently, and suddenly lowered his head, and saw a pair of bright red eyes in the grass, as well as the jet black hair. In an instant, he couldn't help but take a step back in fear. Sasori's expression quickly returned to indifferent, then he lowered his head and saw the appearance of a cat, then lowered his body and stared at the little black cat for a couple minutes. What the boy hates most in his life is someone secretly spying on him and scaring him. A child and a cat stared at each other. Takashi was a bit timid in his heart, but he couldn't back down at this moment, lest Sasori notice a weakness to pounce on. After a few seconds, Sasori smiled slightly and said, "The little kitten from Konoha is quite interesting, but it's a pity. It were too small, and couldn't do much. If he turns it into a puppet, there is not much to work with." He stood up and left with indifferent eyes. Takashi's heartbeat increased, and he secretly regretted why was he so stupid? Why did he come out of hiding? But after looking at the panel and discovering the extra 500 points, he was instantly relieved. With so many points, it's okay to take some risks for such rewards. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 77, Chapter 77. Speaking of which, is Sasori afraid of the dark or the eyes glowing in the dark? Takashi wondered. 500 points couldn't appear for no reason. I must have touched Sasori's nerve or something. Forget it, for now let's ignore him. Now that everything is done, what should I do? I have Orochimaru above me. He looked around fearfully, and just to confirm if Orochimaru was nearby, after not finding anyone he gave a sigh of relief. Then he came out of the woods and looked at Obito with conflicted feelings. It was obvious that Sasori had already developed some human puppets at this time, as there was something wrong with the way he looked at a ninja with Kekkai Genkai, bloodline limit. According to Takashi's understanding, this is collector's addiction. Regardless of whether it is useful or not, I want to collect one when I see a Kekkai Genkai ninja. Well, I have to warn Obito. Takashi thought for a moment and jumped on Obito's head. Obito naturally jolted and yelled, attracting a bit of attention. Black Cat didn't speak for some time, just laid on his head and make it look like a chicken coop. Sasori not far away frowned slightly. Was it really a coincidence? He felt that this cat was quite intelligent and seemed to be acting suspicious, so he became more interested in it after being frightened just now. But looking at it now, did it only want to play prank on him? He would need to observe a bit more it seems. A smile appeared on Sasori's lips and he walked towards the second examination area. Takashi seemed to feel something. Indeed, as Sasori thought, cats' intuition is much more sensitive than that of humans, and they can detect many things that humans cannot detect, such as Sasori's gaze and intent behind them. He was certain that Sasori was looking at him just now, not Obito. If you really target me, I might have miserable faith. Forget it, I'll already offended you anyway. I'll look for opportunities to do it again and gain something out of it. The little black cat thought to himself with a bit of bravery. If Sasori really sets his sights on Obito, Takashi and Rin will definitely have conflicts with him, so it doesn't matter whether he offends Sasori or not, he's still going to be a fight anyways. In Hidden Sand Village, Sasori's strength must have reached the Jonin level, but while also being good at using poison and puppets. As long as he deal with Sasori properly, he doesn't need to be afraid of Sasori. After all, he is a summoned beast, he can be used to delay Sasori and be reverse summoned at any moment. The key is for Rin and Obito to hide. But after glancing at Guy and Obito, he felt that all his planning was of little use. He would have to decide when the time comes. Of course, the best outcome would be that Sasori wouldn't come after them. The second test begins on the cliff outside Kikyo Castle. For Suna ninjas in this place brings back bad memories, because many Suna ninjas died in this land, and there was a recent example of the Suna ninjas being defeated and even having many ninjas captured. Therefore, many Sunagakor ninjas immediately clenched their fists when they saw this. It's heartbreaking to lose the people they care for. Takashi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Are the people who chose this examination place plan on having gruesome combat between Konoha and Sunagakor? He complained on the inside while observing sand ninjas. Pakura was a jonin who went on patrolling duty, so she didn't come here. The other sand ninjas were basically unrecognizable, except for Sasori and another man, Gaara's uncle, Yoshimaru. The examination location was so big before that Takashi didn't even notice that he was already beside it. I didn't notice him until now. I have to say I really don't like the temperature here, and is this how Sunagakure is? No, it should be with because of sand and strong winds. Sunagakure really isn't a desirable place to be in. He kept staring at Yoshimaru. After Obito noticed it, he glanced at the cat's observation and said firmly and disdainfully, "Why Takashi, he is a man, do we need to start looking for a female cat for you?" Meow. Takashi tilted his head, as if he didn't understand what he meant, and just replied, "You are so knowledgeable, Obito." With hidden sarcasm mixed in. That's right, Uchiha are very observant. When I survey my opponents, I rely on these eyes. These eyes are very powerful and capable, do you understand? They see through everything. Obito started boasting, then remembered he isn't alone with the black cat, and noticed Rin staring at him. Obito started blushing and immediately looked at Rin. Rin had an intrigued look on her face. "Rin, Obito, the test results are out, I'm going to take a look." After saying that, Rin ran away quickly, thinking in her mind the Sharingan's observation ability is so strong, it seems that in the future, she have to be careful with Obito, but can he see? Cough. She was thinking wildly in her mind. Obito was about to cry without tears, and then looked at the black cat fiercely. At this moment, he wanted to strangle the cat, and then jump off the cliff in front to escape this shameful moment. But thinking about the owner of this damn cat, damn it! Obito sat down and started wonder what led him to this moment, while Guy who was uneasy while standing around. After a while, the Rin squeezed out through the crowd and ran over happily and said, "Guy, congratulations, you passed." "What? I passed?" Guy was surprised. How could I not be aware of the quality of my own paper? I may be a bit slow, but I'm not completely dumb. How can my paper be worthy of passing? It's great to be qualified as a candidate. Rin's gentle and cute smile made Obito feel entranced, while Guy's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. Takashi moved his ears, shocked by Konoha examiner's shamelessness. Were those papers worthy of passing? There is no time to relax. Those who have passed the written test are invited to enter the second examination location and start the practical test. Candidates are instructed to find the standards for passing within this examination site. The examiner's voice came from a distance. Takashi looked over and saw only a bunch of people running towards the exam location. His eyes lit up and he immediately thought of a way to collect points. When the group of ninjas ran down the cliff, it quickly jumped off Rin and followed the crowd, rushing ahead. "Ha, Takashi, wait. YOSH. My youth is burning, my blood is boiling, Obito, let's rush." Obito was dragged by Guy and ran all the way from behind. Somewhere ahead, Rin struggled to catch up and barely caught up. Takashi waited for couple minutes. On the one hand, I'm waiting for Rin, on the other hand, I'm waiting for the sheep to accumulate. Herd of ninjas descended from the cliff one after another. This steep hill was as easy for them as climbing a tree because of their chakra control. Basically everyone here was capable of tree walking. Takashi pondered for a moment on the edge of the cliff. Just when Rin was about to arrive, he rushed down, but unlike other ninjas, Takashi's running route was a diagonal one. What's even weirder is, while running down, from below Takashi some liquid dropped down. Is it raining? It's not raining. Who is the damn bastard peeing at this time? Such a coward, don't take the exam if you're afraid of heights, you'll be an obstacle for others. The ninjas below cursed, among these the ones closest to Takashi scolded the loudest. After all, they were the ones affected the most, but soon they found a cat running past in front of them. Then, the people below also started to curse. Are the people above really such wimps? If you can't handle the pressure, just don't participate. Don't resort to such despicable behavior. The next second, a bunch of shurikens flew up from below. The ninjas who came in after them were confused, but soon became angry. "We are also victims, why are you throwing shuriken at us? Let's see who is a coward and who is brave." As a result, there was a fight on the cliff, and combat became more and more intense. In the end, almost the entire mountain wall was covered with ninja fighting scenes. Of course, not everyone was drenched in the black cat's urine. Like some capable ninjas, they naturally avoided it, and it is definitely no problem for everyone in a Megakor village as they are carrying umbrellas, but when the battle intensified, the matter that started this all was forgotten. The examiners on the top of the mountain were stunned and didn't know what to do for a while. After a while, two figures appeared on the scene. One is Ebizo from Sunagakure, and the other is Orochimaru, the current top person representing Konoha. "Orochimaru-san, do you want to stop them?" "Kukyaku, why would I do that? The mountain wall is also the venue for the exam, isn't it?" Orochimaru responded as he laughed coldly. He didn't expect that at the beginning of the second test, this cat would surprise everyone. This is quite shocking, dear readers and fans. For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 78, Chapter 78. As Takashi screamed meow, he ran for his life, pursued by a group of ninjas from Sunagakure village, Kusagakure village, and Takigakure village. Not a single ninja from Konoha was among them. Despite being a well-behaved cat, Takashi knew he couldn't afford to anger everyone, lest they gang up on him. After all, he was just a gentle little kitten. "The little black cat is in danger, we're about to..." A voice cried out, but Guy was interrupted. "No, let's find Rin first. Rin can completely solve this problem. Obito, however, was not about to let Guy intervene, and he quickly pulled him back. This little fellow was quite skilled at messing with people and angering them, but now was not the time to interfere. Although Obito still wanted to teach Takashi a lesson, didn't dare be careless when he saw how perilous the situation was. He immediately turned back and wanted to find Rin, but the mountain wall was crowded, and chaotic battles were erupting everywhere. How could he find her in this chaos? Takashi hyped himself. Hold yourself together, Takashi. As he considered his options, he thought, why not rush into the crowd? If the pursuer's speed is not as fast as mine, it will be useless no matter how many people there are. While running, he still had the energy to check his points, which was quite satisfying. Points were rising rapidly. In a short period, this group of ninjas contributed more than 4,000 points, a sudden fortune if only he didn't have to worry about those ninjas who were vastly strong, and also needed to support Konoha ninjas. This income could still be further increased. He didn't just do this for points. Points were valuable, but life was even more precious. Sometimes, the situation was unavoidable, and sacrifices had to be made. Such as currently. There was a red-haired Sasori staring at him. Could he survive by just running away from him? Obviously not. Sasori, a psychopath, killed people not based on identity or status, but only on preference. He wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone, including the third Kazekage of his own village, and turned him into a human puppet. If Takashi got into trouble and attracted enough enemies, his Konoha comrades would need to focus more on helping him, and the cost of this safety would be much higher. Sasori had similar thoughts running through his mind. As he observed Takashi avoiding many enemies, what he cared about most was not who he avoided, but how did this cat last so long? Sasori was quite curious, with doubts in his eyes. Did this cat have Kekki Genkai? It was fast, explosive, and could even do this for so long. If that's true, then, maybe I found another art project. But when he saw those enemies following Takashi, he couldn't help but frown. It might be difficult to capture it with so many people following, and besides, this cat is quite agile. Although Sasori is an expert in puppet arts, he couldn't physically catch up with his body speed. Forget it, I'll look for another opportunity later. Sasori glanced down, then jumped directly by kicking the wall hard. When he was in the air, he took out a strange puppet and used the puppet to offset the speed of his fall. Before long, he disappeared into the forest. Seeing this scene, Tsunagakure's ninjas all retreated from their fights, decisively used the substitution jutsu and shushin to leave the battlefield immediately and then headed down the mountain. If they really wanted to succeed in their mission, they had to collect intelligence and stop fighting, as currently it was useless. On the other side, a Megakor village ninjas followed the same pattern, jumped down from the mountain wall, and then held up an umbrella comfortably as they floated down. On the mountain wall, a bunch of people broke away from the battle. Most of the remaining fighters were either clones or idiots, such as these dozen fools who were still chasing Takashi. Most of these fools were children of 12 to 13 years old, young and energetic. Seeing them, Takashi couldn't help but think of Asuma, an old friend. Children are the best to bully. Young and energetic ones can contribute more points than many older Chunin. You are the stupidest of the lot, the rest are gone. Meow the black cat was so angry, despite being the culprit who started this whole mess. The pursuing group of children were so angry that, while they were all from smaller ninja villages, so even if they took the exam, it is almost impossible to pass, so they chose to just ignore the exam, kill the cat first and then talk about what to do next. That's right, anyway, we are just doing this to calm our emotions so we can focus better and then take care of the exam. Let's join forces. More than a dozen children cooperated and each showed their inner spirit. Soon the first group of 3 children arrived at the foot of the mountain with the help of their temporary teammates. However, what they saw was not a little black cat, but a black tiger as big as a tiger. The black tiger rushed over, swinging his claws, and in just a blink of an eye, all 3 of them were sent flying. They were sent flying more than 10 steps away and hit a tree, fell unconscious. The children standing on the cliff with chakra attached to their souls had confused expressions. What's going on? Where is the cat they were chasing? It was such a small kitten, now they are fighting a tiger, and its fighting power was so terrifying. Meow. A loud, terrifying cat meow came. Is it that cat? The one they were chasing? These children were so frightened that one of them lost his balance and fell directly from the mountain wall and was then slapped away by Takashi's paw to break his momentum. The remaining children were trembling and did not dare to come down again. Seeing that there was no way down below and chakra was being depleted little by little, these children from the smaller ninja villages gritted their teeth and ran upwards. Sir, we give up. Well, that's enough dealing with weaklings. Takashi cancelled the multi-size jutsu, turned around, and jumped into the forest. Kukyuku. Ha ha ha. On the top of the cliff, there was a burst of chilling and terrifying laughter, which almost scared the children into falling off the mountain wall. After shaking for a moment, they decided to climb up. There are examiners above, and there is no way they will be killed, hopefully. Their village had told them that they are just here to follow instructions and participate, and the main goal is to protect their own lives throughout the exam. As for passing, it is just a dream. All right. Orochimaru smiled, his eyes full of desire. What an excellent ninja cat. I really want to catch him and study it. He couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick his lips. This action frightened the Kusa ninja child who had just climbed to the top of the mountain almost to death. Ebizo's mouth twitched. Konoha is really lucky. In this Chunin exam, except for the 2 idiots in green tights, no one is normal. Even the cat is beyond the standard of ordinary Chunin. As for winning, it's just a Chunin exam, and I'll do what I can to promote Tsunagakure village for sure. He would not think about the fact that Tsunagakure village sent the same lineup. Even Sasori, who became a Chunin at the age of 6, was demoted to a genin. However, the quality of ninjas in Sunagakure village was obviously not as high as that of Konoha. As long as I keep trying, I won't always lose. But when things go over my head, I'll throw in the towel. Takashi kept searching for the scent and soon found the combination of Rin and the green tights. Rin is not in any danger, but his face had a pissed expression. No one can hurt Rin. He looked around for more signs for a moment, then cautiously walked further, coming to a place where they might have sat for a couple minutes before proceeding further ahead. After following a few more steps, Takashi sniffed with his nose, looked around again, and found a paper ball hidden by Obito in the grass. Someone is following us secretly, please don't show up directly obviously. This was written by Rin. Takashi hid in the bushes, paying attention to the surrounding smells while tracking his team. There were too many people following, many of them were ninjas from Konoha, but what he cared about most was the unique smell mixed in. Although scents were mixed together, there was still the smell of poison in it. Sasori? The Sasori has been eyeing the Sharingan, or maybe the whole of Obito. And Rin actually discovered him. Rin is amazing. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 79, Chapter 79. Rin's exceptional talent is undeniable, as evidenced by her ability to handle the formidable task of becoming the Three-Tails Jinchuriki at such a young age with incomplete seal. Had she not possessed a certain level of skill, she would have been unable to cope with the immense power and would have likely immediately self-destruct. Provided that the enemy pursuing her was from the Hidden Mist Village, and not Sasori, her fate might have been different. However, Takashi's thorough search led him to the hidden Sasori. The puppet, expertly camouflaged, was nearly imperceptible. If Takashi had not relied on his keen sense of smell, he might have overlooked Sasori altogether. As a puppet from the sand-hidden village, it was imbued with deadly poisons, making direct contact extremely perilous. Kami only knows the types and potency of the poisons present. Takashi followed Sasori stealthily, his feline agility and silence allowing him to move undetected. As a skilled tracker, he needed only to avoid disturbing the surrounding foliage. Meanwhile, one person and one cat proceeded ahead, with the other trailing behind. After a while, the sound of intense fighting erupted from up ahead. Takashi immediately turned his attention to the commotion, and with his exceptional eyesight, he spotted Guy, Obito, and Rin struggling to fend off the siege of 4 to 5 Megakor ninjas. Should I? He was about to rush to their aid, but a glance at Sasori suppressed his impulse. After a moment's deliberation, he donned the metal claw gloves given to him by Orochimaru. Sasori, too, was preparing to attack. The puppet's mouth was aimed at Obito, who dodged deftly. The moment Takashi saw the wooden puppet's mouth open, 4 black fur ropes suddenly flew out, binding the puppet's joints. The cat took advantage of the grip, leaping forward with a raisonnan in his mouth. Upon landing on the puppet, the cat used his claws to slash along the puppet's mouth, simultaneously unleashing the raisonnan to attack its body. The puppet's mouth was severed horizontally, and a small hole was blasted out of its body. Takashi released the puppet and jumped up, spraying a vacuum bullet while midair to target the puppet's neck area. He didn't want to be caught off guard, and the puppet's potential poisonous mist and anti-binding capabilities made it a formidable foe. With more space to maneuver, it was easier to dodge. At this moment, the puppet disassembled, and Sasori emerged, landing on a nearby tree. The puppet reassembled instantly, pointing its intact side towards the vacuum bullet. With the defense being robust, the vacuum bullet failed to penetrate it. Sasori, having emerged from the puppet, wiped his face, his expression darkening slightly. The saliva that flew out with the vacuum bullet had sprayed his face, enraging him. However, Sasori looked around, realizing he had no chance to attack Obito again. Chuckling, he said, "You're quite an intriguing little thing. I'll definitely add you to my collection when I get the chance." The black cat, standing on a nearby tree, gazed at Sasori, ready in case attacked. As expected of Sasori, Takashi's sneak attack had employed multiple techniques but failed to cause damage to the main body. There must be numerous puppets like this. The puppet masters are indeed terrifying. This is getting boring, I am going. Sasori said, waving his hand, putting away the puppet, turning around, and departing without hesitation. This cat is no pushover. It's strong, agile, and cunning, making it a formidable opponent. Perhaps part of its routine involves provoking people by urinating beforehand. Engaging in combat with this cat would only lead to trouble. If time permits, he might as well hunt down a few Kekii Genkai users. Moreover, there was more than one Uchiha in this forest, making it an unwise decision to attack him in this environment. However, he would remember this black cat. Although it doesn't seem to have a Kekii Genkai, it's small, agile, and possesses many abilities. Transforming it into a puppet could be a viable option. But not now. There will come a time to add this cat to his collection, when the moment arises. Sasori's eyes gleamed with a hint of murderous intent. Phew, he finally left. Takashi breathed a sigh of relief. The series of strategies he had devised on the spot had been moderately effective, albeit at the cost of earning a powerful enemy for the future. His primary concern now was to help Rin, but first, he wanted to collect points. The little black cat glanced at the panel. Nearly 7,000 points. The original points from buying the multi-size jutsu had been almost returned with a surplus. The over 6,000 points accumulated during this confrontation had earned him a handsome reward. So many points. But peeing on his enemies cannot be used as a frequent tactic. The wave just now when exam started had almost drained his bladder. He feels that he needs a water release or earth release ninjutsu to simulate this kind of effect. Just thinking about it, he should be able to make the enemy feel sick and infuriated to earn points. The greater the negative emotional instability, the better, right? For example, he could use the water release. Water severing wave in the form of urine. You see that I'm peeing, but in fact, I'm releasing water release. This would be twice as effective not only for pissing them off but also as an attack. The only problem is that water severing wave is too expensive. As for earth release, there are jutsus like earth release, earth flow river and earth release, swamp of the underworld that can be used. Ahem. It can look quite realistic too. If I think about it any longer, I will vomit my breakfast. Takashi collected his thoughts and looked at the battlefield not far away. Guy was fighting against two Megakor ninjas, while Obito was battling the other two on the side, and Rin fighting one. There seemed no need to rush in and help at the moment. The little black cat watched them for a while, then began to observe the surrounding situation. Because of the cat urine earlier, any ninja that had been sprayed by him couldn't escape his nose, so as long as it wasn't someone from Konoha or a few strong people appeared, he could easily detect others. In the shadows of the forest, he spotted two Kusa ninjas, relatively far away from the current location. He quickly ran over the branches to that side. The two Kusa ninjas lurked in the bushes, relying on the ninjutsu of the Kusagakor village to cover their tracks. The concealment effect was indeed good, but unfortunately, the smell of urine from their bodies could be smelled from a long distance. They haven't noticed me despite being so close. It seems that they're not strong. That's right. Do I still need to wait for Rin and others to ambush these weaklings? Takashi looked down on them. After observing for a while, the two people below didn't notice him, so he jumped down from the tree and landed on the head of one of them. What? The man screamed. The other ninja turned his head and saw the black cat sitting on his comrade's head, with its claws gently rubbing against his comrade's hair. Meow, I accidentally peed on my fur before. Thank you for the hair, Takashi said in a cute and innocent manner. Damn it, I'll kill you. The Kusa ninja took out his kunao and quickly raised his other hand to grab the cat, but soon enough, there was another scream. His hand was punctured by cat hair. The cat quickly jumped onto the other person's head, and then became the size of a lion in the blink of an eye. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the Kusa ninja below was directly crashed on the ground. Takashi didn't know whether he was dead or not, but since he wasn't running away, he was likely seriously injured or unconscious. The other Kusa ninja was stunned for a moment when his hair was used by this cat to wipe its paws. What the hell? This did cat just grow big? It was just sitting on my head just now. Damn, I just escaped a terrible fate. What if it grew this big while on my head? My neck would have broken. Meow. Takashi called out, and then slowly raised his paw. The sound of meow made the Kusa ninja tremble. When the cat was small, he felt it was cute and harmless, but now, he was very grateful for the cat's kindness in not killing him, so he decisively took out a white flag from his pouch. I surrender. I surrender. You surrendered before I even lifted my claws. Takashi raised his paws. The Kusa ninja's face turned pale. Seeing the cat's claws getting closer, he didn't dare to run. He could only pick up the kunao tremblingly. Why is this cat so cruel and won't let him surrender? You've gone too far. The Kusa ninja was extremely aggrieved and gritted his teeth in frustration. He clenched the kunao angrily while retreating. You think you can resist? Takashi was excited for a moment, and then saw the opponent pick up the kunao handle and aimed for his head. The next second, the Kusa ninja rolled his eyes and fell unconscious. The black cat was lost in thought. I just wanted to rub my body against his, but I didn't want to kill him. Forget it, I seem to have gained 300 to 400 points, which wasn't a lot, but still a good amount. After all, the opponents are just genin of Kusagakor village, not a Chunin or Jonin pretending, but an actual genuine genin. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 80, Chapter 80. A loud commotion erupted from the fight, drawing the attention of the AIM ninja, who were engaged in battle with Rin and her team. With a sidelong glance, they spotted a black tiger. What the hell? The AIM ninja were stunned for a moment, and during this brief distraction, two of them were knocked away by Guy and Obito. Then, the black tiger's body grew like snakes, entangling their feet. Help, I'm sorry. Help me, please don't. The two struggled, but were unable to break free. They were dragged towards the black tiger amidst screams. How could their comrades dare to save him? Witnessing this scene, their hearts were gripped with terror, and their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. In the blink of an eye, they could only throw a smoke bomb and seize an opportunity to escape. However, just as they were about to throw the smoke bomb, Obito, who had activated his Sharingan, quickly shot the kunao and accurately deflected the smoke bomb. Then Guy jumped up and kicked one of them to the ground. After Obito shot away the smoke bomb, he also used the Konoha whirlwind to pin the enemy to the ground. In the end, except for Rin, who was slightly less aggressive and let her enemy escape, the others were captured alive. Takashi pressed one paw on one of them and looked down at the remaining two. The two were so frightened that they couldn't think straight. They couldn't comprehend how a cute small cat had suddenly transformed into a tiger-sized creature. At this time, they were like mice caught by a cat. It was a blessing that they had not died nor were unconscious. Takashi's system panel kept flashing alerts, scoring more than 10 points consecutively. After 2 seconds, he moved his paw away. The two breathed a sigh of relief. Next, the cat lay horizontally on the chests of the two, using them as pillows, and occasionally turning over. I surrender, I'll give you everything I have. The AIM ninja screamed, and the cat, blessed by the multi-size jutsu, was indeed formidable. His body too heavy, so Takashi had to be merciful. If he transformed into the size of an elephant, he would crush them to death. Why are you following us, meow? Takashi returned to his original form. Maintaining the multi-size jutsu also consumes chakra, and he didn't want to waste his energy in vain. In the second phase of the Chunin exam, you can pass by possessing 2 forehead protectors. This is the information we gathered together with Taki ninjas. We thought your team was the weakest, so we followed you. The 2 AIM nin didn't dare to hide it. This cat looked very cute and talkative now, but his inner demon was evident, and his enlarged size only made him look terrifying, especially at such close range. Tell me, where did you get the information? After Obito heard this, he pressed a kuno against the throat of the AIM nin he had subdued. These words were carved on the trees. The 4 people who were subdued did not dare to lie. There are no words on the tree, he is lying to us. Guy shouted angrily after looking at a nearby tree. The 4 captured ninjas were so anxious that they immediately explained that it was not this tree but the previous tree, fearing that the idiots would misunderstand and beat them up again. 2 forehead protectors are required to promote 1 person. Does our own count? Or does it need to be 2 extra forehead protectors? Rin asked while collecting the forehead protectors. I don't know. The 4 prisoners answered fearfully. Let's keep searching to see if there are any new clues. To be safe, it's best to have 6 forehead protectors extra. Rin suggested thoughtfully. Takashi secretly muttered in his heart, so, we have to collect 6 forehead protectors? There are villages that only send 6-7 ninjas. After thinking about it, he felt sad for the ninjas of these small ninja villages. The odds are heavily stacked against them. It was just a matter of being cannon fodder in the war, and taking the Chunin exam while being background characters within it. Why was life so unfair? Takashi let go of the 2 people he dragged over and pounced on the other one. He played around with them a bit and collected about 100 points. The Chunin exam is simply a holy land for points. He doesn't want to leave, he wants to continue collecting points here. Alright, let's move, let them go. Rin had already spoken, and Obito and the rest had no choice but to let go of their 4 defeated foes and release them. They had no forehead protectors anymore, so they could try attacking someone else or give up. But they would probably end up suffering more if they continued with their exam. The team set off again. By the way, Takashi, I just saw you fighting another person. Meow Sasori from Sunagakor village. He didn't really do much. He seemed to lack the desire to actively fight, but he wanted to kill Obito. Takashi replied. Me. Obito, who was rushing ahead in front, was stunned for a moment. I had no grudge against that Sasori, so why did he want to kill me? Rin thought for a second and guessed, maybe he's targeting your Sharingan. It's okay, even if he wants to kill you, I will protect you with my life. Guy was very motivated. From the moment he passed the first stage, this guy felt like he was on a high, unable to stop himself from getting overly excited. Ninjas in Sand Hidden Village are familiar with poison, so we can't rush in recklessly. Poison, I can detect them. Takashi ignored them and rested on the medical box while observing the system panel. More than 7,000 points. It can be said that this wave of profits has been huge, but what to do with these points? He still hasn't decided yet. I can't even consider Sharingan and Byakugan. What's the point if I cannot use them without being branded by Hyuga, or having them stolen by Danzo, or ending up worth the risk of fighting Jiraiya by Orochimaru? It's better to focus on other avenues for getting strong for now. For example, water release, water bullet jutsu. This jutsu is very simple, its power depends only on the amount of chakra, and Takashi is also quite compatible with water release. It only costs 2,000 points to buy it. Of course, if it's just the water bullet, it's not powerful enough for Takashi, but he is familiar with wind release chakra nature, so he can completely inject the wind nature chakra combination into the water release, similar to wind release Toad Gun. He thought for a while and finally bought it. In terms of cost effectiveness, this jutsu is currently the most cost-effective option. As long as his chakra increases, its power will become more and more powerful. It can be said that the upper limit of this combination is very high. There are 5,000 points left. Try gacha. Taking a look at the prize pool, his eyes gradually brightened. From this week's prize pool, the Takigakure village dried fish disappeared. Only half of the 20 prizes were junk, and 7 of the remaining half were ninjutsu, physical techniques, along with lightning release, and there are also 3 Kekii Genkais. Let's try it. 1,000 points were invested, and 11 prizes appeared one after another. Cat Scratching Post, Ninja Cat version of Catnip, Razor, Uzumaki Village's special dried fish, limited edition, Luffy's Giant Meat, limited edition. Takashi went from being hopeful at the beginning to becoming numb and despairing, and finally lying in the medical box in despair. A wave of 10 draws, nothing but these useless things. Luffy's Giant Meat, limited edition, what the hell is it for? Hopefully, it's not half-eaten by Luffy. What do I do with it, though? Catnip, well, I have never tasted catnip, let alone the Ninja Cat version. Even so, these things still couldn't make him happy, but seeing the last prize lifted his spirits. Ninjutsu. Not exactly, to be specific, it is the Kekii Genkai Ninjutsu Deidara's explosive clay. Exploding clay, this jutsu is. Takashi chose to receive it and was looking forward to using it with great interest. However, the knowledge that came with receiving the ninjutsu confused him. As mentioned before, the system will adaptively modify the ninjutsu to make it suitable for use by the user. Since he doesn't have an extra mouth on his paws to make explosive clay, so the system adapted by changing the exploding clay to be used by detonating cat feces. It's deadly and smelly. When Takashi imagined that scene, he couldn't help but cover his nose from the imaginary smell, and at the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little confused. How do I change the shape of my feces? Could it be that when it comes out, this is too difficult, this cat can't do it? As for using his paws, come on, the smell and texture don't need to be mentioned, and he can't even stand it. Sure enough, I am still unlucky. Takashi laid down, but after browsing the system store, he found out that the regular explosion release cost 10,000 points, and he instantly became happy again. Although the method of using is doubtful, it was a profit no matter how you look at it, 1,000 for 10,000 points. Moreover, what happened to the cat poop bomb? Isn't it great to blow up the enemy and get points for the damage? Moreover, next time I encounter a Sasori, I can use the Raisnon to create a hole in the puppet and then directly throw an explosive ball inside to detonate. The effect will be absolutely outstanding. Just the points gained from Sasori experiencing that would be enough to cover the gacha. Such a valuable ninjutsu. Thinking of this, Takashi even felt that he should change his fur color. My lucky days have come. I am no longer a bad luck black cat anymore. Seeing him instantly turn into a white cat, Rin was a little puzzled. Why did you turn into a white cat? Meow, my lucky days have started from today on. Takashi replied with joy, causing Rin to be confused as the answer raised more questions. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 81, Chapter 81. This chapter is sponsored by our patron, Austin. Thank you, Austin, for sponsoring this chapter. Kindly give your thank yous to Austin in comments. White Cat had put on a bit of weight again, thanks to the abundant food he received in the latest gacha. This time, he had tried multiple different kinds of foods, and when combined with the previous ones saved beforehand, it was quite a feast. The only positive thing was that he had received a special at food, which could be considered a minor gain in strength, albeit at the cost of 1,000 points. Ah, how easy it was to get involved with gacha and lose points. It was quite frustrating. While the cat was busy eating, Obito and Guy tried to locate the Kusa ninjas defeated by Takashi for their forehead protectors, but sadly, they returned empty-handed. Oh, Jiraiya-sama has white hair, so you becoming a white cat would make a perfect match, Obito said, offering his own understanding on why Takashi changed his fur color. Meow. Takashi was already in a sad mood due to multiple useless draws. When he heard this, he became angry, jumped forward, and landed on Obito's head. Then, he grabbed Obito's hair and started pulling it in various directions. Soon enough, Obito's hair became patchy. By the time he returned to the medical kit, Obito had inadvertently received a free haircut. Well, he looks much better than before, Takashi thought, admiring Obito's new hairstyle. In the eyes of the cat, this hairstyle was quite handsome, and Obito seemed to have helped him gain more than 200 points. Not a bad deal, considering it was his hard-earned effort. Ah! Obito was furious and wanted to charge at the cat with a kunai. Obito, you can't say that about Jiraiya-sama, Rin said. Exactly, wait a minute. Takashi fell into deep thought after hearing this and didn't quite understand what Rin meant. Damn, she is scolding him for comparing me with Jiraiya. Why can't you say that about Jiraiya? Could it be that she thinks I'm a pervert like him? White Cat raised his head and stared at the little girl. Guy couldn't comprehend this, as he was lost in thought who was Jiraiya. But Jiraiya-sama is a good person. Do you understand that I won't allow you to talk bad about him behind his back? Rin replied sternly. Yes. Obito acknowledged, feeling aggrieved. Jiraiya is a good person? Why would anyone believe that? Rumors had spread a while ago that Jiraiya was interested in the princess of the Akinichi clan and wanted to peek at her bathing at the edge of the bathhouse, but luckily, he was called out by this cat. This was what many people thought happened, and they had no problem believing it because of Jiraiya's already bad reputation when it came to his perverted deeds. Instead, we should praise this cat for being heroic and brave for risking his life to bring such a matter to justice. But after thinking about it further, why did this cat specifically appear next to the bathhouse? Obito felt that there was nothing wrong with his thinking process, and combined with the past experience, he saw the truth of the cat abandoning him and choosing Rin, and decided that this was a perverted cat. There was nothing wrong with his logic and reasoning ability, but, in addition, Takashi is just a cat. He has a different thinking process compared to us humans, so don't put our human logic on that of a cat. Rin continued. As expected of a medical ninja, she would have a different understanding. After hearing this, Guy was further confused and felt utterly clueless, while Obito couldn't help but feel sad and angry when he saw the cat's smirking look. Meow. I know. After saying this, he quickened his pace and moved forward. This was coercion and bullying, and I have done nothing to deserve this. I am not changing my mind. This is definitely a perverted cat. Takashi was lying on the medicine box, looking very happy. This was the advantage of being a cat. Since he was so cute, others would often forgive him. At least compared to himself, Obito suffered quite a bit. At this time, Guy finally interjected and asked, "Who is Jiraiya-sama?" "It's not important, Naya. I have found another enemy. Do you want to pursue him? Lead the way quickly." Rin was full of energy. Since they were so close to passing, they were already more than halfway there for the goal of this exam. There must be a lot of clues about various shinobis passed through in this forest, but based on the conditions of ground and trees. General logic for this is, the more clues left over, the easier the prey. Of course, this could also be a trap, but unless the enemy is a special Jonin or Jonin level, the danger is not that high. They can definitely get more forehead protectors each and win this round. Takashi was very glad that he had peed on others when this round started, otherwise, how could he easily find the enemies around him? The key was that those who were marked were relatively weak rookie ninjas, so there was no need to worry about accidentally kicking a hornet's nest. Although Obito was angry, he could only follow along. With Takashi as the lead, it wasn't difficult to find the enemies. But what shocked everyone was that when he followed the source of the smell, they found 2 corpses hidden in the forest, and their forehead protectors had not been taken away. There were no wounds visible on the surface, but it's poison. Rin squatted down and examined the bodies. With Guy's help, she turned the body over and carefully checked the necks. They saw an injury the size of a pinprick. Sasori? Takashi thought of the puppet Sasori was using, and usually, people taking the exam would gather in small groups to avoid being ganged up on. There were only 2 corpses here, and one of them was taken away, since he could smell 3 people. He sniffed around. Indeed, there should be 3 people here, but the scent of the third person disappeared midway. It may be that the body was sealed into the scroll after death, or Sasori may have used some other method to cover up the scent. This shouldn't be difficult for someone like Sasori. What's going on? Obito followed Takashi, feeling nervous. He vaguely felt that the matter here was related to the Sasori mentioned before. Meow, it's probably a Sasori, there's no way to track him. Takashi replied, and then returned to Rin. Seeing the tragic state of the corpse, he couldn't help but feel shocked. This was the lethality of Sasori. The reason why he retreated after a single attack was because he was afraid of attacks that weren't easily visible, nor easy to expect, such as poison breath or poison coated on thin needles, like for these victims. Once he was poisoned, death was definite. The scientific shinobis and researchers in the ninja world were so scary. Black Cat was full of regret that he spent so much of the points he had just gained after messing with Sasori. Forget it, those points are already spent, and it wasn't a complete loss, anyway. There was no point in regretting it. It was better to figure out how to deal with Sasori. Sasori doesn't know how to completely eliminate the smell, but it is still difficult to detect him from such a far range, so they must be careful at all times to avoid being ambushed. Fortunately, they got forehead protectors enough to pass, and now all they had to do was find the exit. The message should be engraved somewhere in the woods. But the forest was so big, where could he find the place where the words were engraved? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It seemed like they needed to find another enemy team to interrogate. While I don't have too much experience in this field, my interrogation methods are certified. Even Minato gave a thumbs up and praised me, and I can also make some points along the way. Thank you in advance for your noble sacrifice, my future victims. After searching around some more, they found 2 more bodies. Same death condition. Now, Obito was immensely terrified. Before, Takashi whispered, Sasori is observing in secret. If Takashi hadn't discovered and chased him away, there would be one more the corpse lying on the ground now. Let's run quickly, I feel. We have to inform the examiner and Orochimaru-sama. Rin took a deep breath, her eyes passed over Obito, Guy, and Takashi one by one, and finally focused on Takashi. Takashi, you will need to run for a while. He is not a contestant, so it doesn't matter even if he climbs the mountain. In addition, if there is danger here, she can also use summoning jutsu to bring Takashi back. This is the best method for now. Of course, Takashi knew it, but he was worried. He doesn't know where Sasori might be. How could these 3 people escape if they were ambushed? We need Byakugan, as long as I could find a Hyuga clan member to support my team. As long as even if only one is found, it will be fine. The problem was that the forest was too big, and there might be poison traps arranged by Sasori. Although Sasori's purpose is to hunt down the Kekkei Genkai users, he is a maniac. Who can guess what the maniac will do? At least Takashi couldn't guess it. Fortunately, the poison traps can be identified by smell, so he thought for a while and told the rest of his team his plan, which was quickly unanimously approved. They will look around for a Hyuga clan member to team up with, and then Takashi will go to notify Orochimaru and Ebizo. However, at this moment, a small snake climbed onto the corpse behind them and stared at the scene for a few seconds. On the top of the mountain, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and then raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. This Sasori from the sand-hidden village is interesting. He didn't know if Ebizo knew what Sasori was doing in the forest down below, so he decided to take another look. If he could use this to trick the hidden sand village into an unfavorable position, that would be the best. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 82, Chapter 82. Takashi didn't have a close relationship with the Hyuga clan ninjas, heck he had not even interacted with them before, so he didn't remember their scents. This made searching for them in the current situation even more challenging. However, after spending some time searching, although they didn't find the Hyuga clan ninjas, they stumbled upon another murder scene. The victims who died before were not from Konoha Ninja Village, but this time it was different. The 2 Konoha shinobi died in the same manner as the previous ones. Guy immediately rushed over, carefully turned the body over, and then checked the body, trying to identify the owner. Do you recognize them? Obito and Rin ran over to ask about the situation expectantly, but Takashi knew that Guy was just wasting his time. He didn't believe Guy recognized any of them, as Guy didn't remember most of the people he had interacted with. Guy pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, No, I have no impression at all. Are they really ninjas from Konoha? Rin was speechless. However, after this period of observation, she knew that Guy did have these issues. Maybe it was a kind of prosopagnosia, a neuroophthalmic disorder in which a patient has difficulty perceiving or recognizing faces. Ophthalmic means relating to the eye and its diseases. Since she couldn't count on Guy anyway, she knelt down and carefully observed the appearance of the two ninjas. They seemed familiar. Obito stared at them for a few seconds, and then his face became paler and paler. He was so frightened that his hands started trembling a bit. With his trembling hands, he tried to grab Rin's hand, but Takashi slapped it away with a paw. Meow. You have something to say. He is member of my clan. Obito said in fear. A member of your clan? I do recall that there was an Uchiha genin who was taller than you and about 15 or 16 years old. Rin also remembered. No, he unlocked the 3-tomo Sharingan some time ago, and his strength, he is a special jonin. Obito's teeth were chattering. Even the special jonin team was eliminated by Sasori. If Sasori had taken action against them just before, the consequences would have been disastrous. He was afraid of his own death, but he was even more afraid of Rin and everyone else he cared for dying. A special jonin. Rin was shocked, and her face suddenly turned pale. Guy on the other side also didn't dare to have any ambitions of looking for Sasori to fight him. His excitement died down, because the opponent's strength was really terrifying, and even if they tried their best, they might not be able to cause any damage to the enemy. The most terrifying thing was wait, the body is still warm, be careful. At the same time, Takashi's instincts started flaring, and he immediately utilized his chakra to enlarge his tail and controlled the fur to grow rapidly to surround him and his teammates. The dense ket fur formed a huge protective shield to resist possible attacks. What's the situation? I don't know, but it should be the enemy. Obito took a deep breath and immediately opened his Sharingan. His hands were shaking, but he knew in his heart that he had to overcome this fear because of the encounter before him. The enemy was powerful enough to destroy them. Takashi felt a slight yet continuous impact on his fur. The hidden weapon did not break his defense. He didn't dare to lower the defense from the wild lion's main jutsu, but slowly created an opening to observe the situation outside. Then he saw Sasori standing on a tree not far away. Your abilities are really diverse. Become part of my collection, and I will grant you immortality. I will make you a great piece of art. Though Sasori's words came from over there, Takashi kept observing the surroundings vigilantly. After feeling that the danger that made his heart palpitate gradually lower, he stopped the effect of the ninjutsu, and then the thin needles fell to the ground one by one. The black cat stood in front, staring at Sasori warily. It's time to fight. Takashi took a deep breath, then roared, and instantly became as big as an elephant. His fur constantly surrounded himself, covering his whole body for protection, leaving only his eyes unprotected. However, when needed, the surrounding fur would grow in time to protect his eyes too. In fact, if he weren't for protecting his team behind him, he wouldn't need to be so big at all. Although the multi-size jutsu is powerful, it sacrifices the cat's lightness and agility. Let's find a place to take cover quickly. Throw the emergency flares first. Rin acted decisively. She couldn't care about the exam at this time. She wanted to save herself and her team's lives first. As for becoming a Chunin, if they have the strength, why should they care about a professional rankings? She didn't hesitate and fired the flare directly. Fireworks exploded in the air. Sasori glanced at the sky above, then looked indifferently towards his potential victims, and then 1, 2, 3. From the bushes and trees, figures emerged one after another. 15 puppets. Controlling 15 puppets at the same time, why is he in these Chunin exams with such strength? Takashi wanted to curse at Sasori. Although he knew that Sasori can control 100 or more in the future, the situation is different. In the future, he will not be a human, and transform his body into a puppet. The current Sasori is still human. At most, he is using a similar method to the one Cho used. This situation went from bad to worse. Looks like we are surrounded, it'll be difficult to escape. Guy swallowed, understanding how the previous ninjas died. With so many puppets, it won't be difficult for the enemy to gang up on them and eliminate them one by one. Run! Takashi roared, then raised his paws. His front paws instantly stretched and became larger, and then a huge chakra sphere appeared in his palm. Odama Raiznan. Boom! Under the impact of this ninjutsu, the place where the giant Raiznan passed was a mess, and all the puppets and trees were wrecked. With just one blow, he forced a way open. Rin and her team were shocked, but they soon realized that this was the way out that Takashi had forcibly opened, and Rin also didn't insist on staying. She knew that as long as she escaped far enough, she could use the summoning jutsu to summon Takashi to a safer location. This is the best choice for the current situation. The three escaped, but Sasori did not stop him because his target had changed from Obito to this cat. I can't wait to have you part of my collection. Sasori summoned new puppets and once again formed a formation of 15 puppets to surround Takashi. As long as he broke through the defense, he could bring down this large cat. Sasori is very confident about this, because the new puppets will release poisonous mist, and the poisonous mist cannot be blocked by this cat's hair ninjutsu. His puppet mastery is quite proficient, and these puppets quickly rushed to Takashi's side, emitting bursts of poisonous mist. But after Rin and the others left the battlefield, Takashi shrunk, held his breath, and then jumped out of the puppet and rushed towards the place where Sasori was hiding. He wants to keep attacking Sasori as much as possible. Against the puppet master, hitting the puppet is useless. The puppet master must be attacked. Takashi's speed was pushed to the limit, inhaling and infusing chakra while running, and then suddenly sprayed out a powerful water jet wind release toad gun. This is a combination ninjutsu similar to the one used by Naruto and Gamatsu, but he bought it with the system, and it can be combined completely by himself. The water jet directly knocked down a tree and hit the hiding Sasori. However, it was just a clone. Despite that, Sasori was unable to control the puppet perfectly at the moment of dodging, which gave Takashi an opportunity to take advantage of it. He pushed out a black ball from below him and quickly jumped away when the puppets came nearby. He jumped to the tree in front and protected himself with needle Jizo, and then meow. Katsu. Boom. There was a loud noise, and the sky was filled with dust after the explosion. For a couple of seconds, nothing could be seen. The puppets that were closest and didn't have good defense were directly blown to pieces. Even those puppets that had good defense were blown over. The ground had a small crater at the center. Takashi hid far away, but just looking at this scene felt worried. He had to use this trick just now as a last resort and didn't want to run away so far from the blast zone, but fortunately, he felt his instincts blaring the last second and immediately reacted and left. Sasori was not far away. If he wanted to control the puppet, he had to get closer. Although Sasori avoided the explosion, he couldn't avoid the smell and dust. So horrible. This cat must be killed. Although Sasori has started the process of transforming his body into a puppet, most of his internal organs have not started to be transformed, so he can still smell this unspeakable stench. Except for the third Kazekage, he had never wanted to kill anyone so much, but after sensing around, he found that the cat disappeared out of thin air. Summoning? That cat is actually a summoning beast. When Sasori saw the little girl carrying it with her, he thought it was an ordinary ninja beast, but he didn't expect it to be a summoning beast that had a summoning blood contract. This made him feel even more frustrated. His face scrunched up in anger. If he had known earlier that he should have caught the female medical ninja first. The signal flare attracted the attention of the surrounding ninjas. At this moment, more and more ninjas were rushing here. However, Sasori lost 12 puppets to Takashi and had to retreat immediately. Damn it, sooner or later I will make you into a cat puppet, otherwise, it will be difficult to vent my hatred. You will experience being my eternal piece of art. Sasori swore viciously, and then immediately sealed his puppets and prepared to retreat. He has no other choice. He not only killed the ninjas from various villages in Konoha, but also some Kekkei Genkai ninjas from Sunagakure village. He had made a lot of enemies today, and Ebizo couldn't save him even if he stayed. He had more important things to do, and he wouldn't die here pursuing a cat. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 83, Chapter 83. As Takashi thought to himself, fortunately, I managed to return back just in time through summoning. Rin hugged him tightly, worried about his safety. To ensure they didn't get caught by the Sasori, Rin ran as far away as possible in a short duration before forming hand seals and using the summoning jutsu. Fortunately, Takashi was summoned on time. After Rin checked him properly, she was relieved not to find any wounds. However, what's that smell? She asked. Maybe it's some kind of poisonous gas from Sasori. I think it's better to be cautious, Guy and Obito muttered in unison. Takashi, exhausted from the ordeal, fell asleep, otherwise, he would have given them a piece of his mind. Don't make such a fuss, it's not poison, it doesn't seem like Sasori is still chasing him, Rin said, running a few steps before looking behind her to check. The Sasori didn't chase them, but instead, continued to get further and further away. At that moment, a snake jumped out of the tree. Guy almost kicked it, but Obito stopped him because the snake spoke. You did a good job. Leave the rest to us. You go along this path to the exit and finish the second exam. Orochimaru-sama. Guy was startled, and immediately became respectful, replying together with Rin and Obito, yes, Orochimaru-sama. Well, come on, I'll wait for you over there for the third exam, the snake said after finishing, spitting out a scroll from his mouth. The scroll was a map leading to the third examination location, but there was some snake saliva on it, which made the trio feel disgusted. Obito accepted it but didn't dare to wipe off the saliva immediately. The snake disappeared. Obito breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the map on a piece of cloth before throwing the cloth away, then opened it. Great, let's go to the finish line quickly. It's best to avoid the place where Sasori might be passing through. He may set up a trap. Takashi is now unconscious after running out of chakra. We can't afford to take risks anymore, Rin cautioned, lest these two reckless guys go all the way. Exposed to the battlefield earlier and without Kakashi following her, Rin's progress in planning and decision-making was much greater than before. Since Sasori's whereabouts were revealed, the examination location was quite chaotic. Becoming Chunin was never the first goal of many strong genin who participated anyway. Eliminating the potential future threats was their top priority. Of course, Rin's team didn't need to continue being part of the current stage of the exam. Their mission was to complete the second exam and go to the third exam location, then wait for the third exam. This was not difficult with the map in hand, and they had already completed the collection of the required 4 head protector targets. Normally, they should have collected all the pieces of the map before completing it and proceeding accordingly, but now Orochimaru cheated directly to let them pass, which saved them a lot of trouble and possible dangers. Sasori was not caught in the end. He was well prepared and escaped quickly. Even though the Hyuga clan member was tracking him, he could not catch up with Sasori. Along with that, the ninjas of Sunagakure village helped in the pursuit. Basically, Ebizo was also afraid of taking the blame. No matter what Sasori did, he couldn't be caught, so in the end, the matter was left as it was. But when Konoha settles the score, Sunagakure village may have to pay a huge price. But pursuing escaped Sasori is another matter, and the exam continues as usual. Since many people died in the second exam, there were not many qualified candidates in the third exam, so the final assessment could be started directly without any further preliminary exams. Takashi fell into a deep sleep due to chakra exhaustion and did not wake up until the third exam started. When he woke up after chakra depletion, he felt quite uncomfortable, as if he had stayed up for 3 nights without sleeping. When he woke up, his body felt weak, and his head was suffering from a migraine. No wonder Kakashi has a pair of dead eyes like a walking corpse in the anime. No one can get used to this. He stood up and hid in a corner while the 3 in front were watching the battle. He looked at the points panel. Yay! It was increased by more than 1,200. It was only a little less than the time when Jiraiya was caught peeking and was frightened by him. It seemed that Sasori was really pissed off. Takashi allowed himself to feel content for a couple of minutes, and then bought 2 packets of special cat foods. Just when he was about to eat, he was finding it difficult to swallow. Guess recovering from chakra exhaustion would take a bit longer. After strengthening his will, he gradually ate the 2 packs of special cat foods and discarded the empty containers. Only then did he feel that his strength was gradually recovering. Just as he finished eating, the message for the next battle came from below. Next match, Uchiha Obito vs Madogai. Oh, so it's already reached this stage. Ah, why is it Obito? I'm quite eager for this. Let's have a 1v1 contest between men. Let's burn and display our youth. Guy said with passion, with Obito nodding along. After this declaration, the 2 boys, each wearing green tights, landed on different sides of the field and formed a seal of confrontation with each other. After the examiner announced the start, they immediately started fighting fiercely with fists and kicks, displaying their taijutsu, which they've honed with time, effort, and sweat. Takashi, having regained some strength, leaned in closer to watch. When Obito didn't use the Sharingan, Guy was obviously more powerful than Obito. Regardless of whether Obito used ninjutsu or taijutsu, he was beaten, but after using his Sharingan, they were basically evenly matched. After watching it for a while, Takashi lost interest in continuing to watch. A fight between rookies smashing at each other is boring. Since he had this time, he might as well think about how to use his explosion release ninjutsu more effectively. The explosion strength is quite strong, and the dust flying all over makes even Takashi tremble. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best to use it sparingly, otherwise, such a reputation will spread, which would badly affect the surprise element when using this attack. I'll think more about it afterwards. As of now, I'd better take some rest. If it's Rin's turn later, I can at least help her out. Takashi thought for a moment and laid down on Rin's lap to rest. In the land of wind, Sasori fled back in a hurry, but did not return to the village immediately. Instead, he made human puppets in a base outside the village throughout the night, when a figure came quietly. What are you doing? Kazekage-sama, please sit down. When I finish making this puppet, I will talk to you in detail about my great creation. Sasori's face and body were covered with blood, and he was standing in an extremely gory environment. Various corpses are displayed in the cave. The 3rd Kazekage glanced around coldly, feeling quite sad in his heart. Sasori was the genius and pride of Sandhidden Village, and he once thought that he could train Sasori to become the next Kazekage. So when he secretly tracked down some clues and learned about Sasori's actions during the Chunin exam, he did not say anything about it. He kept staring at Sasori with a blank expression. He had sent a ninja to contact Sasori and sneak him into the village safely. Sure enough, that ninja's body is also here. Why do you do this? For art, for the eternal beauty that my mind craves, for elevating my puppetry to a higher level. Never mind, how can I make you understand my pursuit if you are not a puppet master? Sasori said lazily. Eternal beauty, puppetry. The 3rd Kazekage frowned and looked at the corpses around him. He had a bad feeling in his mind. Could it be that the art mentioned by Sasori refers to human puppets? Human puppets. Sasori, give up this pursuit. This is a forbidden path. It has been a field that has not been allowed to be developed since the creation of puppets arts. If you insist on doing this, then I have to forcefully put a stop to this for the safety of Tsunagakor. Ha ha ha, why do you think I would spend time chatting with you? Great 3rd Kazekage, you will also become a part of my eternal art and become one of my collection forever. As soon as the 3rd Kazekage had entered the cave, he started secretly releasing a colorless poisonous mist, and now the poison should have finally accumulated to a desired extent. Sasori is in a giddy mood at this time, and his long-cherished desire is finally coming true. But despite being poisoned, the 3rd Kazekage is still a powerful Kage, but around him, the puppets started resurrecting and surrounding him. They are all Kekii Genkai users and possess extraordinary power. What makes Sasori regretful is that the Sharingan couldn't be taken, as it was destroyed by the Uchiha clan member before he died. Although he got the body, he lost one of the stronger Kekii Genkai. But it doesn't matter, relying on the puppets available is enough to defeat the poisoned 3rd Kazekage. The battle began. The 3rd Kazekage, despite being poisoned, was a dangerous enemy. Not just anyone can be qualified to be considered a Kage, and he had a scornful look in his face as he observed the many human puppets around him. But the poison was running its course, and its effects were accumulating. He utilized Iron Sand, Black Iron Wings Jutsu to push away all the puppets surrounding him. But sadly, he currently couldn't handle such chakra-intensive techniques for longer, otherwise, he would have utilized it for returning to the village and sending Jonin teams to hunt down Sasori. If he hadn't been as powerful as he is, he would have already died when the poison accumulated to the current level. He ferociously fought till his death, and almost all of Sasori's puppets were destroyed by his Iron Sand World Method Jutsu of Magnet Release as a last-ditch effort. While on the brink of death, Unfortunately, Sasori had long since been prepared for this fight. In order to deal with the third Kazekage, Sasori's weapons were made of special alloys that were not magnetic. While being constantly attacked from various angles, the third Kazekage couldn't entirely focus on Sasori, yet still landed a couple of strong blows on him. Alas, sadly for him, most of Sasori's body had been transformed into a puppet by himself, so it didn't matter if some non-essential parts of his body were destroyed. So whenever an attack was about to land, Sasori used non-essential and replaceable body parts for defending and taking the attack. Though these series of planning and preparation, the strongest Kazekage finally died in regret. The cave was destroyed, but it was quite far away from the village. The third Kazekage wanted to save Sasori secretly and hide him away, so no one knew that he left the village alone and for what purpose. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 84, Chapter 84. In the examination hall, Obito and Guy clashed with ferocity. Initially, Obito employed ninjutsu, Uchiha shuriken techniques, and other skills, but upon seeing that Guy focused on taijutsu, he felt embarrassed to continue using them. The two eventually engaged in an intense taijutsu battle, exchanging blows with techniques like Leaf Hurricane and Konoha Strong Whirlwind. This was not a battle between enemies but rather a spar between friends. After all, they shared a similar attire, with Obito being the only exception, carrying a Uchiha fan on his back. This Uchiha is different from the Uchihas I've met before, Ebizo commented. Kukiku, of course, Konoha is not like Sunagakure village. We, at Konoha, don't lack anything, and this Uchiha here uses different taijutsu compared to his clans. Orochimaru casually remarked, feeding Ebizo some nonsense. In his heart, he didn't agree with Obito's stupid battle plan, but he couldn't show it in front of the people from the other village. Ebizo fell silent, realizing that Suna ninjas also have unique variations, but as he thought about it carefully, those variants are few and far between. Most follow standard templates for ninjutsu, taijutsu, puppetry, and medical ninjutsu, with most specializing in poisons. As the match progressed, he initially thought these two fools in green tights were the only two normal genin from Konoha, but now it's obvious that these two are not normal either. One has opened his Sharingan and excels at taijutsu, ninjutsu, and shurikenjutsu. The other has no discernible ninjutsu skills, but his taijutsu alone is enough to defeat all genin of the same age in Sunagakure village and likely many Chunins too. Konoha is full of talents. Ebizo thought, considering the current stage and future possibilities of Sunagakure, and his mood became even heavier. It didn't take long for Obito to win the battle with a slight advantage. Obito wins. The duel had ended. Takashi, hearing the announcement, looked up. Obito and Guy were both exhausted and bruised but in good health and recovered quickly, so they didn't need further treatment. They just needed to rest for a while. Takashi didn't watch the battle, but looking at them like this, it was probably a youthful, hand-to-hand battle between men. If Guy had won, he may have been promoted to Chunin, but Obito, even though he won, he can't be promoted, because he won due to his enemy having a handicap. However, he noticed the excited expressions of these two, and their friendship seemed to be better than before, so he could only smile in his heart at their camaraderie. Next match, Nohara Rin vs Yashimaru. Yashimaru? Rin prepared for the battle and then observed her opponent, the boy in the stands opposite, who looked a bit feminine. He seemed to be a medical ninja like her. She turned her head and glanced at Takashi. Meow. Takashi stood up without hesitation. After 2 servings of special cat food, his physical strength had almost recovered. Although his chakra had only recovered half, it wasn't difficult to take on Yashimaru. According to his memory, Yashimaru was pretty good and might have even joined Suna Umbu afterwards. Come, let's fight side by side. Rin lowered her hand, letting Takashi jump up on her shoulder, and then both jumped onto the ring in the middle of the stage with it. Since they are not ninjas from the same village, they naturally don't need to abide by the seal of confrontation and seal of reconciliation. Both opponents stood on opposite sides and looked at each other, waiting for the referee to announce the start of the battle. The ninja cat is part of Rin's strength, and hence will not be prohibited from participating in this kind of battle. At this time, Takashi squatted on Rin's shoulder, thinking about a battle plan. There is no doubt that the Chunin exam doesn't only look at strength but also at combat intelligence, command ability, planning, etc. If he attacks the enemy immediately, even if they win the battle, Rin will not necessarily be promoted as a Chunin. Therefore, in this battle, Rin must give a full display of her abilities. Takashi thought for a moment, then whispered, I will be ready to use water release at your discretion. Rin nodded after hearing this. At this time, the referee also announced the countdown number. When the last number fell, the referee disappeared without a trace. At the same time, 3 or 4 kunai flew in the sky, manipulating attack blades. Suna puppetry technique to manipulate the kunai using chakra strings while midair. Rin had seen an enemy use this move from Sunagakure village before, in the battlefield, so she didn't panic when she saw 4 kunai flying towards her. Instead, she rushed towards them. Seeing that these 4 kunai were about to attack, Takashi suddenly jumped up and swatted 3 kunai away with his metal claws. Yashimaru was stunned for a second, then decisively threw a few more kunai, while trying to create some distance between them. However, at this time, Rin made a secret signal with her fingers established among her and Takashi immediately began to rush towards Yashimaru. The position of Rin and the cat quickly blocked Yashimaru's retreat. He opened his waist pouch fully and fired shuriken one after another. At the same time, when the shuriken was about to attack her, she quickly formed hand seals and used the needle Jizo Jutsu, using her hair to block those kunai. Yoshimaru was forced into a desperate situation and was about to use the clone jutsu. Rin formed hand seals continuously as she jumped high and blew out a burst of air. The chakra within Yoshimaru's body became more difficult to control, and his mind felt dizzy. E/N, for those wondering, the poison mist was colorless. Yoshimaru, also being a medical ninja, understood what was going on. This is the effect of the poison mist jutsu. The next second, the cat's metal claws were on his neck. As long as he moved, the sharp claws would mercilessly tear open his throat. No Hara Rin wins. Next round. This time Konoha's new generation of ninjas are all excellent. Ebizo chuckled softly, but inside, he was thinking, they are even blessed by talented ninja beasts. To put it bluntly, wouldn't it mean that the ninjas of Sunagakor village are worse than a cat? Although this is the truth, but, Kukyaku, that's natural. Orochimaru licked his lips with excitement, and this cat is definitely unique. This black cat is not only special because of being able to use ninjutsu, but even brain is quite intelligent. Others may not know it clearly, but how could he and Ebizo not see it? Takashi's actions led to the decisive victory, but the recent battle also fully reflected Rin's combat wisdom, command ability, and on-the-spot judgment, which is very helpful for her promotion to Chunin. Although she lacks a bit of strength, as a medical ninja, she being as capable as she is already quite impressive, and she should have no problem being promoted to Chunin. He's really not even trying to be modest at all. Ebizo sighed on the inside, and then he had no time to think about the issue of Suna ninjas getting promoted. What was more important to Sunagakor village at the moment was not the Chunin exam, but how to deal with the trouble caused by Sasori. Before the end of the second exam, he had sent someone secretly to check and report to him. Kekkai Genkai ninjas were killed from every village, and even the bodies could not be found. It was certain that they had been taken by Sasori. Fortunately, the Kekkai Genkai ninja of Sunagakor village were also killed, so other villages cannot claim it was targeted attack, and Sasori was not captured by the enemy, and knowing his personality, they could only conclude that it was Sasori's decision by himself, and said that he was already a defecting ninja of Sunagakor village. But there was something to be said. Blood would be spilled for this, for sure. Ebizo could predict that Orochimaru would inevitably demand a large amount of resources that the Land of Wind lacked, and would strangle the Sunagakor village's further development potential through tightening resources available. In the past few decades, Konoha has often done this. It'll be very difficult days ahead. I really hope that something major happens in Konoha and Orochimaru is sent on a faraway mission immediately and before he can harm Sunagakor village. Otherwise, Sunagakor village will really have no hope of survival in a few decades. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 85, Chapter 85. Rin, you are so powerful, you can defeat such a strong enemy. As soon as Rin was coming back, Obito rushed over to congratulate her, but this was obviously an exaggeration. I didn't do that good, the opponent was just a medical ninja. Rin felt embarrassed. She knew very well that Yoshimaru was not strong and the reason why she was able to defeat him in such a quick and efficient manner was partly because of the unexpected use of poison mist jutsu, and even more importantly, it was because of Takashi's help. Meow, Takashi called, then looked up at Obito, sneering in his heart, the opponent was just a weakling, but by your words he has become a strong enemy. This is not the way to brown-nosing, at least make it believable. Guy stood aside and smiled, but it was obvious that he was still a little disappointed. Among his team who took the exam, he was the only one who failed. Fortunately, there was no shame in losing to one of his friends, especially Obito since he helped Obito get stronger by igniting his flame of youth. Let's watch the battle first. Rin said softly, and Obito had no choice but to give up and stop racking his brain to think about ways on how to praise her further. At the arena were genin from a Megakor village and Sunagakor village. They were only 1 or 2 years older than them, and they fought back and forth with determination. Takashi felt sleepy after watching it for a while. Because of Sasori, he was used to high-intensity fighting in this Chunin exam, but he was not interested in these novice-level battles. Watching them fight is a waste of time. Since I have the time, why not do a bit of shopping on System Store and figure out how to spend the points I have? Overall, Takashi spent 1,000 points for gacha draws, but after fighting with Sasori, he got back more than the points he spent and now he has more than 4,000 points on hand in total. For buying those high-end ninjutsu, 4,000 points are not enough. The Kekkai Genkai is basically unaffordable, and the products imported from the non-Naruto worlds are far more expensive than the local ones in the Naruto world, and the price-performance ratio is ridiculously low, they aren't worth the price quoted. Unless it can be drawn in gacha, it will not be considered for the time being, and gacha itself is a luck-based game. With his luck he isn't quite sure. After a quick glance, he had no clue for the time being on what to do with points. Forget it, let's buy some luxury cat food first. Takashi glanced at his belly. The Sasori had almost ripped out the small chunk of his body in their fight. One of the benefits of that fight is that the accumulated natural energy in his body is already digested. Now he can eat another portion of luxury cat food. 1,000 points are gone, but it is definitely worth the points. Looking through the shop, he didn't find anything worth buying at the moment. No, the 8 inner gates, he can buy the 8 inner gates. Takashi's eyes lit up and he immediately looked for it in the physical techniques and skills section. After considering it for some time, he felt that his goal was clear. 8 inner gates gate of opening only costs 1,000 points. The only problem is that it requires a certain physical level to be unlocked, and currently it is still locked out as gray. Along with there are also superhuman strength, increases the user's strength. Shunpo, flash steps allows the user to move at high speeds. From Bleach, Rokushiki, a set of 6 martial arts techniques used by the Marines. From One Piece, when Takashi saw the amount of points required, and then looked at his mere 4-digit balance, he suddenly felt that he was still quite poor. E/N, for those wondering why he doesn't just save up to get those Bleach and One Piece techniques, it is because of how costly it would take him months to be able to buy them. They are, and Bleach techniques would be energy costly. Then with renewed determination a sentence came to his mind: will of fire shall prevail. Obito and Guy and my future victims, thank you for your noble sacrifice. He immediately became energetic and looked around to figure out targets that could help him earn points, but it seemed that only Obito and Guy were more reliable. Forget it, not at the moment, they still need to rest and recover. Obito and Guy had not fully recovered from their injuries from their youthful fight. Even if he was a demon cat, he had to at least give his comrades some break, and he couldn't pick on them every day. Let's get some sleep for now. He jumped down and laid on the medical kit that Rin had put aside. Rin looked back and saw that the little black cat had gone back to sleep and stopped paying attention. Then Takashi quietly took out the luxury cat food and ate it quickly. It's a familiar taste, and it still feels like drinking up a small bottle of high-proof alcohol in one gulp. It burns on the way down. After couple minutes, he fell asleep. The Chunin exams were still going on, but there were not many ninjas who had reached the 3rd stage, and with the mess Sasori left for them, Ebizo and Orochimaru didn't care about the genin battles happening below and continued chatting with each other. Of course, elite jonins like them don't chat without purpose. Their main goal is to discuss what to do about Sasori. If it were Jiraiya, he might be a little softer and ask Megakor village to pay a slightly smaller price as compensation, but Orochimaru is in charge, so they would be needed to compensate with a bunch of supplies that the land of wind itself lacks, as well as gold and ores etc. So they will need to import them, then send it to Konoha. It is no exaggeration to say that this snake really can digest anything. Orochimaru's attitude is very firm. If Ebizo doesn't agree, he will fight, or he will hand over the Sasori to Konoha. There is no third option. Ebizo responded that he would discuss it with the village, but the matter could only be delayed temporarily. What happened after that had nothing to do with Rin and her team. The 3 of them are just genin, and regardless of the current situation, they will follow whatever orders are given to them. The 3 of them are not qualified to decide on this matter. After the exam, they embarked on the journey back to the village. Takashi is sleeping again. However, apart from Guy being a bit fussy for becoming the baggage handler, Rin and Obito have completely gotten used to it. Obito even thinks that Takashi is more adorable and cute when he is sleeping as compared to when he is awake. At least he is not being naughty. But then again, all cats in the world are the same. They are cute when they are asleep, but when they are awake, they are more troublesome than the other pets. It's just that I can't beat this one in front of me. Obito sighed mentally. Fortunately, he didn't need to carry the sleeping cat on this trip, as Guy volunteered to take care of him. If it were Kakashi here instead, the one carrying would have been Obito. There were barely any changes in the Konoha while they were participating in the Chunin exam. When they came back, the specific decision on who would be promoted had not yet been made. Minato was gone out on a mission and their team was temporarily created for this exam anyways, so Guy went back home early. He wants to go back to help his teammates and continue doing missions with them. Guy was strong enough to be at the Chunin level, but lacking in other aspects. However, Guy was very happy as Dewey taught him a very important technique that night. 8 inner gates. Rin and Obito were not slacking off either. Obito was learning Uchiha clan's ninjutsu and swordsmanship, while insisting on practicing his taijutsu that Guy taught him, while Rin went back to the Konoha hospital to further practice and learn. Takashi slept the whole time and didn't wake up until the evening of the 3rd day. Compared with before, the time he needs to sleep after each luxury cat food is getting shorter over time. This proves that his body is more used to and adapting to natural energy than before, and its absorption speed is also much faster. He just needs to keep eating it, and maybe someday in future he would need to take just a nap after eating it. Due to sleeping, he missed the Nohara family's celebration. The another advantage of the storage space of system is that as long as it is not the food that has not been removed from storage before, it will be in the best eating condition when it is removed. Such as Luffy's giant meat. It was as hot as a freshly cooked meal, so Takashi hid in the woods next to his house and ate it secretly until only the bones were left. It was quite delicious, definitely not a waste of points. Then he tasted the dried fish from Uzumaki village. The taste was indeed different. After all, the fishes available at Konoha were river fishes and the fishes he got from system was sea fishes. Other than that, there seemed to be no other differences. Just as he was about to try catnip again, the scent of a familiar person appeared. He ran out immediately and saw Rin walking along with Kabuto, talking and laughing as she walked home along the village road. My Masu's. Meow, he rushed up and jumped on the roof of the house to greet them. Kabuto, he's my ninja cat, his name is Takashi. Rin pointed at Takashi. Hello Takashi. Kabuto bowed slightly, as if he had never seen Takashi before. This scheming brat. Some people, and beasts, are really fated to be unique. Kabuto, for example, knew how to disguise his expressions and mannerisms quite well despite his tender age, making it quite difficult for others to see that he had actually known this black cat for a long time. This is Kami's gift for mankind. Of course, dealing with him is not easy task. You never know when you would be next on the chopping block as his victim, so it's best to stay at a distance. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 86, Chapter 86. Meow. Takashi jumped on Kabuto. Takashi, you can't be so rude. Rin scolded. Meow, he and I have known each other for a long time. Takashi climbed on his shoulder and ruthlessly exposed Kabuto's lies in one sentence. Kabuto was stunned for a moment, then held Takashi and bowed to Rin, saying, I'm sorry Rin-senpai, I have known Takashi-chan for a long time. It does seem to be the case. It's okay. Come in and sit for some time. A friend of Takashi is also our friend. Rin didn't care. On the contrary, she was happier. Since Takashi knew him, so she thinks he is not a bad kid, except for girls, this damn cat's primary targets are often boys, and being able to be cordial and friends with Takashi despite that. Kabuto must be a good kid. Kabuto bowed politely, then carried Takashi in his arms, with a smile on his face. In fact, he secretly pressed his hands on some of the pressure points that made the cat uncomfortable. Good old revenge. Takashi's heart was giddy, because he had paid attention to the points panel just now, and when he revealed Kabuto's lies, points jumped by dozens of points. So this cat didn't mind enduring a bit of revenge, but why is he pressing my pressure points? Meow. What's wrong? It's nothing. Takashi likes me to pet him like this. Maybe I accidentally pressed it too much so he is a bit uncomfortable. I'm sorry Takashi-chan. Kabuto said with a kind smile. Meow, let go. Takashi struggled to run out and jumped onto Rin's shoulder. This kid is really a shady. He can tell you both truth and lie with straight face, but no one would find any mistakes in his acting. Rin couldn't help but laugh, walked through the door with Takashi and Kabuto, and shouted at the same time, Mother, I'm back. Welcome back, your father hasn't come back yet, so you'll need to wait a bit longer for food. Nohara Megami heard Rin turned around and saw a cute little boy and couldn't help but asked in surprise, who is this kid? Hello, auntie, my name is Kabuto and I am training under Rin-senpai. Kabuto was very polite. Training under me is a strong phrasing, I am just helping him understand some topics from time to time. Rin felt embarrassed. Her skills were not enough to train medical trainees. Of course, this was her self-effacing thought. In fact, the medical corp evaluated her as having quick on-the-spot reaction, steady hands, strong chakra control, etc. All in all, she was rated quite highly. Megami invited Kabuto to sit down and asked about it enthusiastically. After learning that Kabuto was an orphan, she invited him to sit down and wait for husband to have dinner together before leaving. Kabuto quickly wanted to refuse, but Megami was too enthusiastic and couldn't refuse too much without seeming impolite, so he stayed. For him, this was the first time he had seen such a scene in Capital City. Although there were similar situations, those ladies were either polite or had some desire for him, but the underlying desire to control him and have him as a servant was obvious. But the aunt in front of him didn't have any underlying selfish desire at all, and she was at most sympathetic. This made Kabuto quite uncomfortable, but it didn't feel bad. Takashi got in front of him and asked for a massage. Kabuto petted him gently, and then used some medical jutsu to soothe his muscles and chakra points, making the black cat so comfortable that he started to purr. Rin watched on the side and felt that this jutsu was quite magical, but the secret jutsu could not be spread to others, so she just glanced at Takashi and moved her eyes away. Rin-san, don't worry. This is actually an ordinary massage technique combined with simple medical jutsu. Kabuto noticed Rin's behavior and immediately explained to her. So after a while, Takashi was handed over to Rin. With Rin massaging this time, as Kabuto kept giving pointers and corrections, and it didn't take long for Rin to learn this massage jutsu, Takashi quietly praised him in his heart, as he appreciated this. It is better to teach a man to fish than to get him a fish. From now on, he does not need to run to Kabuto every time he wants a massage. He can get the ultimate massage experience from Rin. In response, Kabuto just smiled. Takashi's great kindness to the orphanage was far beyond his ability to repay. If it hadn't been for his guidance, how could he have considered this route for making money, studied pets and gone to Capital City? If not, how could the orphanage get so much money? The improvements in quality of life for the orphans within that orphanage was quite obvious. After some time Nahara Aizawa returned home and interacted with Kabuto and his family. The Nohara family are all quite polite. While Takashi was in process of waking up, Megami was already in the kitchen cooking a delicious meal. However, it is a pity that Takashi just ate Luffy's giant meat and a lot of snacks in the afternoon, and now his appetite is a bit less, especially for vegetables. Even so, when he saw the hot fresh fish being prepared, he still ate a lot. He can't let such good food go to waste, especially with income in this household. Although Nohara Aizawa became more stable after becoming a sensei in academy, his income was correspondingly less, so they didn't buy fresh fish as frequently. After finishing the meal, Kabuto thanked them and prepared to leave. Originally, he planned to leave alone, but Rin insisted on letting Takashi see him off, so he could only escort him. The orphanage is a little far from the village. Takashi led the way and followed Kabuto slowly towards that direction. With his strength, generally speaking, there would be no problem unless they encountered. Kukyaku, you two are actually together, perfect, so I don't have to look around to find you individually. A cold laugh came. Speak of the devil. Kabuto and Takashi both became alert, especially Takashi, who almost stared at the source of the voice, his whole body stiffened up. Would Rin know what was going on here? He hoped in his heart that Rin would summon him away, but he knew that this was not possible. The so-called escort turned out to be buy one, get one free. Greetings Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto bowed slowly, meow, while Takashi just called out softly as a greeting. Orochimaru doesn't care about etiquette, he cares about talents. Both Kabuto and Takashi are talented, especially Kabuto. His skillful hands and temperament are very suitable for being a medical ninja and doing research. As for Takashi, he is more suitable for research, specifically as a subject. This is a gift for your enrollment in the Ninja Academy. Orochimaru threw a scroll over to Kabuto and then looked at Takashi again. He didn't expect to meet this cat, so he hadn't prepared the gift he had promised last time, but after some observation he realized, the cat didn't really want to ask for any gifts at the moment. Kabuto bent down to catch the scroll. At this time, Takashi jumped onto Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru was slightly surprised this cat wasn't afraid of him. He didn't swat the cat away, but held it in his hands and put it in front of his eyes with interest. This cat is not an ordinary beast, but like him and Jiraiya's summoned beasts, it has been very intelligent since childhood, so it can overcome the fear of ordinary beasts towards itself. But what Orochimaru didn't quite understand was why the cat had to overcome its fear and get close to him. It was because of that he was confused, so he grabbed Takashi and stared at it for several seconds. Editor's note, for Orochimaru's thoughts and interpretation, Takashi is referred to as it on purpose because this would make more sense in this context, as Orochimaru considers Takashi as just an object for research. There is no doubt if he had found Takashi and knew about his talents before Rin took him in, Takashi would have had a very short life or a reach-tailed beast level by now. Sir. Kabuto felt a bit little anxious for Takashi and couldn't care less about the scroll in his hand. Don't worry, I'm just taking a look. Orochimaru put the black cat down, still thinking about the cat coming close to him and jumping on his shoulder. He had been to the ninja cat castle of Nico Granny and knew what the general ninja cat's attitude was towards him was. Therefore, this ninja cat is quite abnormal. After putting Takashi down, he bursts into puffs of smoke. This was just a shadow clone. How could his real body have so much time to roam around? Kabuto and Takashi looked at each other, then Kabuto unfolded the scroll in his hand and read the words on it carefully under the moonlight. After looking at it, Takashi's hair stood up. The scroll contained various studies on cats, including internal anatomy diagrams, etc. He even saw a section of research on ninja cats. Terror etched itself on Takashi's face as he looked at it, his heart pounding in his chest as he stiffened up. This is a damn encyclopedia of cats. Oh Kami. Oh Lord Hagoromo, please bless this kind and compassionate kitten. I've lived an honest life, please bless me with some luck. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 87, Chapter 87. Kabuto looked at the cat encyclopedia and then at Takashi, with a bit of scrutiny and excitement in his eyes. Meow, I consider you such a valuable friend, but you actually want to dissect me. Takashi jumped back instantly. A child and a cat stared at each other, and then Kabuto sighed softly and explained, I wasn't looking with those intentions, I was just curious. Let's go, we are almost at the orphanage anyways. Do you want to stay over for one night? No, it would be better for me to go home early. Takashi refused immediately while staring at Kabuto warily. Stay over? I will definitely be dissected by him. Huh, never mind, with your strength, as long as you don't meet someone on Orochimaru-sama's level, you should be fine. Kabuto carried the cat encyclopedia in his arms and continued walking along the path. Oi, don't tempt my fate. Meow. Takashi shouted out. I just escaped one potential disaster, are you afraid that I won't meet Orochimaru? Sorry about that. Kabuto sighed softly and continued walking along, as Takashi followed behind him. The orphanage is right in front, and there is a faint snake smell from Orochimaru around the yard. It seems that Orochimaru has indeed been to the orphanage and stayed here for a while. He paused for a moment, as his mind couldn't help but think about Orochimaru meeting him on the route back to Konoha from Capital City. What if I meet him again like that? Why don't I stay here tonight? The orphanage has changed a lot. The courtyard are much larger than before. Although the appearance of the building has not changed, yet when he entered the building, he could clearly see that the interior has become much more luxurious. Aren't you going to leave? I decided to stay over and go back tomorrow morning, to protect you and other kids. Takashi replied shamelessly. Safety and well-being is not as important as respect. He believed Rin would understand. At this time, a boy ran out and said happily when he saw Kabuto, Kabuto nii, you are back. The ants are discussing. Hey, who is this cat? A ninja cat, my friend Takashi. Kabuto said with a smile on his face. He smiled, pointed at the Takashi, then raised his hand and pointed at the boy and said, his name is Orochi, he is also child helping along the hospital like me. Hello, Takashi waved his paw. He could recall Orochi from the anime. Although his appearance is indeed a bit different from that 2D anime, he is still vaguely recognizable. This cat can talk. Orochi was startled, but after thinking for a bit that this was a ninja cat, he accepted it. With ninjas, anything is possible. As he is just an ordinary kid, and Takashi has no interest in teasing him. After all, he won't get much points by messing with him, but not to mention it might make him look bad and hurt the kid's feelings. Since he earned a lot of respect from helping the orphanage indirectly by guiding Kabuto, and as Kabuto's status in the orphanage has also increased, so it didn't take long for Takashi to get his own bedding. After a while, the children all went to bed. Takashi was no exception and was driven into the room to sleep. He couldn't fall asleep after trying for a while, so he sneaked out of the window while others were sleeping. At first he just wanted to stretch his body, but after turning around casually, he discovered there were ninjas watching over here. Danzo's men. Takashi licked his paw. There was no benefit in teasing the children, but the same wouldn't be the case with these Roots ninjas. He followed the scent, but when he was almost about to sneak up on him, the opponent suddenly looked up. After looking at the Takashi, the ninja was slightly startled, and then immediately left using a series of ninjutsus like the substitution jutsu and the shushin no jutsu, and rushed away immediately. So decisive. Takashi was startled for a moment, and saw that the benefit was less than 30 points, which showed that the opponent was quite level-headed and did not get scared. Roots ninjas are really something else. He looked back at the orphanage. It seems that Danzo still has his attention on this orphanage, but now Nono had made a lot of money and had no worries about the costs of running the orphanage. Hence, won't be desperate to do root missions. After a while, Takashi doubts the orphanage would even need subsidies and donations from Konoha. Danzo will probably quite distressed, as Nono was good agent. If Danzo knew that this idea came from Takashi, would he be able to gain a lot of points at once? It's a pity that I can't afford to offend him. It's better not to mess with Danzo for the time being. Takashi thought about it for a moment, and then returned to the orphanage. While he still couldn't fall asleep, he happened to look through System Store to see if there was anything he needed and could buy. Then, he recalled about what he wanted to buy before, so he looked at requirements for 8 inner gates gate of opening. Before when he saw it, as he didn't meet the requirements and the purchase button was locked out, but now it is different. Hey, I have met the requirement. The luxury cat food I ate before seems to have worked. Takashi was slightly surprised. Natural energy has a great effect on ninja beasts. It can not only increase chakra, but also strengthen body, enhancing physical capabilities. In addition, he took special food for ninja cats regularly to strengthen his body and increases his chakra but at lower rate, so he was able to meet the requirements at such young age. Looking at it this way, it was definitely worth spending the points regularly for the special cat foods. Let's do this. 8 inner gates is a forbidden jutsu that liberates the body's natural limiters. Gate of opening allows you to use 100% of your body's functions by removes the user's mental limiters. Just opening the first gate is worth the price after all. It only costs 1000 points to unlock the first gate. The orphanage is quiet. Since I can't sleep anyway, might as well give it a try. First gate, gate of opening, open. Whoosh, the Takashi rushed into the forest, and in an instant he rushed to a distant tree and grabbed the owl that was about to land on a branch. The owl struggled hard, but was pinned under the cat's paws and could not move. Takashi played with it for a while, then let it go. His state is indeed much more powerful physically, but it consumes too much stamina. Well, I am starting to get tired now, might as well sleep. The next day, in the early morning, Takashi woke up and was planning to stay in bed for a while, but someone was knocking the window loudly. He thought it was Kabuto or Orochi telling him to wake up, but has turned his head and saw a Nikomata squatting at the window staring at himself. Nikomata was responsible for the loud window knocking just now. This two-tailed cat, ruining my damn sleep. Takashi stood up and stared at him. What is this damn cat doing here? What does he want with me? Oh yeah, I mentioned cat food trading before, but now I don't have enough points to buy them. Where can I get points quickly to buy him some cat food? The Takashi opened the window from the inside and climbed out. Meow. I want that food that you showed last time. The Nikomata growled out, while gritting his teeth. This damn black cat. He was gone to take some kind of Chunin exam, but despite me spending days searching everywhere for him, I couldn't find him. If I hadn't have ordered the others cats to be on alert and notify me when he returned, I wouldn't have known that this damn cat had returned to the village. Meow. Takashi tilted his head acting confused, then he opened the system panel and saw that his points suddenly increased by more than 70 points. Nikomata is like a delicious fruit ripe for picking. Don't be arrogant. Takashi immediately grew in size. Although he was not as big as he can be, he was still about the size of a leopard. He looked quite ferocious. This worked as intended. Pissed off, the white dual-tailed cat's tail quickly smacked it hard on the ground like a whip. Meow. The white cat growled again, and then stared at Takashi angrily. This is not your territory, don't be too arrogant. Meow. Takashi licked his paw. He gained more than 300 points just now. Nikomata really has great potential to become my points gold mine. What's the matter, huh? Kabuto heard the commotion and came over. He went to the window peering out to took a look. He saw a white cat about the same size as Takashi. The difference was that this white cat was a little bigger and had 2 tails. When White Cat saw Kabuto, he originally wanted to roar at Kabuto in annoyance to scare him away, but a scent hit his nose freezing him place. Meow. This is scent of that terrifying demon. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 88, Chapter 88. Why does this kid have the scent of that snake man? The two-tailed cat's got flashbacks of that horrid day when he met the snake man and he couldn't help but shudder, and then quickly lowered his aggression and started looking around. Meow, hee, where is all that bravado, you cowardly cat? Takashi smirked while saying. The Nikomata growled at him angrily with less intensity compared to before, and then looked at Kabuto suspiciously. Could this kid be a relative of that snake man? Takashi, who is this child? Meow, oh young Nikomata. Takashi explained naturally. Young. Kabuto tried to suppress his smirk. Although he is quite strong, this cat is very old, that can be seen at a glance. Forget it, Takashi is not a normal cat anyway. No matter what this white cat does, he is going to suffer under Takashi. Kabuto glanced around at Nikomata, then withdrew his eyes regretfully and turned away. The white cat stood still again. The look in this guy's eyes was exactly the same as that of that snake man when they met. He was indeed somehow related to him. Fortunately, he didn't do anything to this kid. After walking away, the cat waved to Takashi to jump down. He knows that Takashi has the ability to grow bigger and will not try to bully this black cat with his size and strength. And as Takashi said, this is the Konoha's territory, and with the forehead protector, he is under Hokage and Nikomata does not have the advantage here, so stop wasting my time, I want that cat food. Cat food? Okay. Takashi clapped his paws and summoned a scroll. This summoned scroll is the bloodbound scroll between Takashi and Rin. He patted the scroll with his paw and the meaning was self-evident. Meow. Impossible. How can I, the king of the Ninja Cat Castle and emperor of ninja cats, the Nikomata, surrender to? At this time, Takashi took out another thing. Are those leaves? What is it? The Nikomata sniffed it, and then his eyes gradually became blurred. After a while, he lay rolling on the ground and kept meowing in extremely excited manner. He did not behave like the king of the cat castle at all. So strong? Fortunately, I didn't inhale it, otherwise it would be very embarrassing for me. Takashi muttered, and then looked at Catnip in shock. Fortunately, he didn't have time to test it, otherwise he would be the one who was behaving in this embarrassing manner. But he remembered that not every cat is obsessed with catnip, so maybe he wouldn't be addicted to it? After a moment of hesitation, Takashi finally mustered enough strength and willpower to resist the temptation. If I make a fool of myself to the point like this idiot, my reputation will be completely ruined. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to record it. Otherwise, if this scene was shown to the Ninja Cat Castle, I believe that the Nikomata would be generous and give me a lot of points. Nikomata is very powerful, and it didn't take long to break away from the catnip high. He looked ready to pounce and roar. This was his usual method when he was being bothered by younger cats in the ninja castle. Then, he thought that this black cat in front of him didn't seem to be afraid of him, and on top of that he still wanted something from this black cat. He felt uncomfortable. He sharpened his claws on the ground angrily, growled angrily and said, "If you didn't want to sell it, then why mention it? I'll leave then. I am the King Nikomata, dominating the Ninja Cat Castle, why should I further embarrass myself?" Fortunately, there were no humans around just now, otherwise his reputation and honor would have taken a huge hit. As for Takashi's intentions, if he signs the contract, he can get cat food. Ha! Like hell, I will ever be subservient to someone. Crunch! The sound of a cat chewing snacks echoed through the surroundings, and the smell of this cat food is sweeter and more delicious than the previous cat food. No, not only that, the flavor should be stronger too. After all, he only ate one before, but this time the smell came from a whole pack. Nikomata turned around again and saw a lot of special cat food scattered on the ground, while Takashi slowly enjoyed it bit by bit. Meow! Nikomata meowed again and couldn't resist the temptation this time, and then quickly started eating the food on the ground. Delicious! So delicious! He ate the food one after another in rapid pace. He only ate it once before, but this time he realized that this food tasted so good, and he could also feel that his chakra increasing in body were getting stronger. But halfway through eating, the dignified Nikomata remembered what he had done, because he saw something, the scroll of this damn black cat. Meow! Impossible! No way, I am signing it. The Nikomata roared angrily again, refusing again. Although Ninja Castle has its own system, there is no external summon blood contract scroll, and the relationship with Uchiha and Nico Granny is a verbal cooperation rather than a blood contract. On top of that, if he signs this thing, it also means that he surrenders to Takashi. He cannot agree to that. Then let's fight. Takashi stared at the Nikomata without fear. This white cat's strength is considered good among ninja cats, but Takashi also is gradually nearing adulthood since they last fought, and coupled with the effects of the regularly taken cat foods and luxury cat foods, his strength definitely exceeds that of Nikomata. Oh, you are approaching me? You want to challenge me? The Nikomata stood up, licked his paws, and his eyes gradually became sharper. Meow! Yes, I am. Takashi stretched his back and relaxed his muscles, then quickly jumped into the forest, and Nikomata following behind immediately. He could keep up with the Takashi with his current running speed. Not long after, they reached a clearing in the forest. The area is large, and ground being quite stable. Even if they become larger and cause considerable damage, they will not cause landslide, and damage the well-beings of people living nearby. Let's do this here. Meow! Takashi stopped and turned to look at the two-tailed Nikomata, his eyes gradually becoming fierce. Cats are creatures with a strong sense of hierarchy, and the scroll is under his control. If this white cat drips blood on the blood contract scroll, it really means that he has surrendered to Takashi. Since I want this cat to surrender, the only way it seems is to fight. Meow! With a roar, the Nikomata quickly grew in size many times larger than Takashi. This was his true size, and his previous size was smaller because he could control his own size at will, and he cannot roam around Konoha in his real size. However, the next second he saw that Takashi in front of him also quickly grew in size, and in an instant he was taller than Nikomata. What the hell? Nekomata's expression went blank and confused, then he saw black fur covering the sky like a net, which densely wrapped around him. He readied his body immediately to escape this trap. But at this moment, the 8 inner gates gate of opening. Open. The first gate opened, and for just a moment, Takashi rushed towards Nikomata, and then quickly used the multi-size jutsu to grow even bigger, and smacked the white cat away with one hit. The next second, he pounced on the fallen Nikomata. Smack! Whack! Whack! In a series of continuous attacks, using partial multi-size jutsu to grow his limbs and tail, continued to bombard Nikomata from above. In just the blink of an eye, Takashi hit the white cat more than a dozen times, each attack using great force. The white cat screamed in pain over and over again, while doing whatever he could to escape and run, but he got entangled in the tufts of Takashi's fur and lost the flexibility that he generally had. At this moment, he could do nothing, except take the continuous beating. Do you surrender, now? Takashi asked while standing above his fallen foe. With his tail poised up, grown huge and was pointing upwards, ready to smack down hard at his command. The tail end was also sharpened with part of the needle Jizo. From a distance, it looked like a giant mace. If this blow were to fall, Nikomata could not imagine how disastrous the consequences would be for him. On the other hand, although he ended up like this because he was restricted by Takashi's hair ninjutsu, this black cat could rush over immediately and smack him again without giving him any chance to resist. Even without these weird ninjutsus using his fur, this black cat could still beat him easily. Is this the result of this cat food? Is it really that effective? He fell into hesitation and reconsidered. At this moment, the tail swung down beside him and pulled back, this time aiming for Nekomate's body. He quickly screamed in fear, "I surrender, I am willing to surrender." Meow, very good, now sign here. Takashi lowered his tail gently and took out the summon blood contract. This is it, he needs to sign. The two-tailed cat was silent. He didn't know how this would result for him in future, but in the present he needs to sign it. After dropping his blood on the contract, Nikomata gave a defeated sigh. According to the rules of the cat world and the summon world, he will be Takashi's subordinate. From now on, he will only follow commands of little Takashi. He is used to being the leader, but he is really not used to being the subordinate all of a sudden. But when Nikomata thought about it carefully, it would be worth it for the cat food. Of course, what Nikomata didn't understand was, Takashi didn't even have enough points for himself, so why would he feed Nikomata regularly? At most, he could only save part of his points collected to buy some food for his new subordinate. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 89, Chapter 89. This extra chapter is sponsored by Fans and Readings. This project wouldn't have been possible without your support. Thank you very much. As the humiliating summon scroll disappeared quickly within puff of smoke, Takashi stared at him for a few seconds, and his score panel instantly increased by 200 to 300 points. This increase, should I push for more? Forget it, let's reward him with a special cat food. Takashi bought one, threw it over and said, "Meow, this is a reward for you." Reward? The Nikomata stared at the packaged meal next to his paws. Oh, this is obviously sympathy. He's looking down on me. He sneered, but happily tore open the packaging and ate immediately the special cat food, making purring meows from time to time. This meal is too difficult to resist. If the ninja cats in the Ninja Cat Castle knew about this scene, they would probably be shocked. This is their king Nikomata, the king of Cat Castle? He seems to have no regard for his image whatsoever. But in the face of such delicious taste and benefits, why would he care about image? Nikomata knew by now that this food is not only delicious, it can also accelerate the improvement of cats' physical abilities and improve their own chakra. His physical abilities and chakra were ranked top in the Ninja Cat Castle, but there hasn't been any improvement for a while and his growth has stagnated. However, with the help of this cat food, he can continue to grow again. He can already feel the effects. He understood that this cat food actually increases the upper limit of one's potential and talent, not just a simple strengthening. It's no wonder that the Nikomata is so giddy and excited. It's a quite difficult battle to keep striving for progress and trying to improve despite reaching upper limit of natural talent and potential. It feels like a never-ending losing battle. So his current reaction is understandable. Takashi glanced at the panel and saw that after including spending on the cat food given to this damn white cat, he had left over more than 300 points. Well, after all, why not? He should treat himself afterwards too. Meow. Takashi called, then got up and walked towards the orphanage. Nikomata had already finished the special ninja cat food, and when Takashi returned, he immediately followed behind him. He was still a little uncomfortable with his current situation, but the important thing for this cat was that he knew that if he wanted to gain something, he had to pay first. Since he has already paid with his dignity and status, now he will have to pay with his labor power and grunt work next. What should I do? The Nikomata asked as he followed. You can maintain your royal dignity and demeanor. Remember to prepare to be called without notice. Keep training hard and try to get stronger. You are still quite weak now. Takashi didn't actually care about his new subordinate, but he did gain points by making this stupid cat surrender. And if he encounters a situation where he is stuck fighting an opponent and cannot protect Rin during the battle in the future, Rin can also use summoning jutsu to summon Nikomata to protect her. After all, Nikomata has a certain fighting ability, and after feeding some special cat foods will be quite useful at emergency situations. As for the reason why he needs to maintain his royal dignity, he needs maintain some image and respect for Takashi to poke at him to get more points. If he is completely beaten and subservient, he will just kneel down and accept the bullying and get used to it. How can I collect points that way? Me, weak. Nikomata was felt hurt, suffering from light emotional damage. He thought that as the king of the Ninja Cat Castle, his strength was one of the best among the cat ninjas, as even the Uchiha clan members are respectful to him when they meet him. But compared to this black cat, he is indeed weak. The white cat sighed softly. This damn Takashi is so absurdly strong at such a young age. The key question is that the ninja world has never heard of such a ninja cat subspecies. What is his origin? Takashi walked in front, monitoring the points panel. The white cat still resented him. He felt sure that he made right steps to increase his points. Very good. Keep it up, maintain your royal dignity and demeanor, and contribute more points to me so we can eat more special cat food. Takashi secretly encouraged. I'm just afraid that if I don't plan this well, this cat would be useless after couple more encounters and then I will really have one less person to collect points from. Well, since I have him bound by summoning jutsu, I can also summon him into various situations to collect points, but wouldn't this be a bit too cruel? Takashi was considering this seriously in his mind. Meow. Passing by the orphanage, Nikomata stopped and meowed in confusion. This meow meant you won't be returning here. Meow, you stop and tell Kabuto, I'm going back to Konoha. Meow. Nekomate's face was horrified, and he instantly provided more than 100 points for pushing him to face the Snake Man student alone. This was not what he wanted. Why sacrifice me like this? Nikomata stood there for some time reconsidering his choices, as he is terrified of going near anyone connected to that Snake Man. Takashi didn't linger and ran past the orphanage, heading towards Konoha. After some deliberation, Nikomata stopped hesitating and marched forward. The cat's face was gloomy and uncertain. He felt like he was walking towards his doom. He took a long time to move his paws for each step as he walked to the orphanage. No matter what, he still had to follow that order, otherwise what would he do if his access to the special cat food is gone? So he keeps marching while cursing. He just wants to deliver the news, then start rushing towards the ninja cat castle as fast as possible. From now on, he wouldn't leave his castle. Wait, that snake man broke into his castle openly last time. Thinking of this, Nikomata felt sad again. It seemed that it was not safe to return to his castle. He should think more about how to get more treasures from the Takashi. He jumped to the roof of the orphanage and roared. After looking around, he saw Kabuto sitting beside a pond, catching a fish. What he saw made him feel horrified. This child was not just killing the fish, he was cutting open the belly of the fish, shaking it around and then using medical ninjutsu to revive the fish in a few seconds. Repeatedly, it so was extremely cruel. The Nikomata stood there frozen. Where's Takashi? He said he needs to return to Konoha immediately, so he sent me to inform you about him leaving. Nikomata spoke each word carefully, then immediately ran away after he finished speaking. Konoha is too dangerous, it's best to go home as soon as possible. Takashi had rough guess what was going to happen. He didn't understand why Nikomata was afraid of Kabuto at first, but he figured it after thinking some further. Orochimaru gave Kabuto the cat encyclopedia which had a lot of information about the cat species, including ninja cats, so where did his detailed information come from? There is no doubt that the only ninja cats Konoha knows about is Nikomata acquainted with Uchiha. For others, it is almost impossible to go through Uchiha clan for visiting the ninja cat castle without their permission, but for someone like Orochimaru, it is a matter of whether he wants to visit it or not. Once he wants to visit it, he has countless ways to openly or discreetly enter the ninja cat castle. The Nikomata probably suffered a lot in the hands of Orochimaru, and it left a psychological traumas, but I got Rin a new summon beast. She will be very happy knowing that it won't be just me there to protect her in the future. Takashi thought to himself. Well, he will tell Rin the good news later. Rin is usually in the medical corp or the hospital during the day, but she did not go to the hospital today because academy was not in session today, so Nohara Aizawa did not need to go to academy. She decided to stay at home to accompany her father and spend time with him. When Takashi came back home, she was using the medical ninjutsu she learned from Kabuto along with massage to help treat Aizawa. Although it couldn't actually heal his leg fully, it could relieve some of his usual pain. Meow. Takashi saw that she was massaging Aizawa without noticing him, so he called out to attract their attention. Oh, Takashi, you are back. Rin raised her head, but did not stop her actions. Takashi came closer and watched for some time. He waited until the end of the massage to give her the good news about the situation in which Rin could summon another ninja cat in the future. Of course, the Nohara family are very happy. With one more summon beast, Rin would be safer when working outside, so her parents urged her to use summoning jutsu to summon the other cat quickly. Rin didn't refuse and formed hand seals, then used summoning jutsu. Sure enough, she sensed another creature connected to the summoning contract, which was also a cat, a white cat with 2 tails. Within a second, the white cat appeared under the jutsu. He looked up in confusion, and then recognized that this was the house of the Nohara family. He immediately got up angrily and said, I just returned my castle and you pulled me back here. Are you kidding me? Send me back. Meow, what's the big deal? Be calm. Takashi slapped him on the head with a paw. Isn't he just being summoned? He will need to get used to this new reality and way of life. He's a summon animal now. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 90, Chapter 90. Takashi, don't be so rude. Hello, my name is Rin. Rin immediately reprimanded Takashi, and then apologized to the white 2-tailed cat. For the first time, Nikomata felt that the contract might not be so bad. At least the girl was sensible and spoke for him, and it seemed that he would not be treated too badly. No, this damn Takashi is really intolerable, as Nikomata was already getting used to being subservient and thinking of this. He turned around and saw the Takashi tilting his head and licking his paws, while staring without blinking, his expression quite intimidating, as he spoke. Meow, he's in a hurry to go home. Rin, there is no need to keep him here. No, I'm actually not in a hurry. Nikomata quickly explained that he was not in a hurry, for fear that the little girl would really think that he was in a hurry to go home and send him back, and then he would miss such a good opportunity to interact with his new master and buttering her up. Hopefully she will defend me further from Takashi. Ha ha ha, then stay for lunch, just in time for you to have a taste of our food. Nohara Aizawa expressed happily. He was so excited that he was even willing to feed him more amount than compared to Takashi, but he didn't dare to say it, looking at how terrified this white cat seemed of Takashi by constantly glancing at him every couple seconds. But Takashi, knowing the financial situation of Nohara household, knew where the extra meal would be coming from and started sneakily glaring at Nikomata. No, it's alright, I really have to go, so I won't be eating, I am in a bit of rush. After seeing the attitude of Takashi, he felt goosebumps with his instinct screaming at him with every word. So he changed his plan. While he originally planned to put on staying over and trying to establish some of his dignity in front of Rin and the Nohara family, but he dare not try anything now. Don't be nervous, it's okay. It's just that after hearing from Takashi that I can summon another cat, I became curious and excited and summoned you here. Since you are in a hurry, you'd better go back, so as not to delay your further. Rin responded in understanding manner while apologizing. Nekomatas accepted the apology while trembling. He kept sneaking glances at Takashi, whose glaring intensity reduced the closer he got to the door. He politely bid farewell to Nohara family, and heaved a sigh of relief after leaving. Of course, Takashi didn't have any malicious thoughts towards Nikomata. The reason why he was glaring intensely at Nikomata was just to scare the silly cat a bit so that he could gain some points. In just a few minutes, the white cat contributed nearly 300 points to him. It's not much, but this was easier to earn without taking any risk, which is better than risking my life to mess with ruthless people like Orochimaru. Takashi thought. A cat's lifespan is short, but since his body is enriched by natural energy, his lifespan will definitely be much longer than that of ordinary cats. That old toad has been able to live from the Six Paths era to now. It wouldn't be too difficult to live at least half his lifespan since I have the system in hand. Life is precious, why risk death when I can gain points without risk? Rin, after bidding farewell to the white cat, soon remembered the identity of the white cat as had a chance encounter with that cat at Nico Granny Cat Castle before. She had gone there for D-rank mission. At that time she had spent an hour or so with Nico Granny before returning, so she talked about various topics. When asking about the cats in the cat castle, she remembers Nico Granny mentioning about two-tailed white cat that is leader of the castle, the most powerful among the ninja cats, and usually lives in the castle without leaving the castle. It's this cat. After thinking about her current situation as being from civilian family and getting involved with Uchiha clan matters like this, she started getting a bit worried. But she didn't bring this up with her parents to not make them worry. Hence she stayed silent for the time being. While food was being cooked, she came out of the house with Takashi for a walk. After chatting for some time she whispered, "Takashi, is that cat from the Uchiha clan?" Meow, no, their relationship with the Uchiha is verbal cooperation. It's not a summon contract relationship, so he doesn't belong to the Uchiha clan. Takashi immediately explained. He knew Rin's character. If he didn't explain it clearly, she might still feel that she had stolen an Uchiha's cat, and would quietly talk to Obito or even go to the Uchiha clan directly to apologize. But why is he willing to sign a summoning contract with us? Rin couldn't understand it. Since even Uchiha didn't conclude a summoning contract with this cat, but he was actually willing to sign a summoning contract with herself? I can do things that others cannot. I am a miracle cat, you know, meow. Takashi jumped to the top of the wall. Of course, the important factor was making the white cat surrender. Without system's special and unique cat foods, that proud white cat would never have been able to surrender so willingly. Cats are wild and independent beings, they are not easy to discipline. To make that guy willing to follow Rin, his benefits needs to be considerable. After talking a bit further, Rin finally felt at ease. This is a good side of Rin's personality, but occasionally it can give this black cat a headache. Fortunately, the meal must have been prepared by now, otherwise she would keep questioning Takashi. After eating at noon, Rin stayed at home and continued to accompany Aizawa. Takashi is not currently interested in hanging out with them. After eating, he took a quick nap, then slipped out of the house. If he doesn't go out, how can he earn points? Konoha is still quite stable now, but Takashi thinks it won't be stable for long. As he has been counting the days, the Kazekage in Sunagakure village, who is known as the strongest Kazekage, is probably going to die, or might be already dead by now. This will impact the whole shinobi world, and the Third Shinobi World War will begin. There's not much time left for him to collect points. Takashi walked around Konoha, trying to find a source where he could safely earn points from, but after looking around, he saw a guy running around the village, but Takashi didn't want to bother him, and couldn't find a Suma. Kurane is at home, but can he sneak into her house? She's from Shinobi house, right? Yeah, not worth the risk. Further, if he bullied her he might get beaten by her father. Fortunately, he saw another couple walking nearby, one of them being Gekko Hayate and Yujao Uzuki. They were not lovers at the moment, but they were childhood sweethearts. It was obvious at first glance that they had a very good relationship, and, coincidentally, they were going to train together in the forest outside Konoha. So Takashi decided to follow them sneakily. Both of these children have not graduated from academy yet. Although their talents are good, their strength and skills are not yet adequate, so he decided to follow behind to protect them quietly. Of course it's just for protecting them, though if it helped Takashi vent a bit of his repressed anger, then even better, as last time he met Hayate, Anko cried after being reported in class for creating nuisance. Though Takashi also conveniently forget that, himself being the initiator of nuisance in first place. He followed them to the outskirts of the forest. After stretching, they pulled out the wooden swords from behind their backs and began to practice. Takashi kept observing them. After sneaking towards a nearby bush, he directly doubled his size and then used the transformation jutsu to transform into a tiger. He suddenly jumped out of the bush. With a roar, he rushed directly towards Yujao. Yujao! Heihate's panicked, as he rushed to intercept the tiger, as he swung his wooden sword to protect her. Uchiha is slightly younger than him, and she could barely hold a sword properly, so she has no strength to defend herself. Whack! Heihate's wooden sword was knocked away. Run! This tiger is too powerful, I am no match for it. No, Uchiha refused as she stood still in terror. While she didn't want to leave Heihate, and she also understood that staying would be being a burden to Heihate. After thinking about it, she gritted her teeth and threw her wooden sword at the tiger and then tried to retreat. While she threw the wooden sword quite accurately, it was not powerful or fast attack, and so it wasn't any threat to Takashi. He slapped it away easily. Heihate rushed in front of Uchiha with a kunai, but the next second he saw the tiger jump above him and pouncing towards to Uchiha with ferocity. No! He shouted desperately, but then saw the tiger jump to the side, and after jumping around them a bit more, further terrifying them, the tiger actually returned back into the forest and disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, there was a faint cat's meow was heard. That sounded like a cat's meow. What the hell? Heihate and Uchiha were both confused and bewildered by what was going on. On the other side, after Takashi returned to the woods and removed his transformation, when he opened the system panel, he was quite surprised his points had increased by more than 1,000. What's going on? Is Heihate secretly hiding his strength? No, that guy is still academy student. Someone strong must have seen this scene secretly and became anxious, but why didn't they interfere if his behavior caused such strong emotional impact? Oh wait, there is only one person in Konoha who can secretly peek but couldn't rush to rescue these kids immediately, the third Hokage, Sarutobi the Professor Hiruzen, the master of voyeurism. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 91, Chapter 91. This mischievous cat really needs to be taught a lesson. The third Hokage smoked his pipe, his fingers clenching a bit. Just now, after scanning around outskirts of village using telescope technique through his crystal ball, for anti-espionage reasons of course, and he soon noticed Gecko Heihate and Uchiha Uzuki trying to survive against this giant tiger coming out of the forest. As he was seeing through the telescope technique, it was difficult for him to notice it was a transformation immediately. Therefore, even he was initially startled, and considered sending an umbu to save the kids. It took him around 2 seconds to figure out from some clues that this giant tiger was not a tiger at all, but someone else disguised by transformation jutsu. Its purpose is not to kill, it is purely to play around, it seems. That damn naughty cat. Sir, urgent report from the border. At this time, an umbu ninja appeared directly in the office, holding an encrypted scroll in his hand. Give it to me. The third Hokage immediately took it and opened it. Above were the reports of their transaction regarding the Sunagakure village. Konoha asked for valuable resources such as copper, iron, and explosive tags. E/N Sunagakure village does have some people proficient fuinjutsu, otherwise Gaara's seal wouldn't have lasted that long, despite how flawed it was. And while their explosive tags wouldn't be high-quality ones, one of the intended purpose for that demand is to cripple the aggressiveness of Suna ninjas over medium to long term. And obviously the explosive tags would be verified by Konoha's fuinjutsu masters too. Although Sunagakure village agreed to the demands, there has been no response for some time now, and the ninjas of Sunagakure village within the Land of Wind have been mobilized quite frequently recently. What's the purpose of mobilizing ninjas at such higher frequency and volume? Sandaime-sama, should we let Shikaku and his team go and report to me from there? It's best to find out whether Sunagakure village is actually searching for the traitorous ninja Sasori or preparing for war. If Sunagakure village breaks through the border on the pretext of hunting missing ninja Sasori, we might be forced into another war. The other villages would definitely take advantage of this. Sandaime thought further about it for a moment and then made a decision. He is quite aware of the current situation. After couple years of recuperation, various countries have gradually recovered their strength. Among them, the Uegakure and Sunagakure villages have the strongest desire to attack Konoha. Letting any foreign ninja cross the border without knowing of their actual intentions or malicious is just asking to be killed with borrowed kunai. Yes. The umbu ninja accepted the order. He wanted to pass the information back to the border immediately, so there was no way to delay for a moment. Asking the ninja to deliver the message to the border, Sandaime fell into deeper thought. The actions of Sunagakure are quite strange. Shikaku and his team may not be able to resist them, so he will have to send a small team over to provide reinforcements. There are a lot of manpower available in the village now, but there are only a few who are capable of such a bigger and high-risk tasks. Although Orochimaru is good, but with his radical methods. Well, or I should send Minato, with side benefit of dealing with this mischievous cat. Thinking of Takashi, Sandaime couldn't help but rub his temples. A while ago, Asuma came home and said that he wanted to train hard. When Hokage asked if anything had happened, it turned out that he was beaten miserably by this black cat and wanted to get stronger. Well, this is a good thing, but all that kid wanted to train to fight against Takashi. He even asked for a jutsu that can burn off cat's fur. The problem is that Asuma has not developed enough proficiency with fire-natured chakra. He is not interested in learning how to further increase his proficiency with chakra blades. If he focuses on his wind nature proficiency, he could use wind-natured chakra flow using those blades. This brat has high ambitions and low wisdom. Alas, being a father is so hard. Third Hokage smoked his pipe sadly. Points has increased further by more than 300. Third Hokage, you are really a great person. Takashi couldn't help but admire. It is absolutely impossible for Hayate and Uchiha to provide another 300 points in an instant, and the only one who can do it is the third Hokage, who is likely still peaking. What a good man. He gained 1,400 points in total in just couple minutes, but he felt a little sorry for Hayate. This incident terrified the two of them, especially Hayate. He quietly went out from the forest, not intending to follow the Hayate nor Uchiha. These two were training to be ninjas, especially the black-hearted ones like Hayate. They might be hiding somewhere, waiting to see ambush this innocent kitten. Therefore, Takashi took a small detour. He found Uchiha halfway along the way. The girl was hiding in the bushes. If his cat's vision hadn't been amazing, he wouldn't have been able to find her. As for Hayate, I don't know where he was hiding. Takashi laughed in his heart, and then sneakily returned back to Konoha, looking back at the two people from time to time. Farewell, you can keep hiding. He happily returned to the village. This trip was very fruitful. He had earned back all the points he had spent eating special cat food and buying the 8 inner gates gate of opening. Now it has more than 4,000 points. However, the high-end ninjutsu that he wanted was still far away, so Takashi thought about it. Today's gacha prize pool includes the Maingeki Sharingan. Although the other 19 prizes are rubbish, what if today was his lucky day? After struggling along the way, he finally gave up that line of thought. In broad daylight, do more and dream less. The Takashi returned to Konoha, squatting at the top of the street and looking around, looking for someone who might help him to gain points. That's Asuma. This good lad, we haven't met for so long, I missed you. As soon as he stood up preparing to rush towards Asuma, a voice suddenly came from behind. Don't bother him, if you try to tease Asuma again, this guy will be ruined. Meow. He didn't have to turn around, he could tell it's Kakashi just by smelling the dog scent. Do you know how he is spending all this time after that match? He is hiding at home every day and practicing fire release. Finally, he has made some progress recently. You should stop harassing him. Kakashi sighed softly. Kakashi felt pity for Asuma. He is strong genin, but he couldn't handle this vengeful Takashi. He only suffered all various of torture during academy under this cat, and now he is still suffering after graduating. Takashi felt embarrassed after hearing this. No wonder I haven't found Asuma recently. He is hiding at home to train his proficiency of fire nature chakra, but would this fire release even work against me? Takashi cannot be blamed for discriminating against fire release ninjutsu. In fact, the performance of fire release in Naruto was not that good. For cooking it was okay, but the effect on evenly matched opponents seems too inconsequential. If you have that time, you might as well train wind release and chakra flow more, or learn summoning jutsu. Isn't the Monkey King Inma strong? This is really stupid. Takashi shook his head, but he had no intention of messing with Asuma for now. After all, he was not an evil cat. It was better to be noble when the opponent was so miserable. But then he thought that Kakashi's behavior was strange. This guy didn't used to spend his time in the village before their team formed, as he was constantly training or on missions, and now he had time to pay attention to Asuma? Kakashi glanced over with a dull look. Although he didn't know what the cat was thinking, he could tell that this cat wasn't thinking of anything good about him, so he kneeled down and stared at the Takashi for a moment and then said coldly, I just happened to meet Kurane and chatted with her for a couple minutes. I didn't ask, meow. Takashi jumped downwards, preparing to leave the street and find another place to collect points. However, as soon as he jumped into street, he noticed that the smell of dogs here was very strong. He could vaguely smell Kakashi, Haimaru, and Inyazuka Hana. He hesitated for a moment, then started stepping towards the door at the edge of road. After looking around, he stretched out his paws and used the partial multi-size jutsu to extend and enlarge his front paws, and then slowly peeked through the door. The smell of dog became more intense. Soon sounds of dogs barking came from the house, then several dogs and a big black dog ran out of the inner room, followed by 4 dogs from the Kakashi's pack. I have come to a dog kennel. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 92, Chapter 92. Takashi glanced around and found that there were dogs from various clans and families here, not only ninja dogs, but also some ordinary dogs. The ordinary dogs were hiding behind the ninja dogs. These dogs did not dare to come over. They only barked from behind to appear threatening. The one that needed the most beating was Haimaru. This dog acted timid during the duel, turned out to be braver than anyone else, barking fiercely from the front. Why, there are many dogs here. Takashi couldn't figure it out. He immediately walked up with the multi-size jutsu and became bigger than the biggest dog. For a moment, all the dogs were startled and hurriedly took steps back, including the big black dog Kuromaru of the Inyazuka clan. As Takashi gave a roar of meow, Kuromaru rushed forward and intending to bite. Takashi quickly smacked the Kuromaru twice with his paw, making the Kuromaru dizzy. Immediately, no other dog dared to stay in the room and ran away, especially with Haimaru running the fastest. You are still a coward, as he created the most nuisance while hiding behind this big black dog but ran away when he got smacked. Takashi, is that you? Inyazuka Hana smelled that it was Takashi, but when she entered the room, she was quite shocked. So big. This isn't a cat, it's clearly a panther. However, she sniffed a bit more, carefully, and confirmed that the black panther in front of her was the damn evil cat, so she said angrily, you are causing trouble again for me. The confused Takashi walked further inside the house and took a look at the dogs and equipment in the house. Isn't this a replica of the massage parlor built by Kabuto? Are you copying him? What happened here? Inyazuka Hana asked Haimaru, who ran to her side. Haimaru looked at her and shook his head slightly. How can he understand why the evil cat was here, and what he meant when he said meow? However, Himuro with his limited wisdom also thought, why would the cat understand the meaning behind dogs barking, and speak dogs' language? Are dogs dumber than cats? He was lost in thought. Hana ignored her silly dog, glanced outside, and shouted at the top of her lungs, Kakashi, take your team's cat away. This is a dog massage parlor. I paid for it. Ahem, I just came here. Kakashi walked in from outside the door. He wanted to reach out to pick up the Takashi in embarrassment, but thinking of the cat's current strength, he immediately took his hand back, coughed lightly and explained to Takashi, this shop is a dog service parlor opened by her and Kabuto. There is no cat service yet. What do you mean, are you looking down on cats? Takashi was feeling dissatisfied. No wonder this place looks like a dog kennel. It turns out that it is really a massage parlor exclusively for dogs. How could they discriminate like this? Stop making trouble, I will take you out for a meal. Meow, barbecue. Don't you know how much you want to eat? This is blackmail. Kakashi felt frustrated and uncertain what to do, but when he saw Hana's I won't start work until you get rid of Takashi look, and saw Pakun's resentful stare, he could only sigh softly and nod his head. Takashi immediately ran up and jumped onto his shoulder. In the past, Kakashi bullied him, but now that things have changed, it's time for him to stand up and switch the roles. The future is now, old man. After walking out of the parlor, Kakashi was a little impatient. However, he doesn't dare to be rude because this cat is really not easy to deal with. The jutsu he used in the parlor just now should be a kind of enlargement jutsu. If combined with his other jutsus and techniques, this cat may be no less stronger than him. Of course, this also takes into account using kenjutsu with his sword. Kakashi with a sword and Kakashi without a sword are two different factors, especially since there is no Sharingan yet, and his skill tree has not shifted with focusing more on ninjutsu. Basically half of his strength is in the sword. This is difficult to bear with. Kakashi felt more urgency to get stronger and clenched his hands. Then, instead of pushing Takashi off his shoulders, he honestly took him to the barbecue shop and ordered dozens of skewers of barbecue. Then, he walked around the street with dozens of skewers and a cat on his shoulder. Despite him paying for these dozens of skewers, but in the end, none of them belonged to him. The most annoying thing was that he had to help this cat by holding them. The most delicious skewers restaurant in Konoha is this one. It is said to be opened by a retired ninja from the Shiranui family. Their barbecue skills were all developed when those ninjas are on missions. Takashi finished all the skewers in a short time. The taste is delicious, but the most important thing is that Kakashi is serving him wholeheartedly. There are probably not many people in Konoha who would be served by Kakashi like this, and this black cat is probably the first one. Kakashi, why did you change your mind and decide to take Takashi walking today? Kurane saw him on the street and immediately greeted Kakashi and Takashi. As she reached, she ran over and petted the cat. Faced with the temptation of the beautiful girl, Takashi abandoned Kakashi without hesitation. Kakashi was silent for a second, and then said, this cat, well, I met him along the way. You are eating barbecue? You can't eat too much of this kind of food. It's easy to gain weight. Eating too much is not healthy at all. Kurane said softly, stroking the cat's head. Kakashi nodded silently, not saying that he bought the barbecue for this cat because he was threatened and hopefully preserve his reputation, with side benefit of getting freedom from feeding this damn cat. But since Takashi is a ninja cat, so it's okay to feed him more, as he will lose weight after going on a mission. Meow. Kurane's contradictory words confused Takashi, and they fully reflect her double-standard thinking, which makes Kakashi was a bit frustrated and indirectly helped him gain some points. Awesome, just like that. He was secretly happy. At the same time, he looked up and saw a figure standing on the street not far away. Isn't that Asuma? Hey, this guy is also unlucky. Well, I didn't try find Kurane to mess with Asuma, but it seems that after being cooped up at home for so long, she ran over to look for me and met me. Forget it, let's not mess with Asuma's current fragile mind for now. Takashi got out of her arms, then jumped back to Kakashi's shoulder and said, Asuma seems to be looking for you, we will give you both privacy, Naya. Ha, well, okay. Kurane saw Asuma not far away from her, his face changed from happy to calm after being spotted by her, then she walked towards Asuma seriously. Her attitude was really completely different from how she interacted with Takashi. He is not treated as well as a cat, and Asuma is really miserable. Kakashi felt a little sorry for the boy, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, because he graduated at the age of 5, he didn't get along well with Asuma and didn't have a good relationship with him, so he didn't think too much about him or his matters. He walked with the Takashi for a while, and a figure suddenly appeared from right in front of him, making his body jolt. His hand touched the handle of the sword behind him instinctively. Fortunately, he saw clearly in the next second that it was Minato. Sensei, do you have a mark on me? No, actually. Well, I was looking for Takashi. We have a mission, I want you to go and inform Rin. I will go with Takashi to find Obito, and everyone needs to gather at the Konoha gate in 1 hour. Minato smiled awkwardly when he spoke, but he still made the instructions clear. Can I ask which kind of mission? Takashi and Kakashi both immediately became alert. The difference was that Kakashi was very excited, while the Takashi was a little afraid, because he knew that leaving the village at this time would definitely not do anything good. Well, we have to escort a caravan to the land of grass. Minato nodded slightly, but did not say that he would be stationed at the border to provide support when he returned. Understood. Kakashi immediately accepted the order, threw the Takashi down, then shushined towards the Nohara house. As for Takashi, he has to be responsible for leading the way for Minato to find Obito. Dear readers and fans, For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 93, Chapter 93. There was no problem for Takashi to lead the way. Takashi had just eaten a lot of chicken skewers, and he also wanted to move around as he digests it. The only question worth thinking about was what was Minato's intention in marking him without even telling him? Takashi sat on Minato's shoulder and enjoyed the thrill of running at high speed. Along the way, he found Obito's location based on his scent. Obito used to be hard to find. This guy is now just like Guy, running around the village every day, making his scent spread all over the village. It's not difficult to judge he is by checking in which side the scent is stronger and fresher. So, he navigated different directions, going back and forth for nearly 10 minutes before he found Obito in a very remote place in Konoha. He had just helped an old woman go home and was returning happily from there. Go home, tidy up and prepare for a mission out of the village. Meet by the village gate in 40 minutes, Minato instructed Obito. After giving orders, Minato traveled back with Takashi. He still had to return home and tell Kushina. This couldn't be avoided. This mission came so suddenly that even he was caught off guard, but adapted quickly, as in this profession such missions aren't rare. It's been too long since I've been on a high-ranking mission, and I was getting bored for a while, and there is only so much shopping I can do with Kushina. Kushina, are you home? Wait, why are you here, Takashi? Shouldn't you be with Rin? Minato used Flying Thunder God to return home, felt surprised after seeing Takashi on his shoulders. He was a little surprised and a bit embarrassed at the same time. After all, he was back to have a private meeting with his lover, and Rin and the rest of Teen didn't have the Flying Thunder God's mark on them, so he cannot teleport Takashi to them. This was a bit troublesome. Takashi fell into silence as stared at Minato with blank expressed. That's a good question indeed. I also want to know why I'm here. If you wanted to go home and didn't want to take me along, then why bring me along? Just as he was about to jump off the man's shoulder, a figure quickly approached and picked him up, happily spinning in circles and saying, Hey, little Takashi, did you come here to play? You should visit more often. Meow. Takashi struggled, but couldn't break free from her ruthless hands. Minato had no intention of helping at all. Traitor. He stood there watching the scene while chuckling. He was probably thinking about how to tell Kushina that he was going out to do a mission. Uzumaki Kushina had a dream of being Hokage when she was a child. Unfortunately, her identity as a Jinchuriki prevented her from leaving the village to participate in battles, so she could not accumulate prestige at all, let alone become Hokage. For her, being the Hokage is destined to be just a dream, yet a more realistic goal is to be the Hokage's wife. At least Minato is still a strong competitor for the 4th Hokage. After being tortured for a while, Kushina was persuaded by Minato to let go of Takashi. Then Minato informed his lover that he was going on a mission. And just like that, Kushina's happiness vanished. Of course, for any relative of a ninja knows going on a mission is unavoidable, and Kushina is aware of that and has gotten adjusted to that, but that doesn't change the gripping fear and worry she has for Minato's well-being and safety. Minato, having already used to this, said some sweet romantic words to her to comfort her, while taking the time to pack his ninja tools and luggage. It was almost the time he gave his students to meet by the time he left. Takashi didn't leave Minato's home, as Minato didn't use Flying Thunder God to send him to Rin. He just waited to hitchhike on Minato to quickly teleport from one corner of Konoha to the gate of the village at other corner. According to the 1-hour time given, they barely arrived on time, so by the time they arrived, Kakashi, Obito and Rin were already waiting at the gate. In addition to them, there was also a caravan led by a middle-aged man. Though it is a bit too small to a caravan, Takashi guessed that this caravan going to the land of grass is not as simple as just selling goods. Of course, none of this is important to them. As Minato came last, Obito took joy in not being the last one arriving today. Sensei, you were too slow. Obito complained shamelessly. Ha ha ha, it's because you came too early. I had to handle some official matters and documentations. Don't worry about these stuffs. Now that everyone is here, let's set off. The sooner we get to the border, the sooner we can finish our mission. Minato smiled awkwardly, and then quickly switched topic. Meow, if he hadn't spent so much time with his wife, Minato-sensei would definitely have arrived earlier, he said to Kus. Before he could finish, a hand clamped over his mouth, stifling the rest of his speech. Takashi had proudly exposed his lie, but Minato covered her mouth to prevent him from speaking more. The rest of the speech was covered by muffled sounds, as Takashi struggled to break free. Rin felt a little embarrassed. It was the first time that her sensei had such a reaction, but thinking about it, sensei meeting his wife before leaving. Ahem, it's quite normal, isn't it? Minato covered the cat's mouth and said with a smile, Uehara-san, are you prepared to go? Any time. Uehara Kazuhiro nodded lightly. Takashi glanced around. Uehara Kazuhiro was obviously not a ninja, but the guards around him are now Konoha ninjas, along with tall and strong samurais. This guy was obviously not doing normal business. Then he sniffed the scent of iron, weapons. Takashi became thoughtful, and he came to a realization during the war: what other commodity is more important and easier to sell than weapons? No wonder a Jonin teen was sent. Sensei, we have to hurry up. Let me carry Takashi for you. There's something wrong with you, Obito. Takashi was a little surprised. As in the past, Obito was very resistant when he jumped on Obito's shoulder to hitchhike, but now he actively asked to carry him along. This guy has changed. Meow. Are you Guy? Takashi stretched out his paws, with a look of disbelief, and poked at him to check for transformation. No, I just think you are quite fat and would be good substitute for training weights, Obito said in straightforward manner, but words were quite heart-wrenching. Takashi stretched out its claws to smack him, but Rin pulled him back. Takashi, don't make trouble, Obito, you don't have to carry him, I can do it. Rin bowed lightly to express her gratitude, and then placed Takashi in his old position on the medical box. She specially modified the top of the medical box to create a place where Takashi can lie down. Not long after, their large group set off. Since they were following the caravan, the travel speed wasn't fast and the physical exertion was not intense. However, Obito was jumping up and down the whole time without stopping, just like a replica of Guy. Later, Kakashi also became a little nervous, deeply suspicious that Obito would suddenly jump in front of him and say youth, passion, duel, and other incomprehensible words in the next second. Because the two people are becoming more and more similar, Obito is almost the same as Guy except for the additional Uchiha mark on his clothes and Sharingan. Same energetic, similar passion. It's a disaster waiting to happen for me. Kakashi sighed inwardly. In comparison, Takashi is quite open-minded and doesn't mind the change. Obito is his most stable source of points. Without such a great teammate, how can he get points? In addition, the most surprising thing is that he actually gained points from the very good-tempered Minato. Although it is only over 400, which is not a high value compared to Minato's strength, it can be regarded as breaking the embarrassing situation of zero income from Minato till now. I need to keep up the good work. Takashi was lying in the medical box, looking at the points value that was close to 6,000, and his heart was full of happiness. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 94, Chapter 94. After leaving Konoha, the Takashi won't be able to use third Hokage to collect points, but maybe he should avoid doing things like scaring Hayate and Yujeo. They were so frightened at that time that the two of them probably felt that death was coming, and they even had the desire to sacrifice themselves for another. Fortunately, neither of them took the initiative to give up on the other, otherwise things would have been really awkward to deal with. Takashi couldn't help but feel a little happy and regretful. Fortunately, he didn't cause too bad consequences, so there isn't much regret. Though I should be more cautious when the demon on my shoulder says something, things could have gone bad in that instance, Takashi thought to himself. In the past, the medical kit and Takashi were carried by Obito or Kakashi to save Rin's physical strength, but this time Rin deliberately practiced her own taijutsu and did not leave the task to them. Fortunately, the caravan carried metal weapons such as kunao and shurikens, so it did not move fast, so the physical exertion was not bad. Of course, relative to their general mission travel speed, the current speed was also quite slow. It took a day to arrive at a relatively remote place in the Land of Fire's town. They didn't settle here. Although it takes a long time to get to the next town after passing this town, they are all ninjas, samurai and businessmen who have endured hardships. It is also quite common for them to eat and sleep in the wild. Ninja weapons like this needed be delivered as soon as possible, and no one can sleep peacefully until the handover of the Land of Grass. Instead of sleeping in the town, it would have been better to continue on the road. Takashi would have had no problem with this. He can manage himself just as well in the wild. From time to time, he uses Wild Lion's main jutsu to tease Obito to earn points. He has more than enough points for getting special cat food. The only problem is, he has to be extremely careful when eating it. Things like the food packages must not be seen by others, so Takashi is very careful when eating. After eating, the food packaging has to be temporarily stuffed back into the storage space. In addition to cat food, he also enjoyed special dried fish from the Uchiha. This is an discontinued edition item. Traveling like this was quite relatively fast and efficient. Except for the rest time for the horses, everyone basically kept on going without much rest. It took them 5 days to get from Konoha to the town on the border of the Land of Fire. This town is still far from the real border, but there is no further food supply further forward inside Land of Fire. For people that doesn't matter, but animals like horses are different. They need a lot of food to be able to handle hauling goods every day. On the other hand, getting closer to the border means the danger is higher, so replenishing supplies here overnight is imperative. The level of danger here is not high, so only one person is required to be on duty at night. In order to ensure that the team is in the best condition, Takashi's team decided to have Kakashi, Takashi and Obito take turns on night duty, so that the Minato-sensei can get enough rest. The night was uneventful. The next day, they set out to go to the Land of Grass by following the old road through the border. Since the Megakor village and Konoha have a good relationship and have always been allies, the caravans traveling to and from the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass have quite frequent. What they followed was the trade route followed by most merchants in both countries. However, recently, merchants all know that the border is not peaceful, and gradually there are no caravans traveling between the two countries. This they observed in person, as their caravans hardly encountered other caravans along the way. Takashi, when we get to the border later, you first go ahead to explore the road and check the surroundings. Pay attention to hide yourself. If you encounter an enemy and you can't deal with it, run away. The main objective is you being alive and giving us a warning. Do you understand? Meow. The Takashi meowed. He let out a sound, then licked his paws, looking ready to go. With my current strength, as long as I don't encounter a Jonin, I can basically handle it. Even if I encounter a Jonin, it doesn't matter. At worst he will just run away. After opening the first gate of the 8 inner gates, his speed can reach a level beyond the reach of ordinary jonins in a short period of time, so it is not a big problem to escape and give a warning. Of course, another reason why he agreed was that if he encountered an enemy ninja, he could tease and scare them and gain some points. Nearly 6,000 points is a lot, but compared to the ninjutsu, kekkai genkais and special abilities that he wants to acquire, it still feels quite meager amount. Minato-sama, the main road by the border is ahead. Uehara Kazuhiro walked to Minato and whispered, I understand, everyone stands in accordance with the formation. Yes. Rin and Obito walked at the back of the caravan, while Kakashi and Minato stood in front to prevent enemies from sneaking in and launch sneak attacks. Takashi had already sneaked into the woods. Soon, he a bit ahead of the caravan and was looking through the potential ambush areas within these woods. There might be no enemy, but the possibility of the enemy having a hidden underneath cannot be ruled out. Megakor ninjas are good at earth release. For example, there is earth release underground projection fish technique. This technique allows its user to silently emerge from an earthen surface, moving as a fish does underwater. As or after they've emerged, users are often well placed to perform assassinations or guerrilla attacks, or they could use that along with earth release hidden earth dragon jutsu for their attacks. They could launch this from a distance to create devastating damage. The enemy might have also hidden their sense, so Takashi needs to be very careful. He/N Inyazuka clan is well-known clan that enemies' villages are aware of. They would likely have tactics and methods to specifically deal with sense. Takashi used a transformation jutsu to change the color of his fur into a dark brown color similar to that of the tree, as carefully patrolled the surrounding area by jumping over branches. There are no enemies in these woods. However, a bit ahead, there is a rock that looks suspicious not because it looks strange, but because this is rock vaguely emitting chakra. Yes, it does feel like chakra. It's a bit like a cat's intuition, but a little more reliable than intuition. Maybe it's my own newly awakened perception due to my body adapting to senjutsu? Takashi speculated in his mind, and then cautiously approached a rock, but after taking a few steps, he stopped. The chakra fluctuations had disappeared. It seems that the enemy is a sensor, and which makes sense. Without the ability to sense, it is difficult to accurately know what's going on outside the rock, but he is certain that they are indeed hiding around here and preparing to ambush them, and since it's earth release ninjutsu they must be the ninjas from the Megakor village. Takashi thought about it for a moment, and then returned from the forest to the caravan. Did you find anything? Meow, there is a ninja ambush. The opponent will likely move and change their position in the soil, so it is impossible to accurately lock the target, but I can determine that there was chakra fluctuations. Takashi reported, then he glanced at Kakashi, indicating that he should get ready to show his strength. Kakashi has trained in 2 chakra natures, and mastered ninjutsus of lightning release and earth release, and his 8 ninja dogs all have the ability to cooperate with him when involving earth release. The soil is Kakashi's and his dog's playground. Kakashi, are you ready? Minato looked over. Takashi nodded, forming seals with his hands and immediately preparing for the summon jutsu. 8 dogs were summoned. However, the clothing of these 8 dogs is a bit strange. They are either wet or wearing bath towels. They look like they were on vacation and enjoying life. Kakashi, why call us, huh? That damn cat. Hakon wanted to complain at first, but after looking around in front of him, he immediately hid behind his brothers to hide behind. This was same for all the dogs. The last encounter where Takashi grew bigger and slapped down the big black dog Kuromaru of the Inyazuka clan really left a deep impression on them. Woof woof woof. The 8 dogs barked together, as if Takashi was their enemy. Takashi was silent for a moment, and then suddenly doubled in size. Meow. Look around you, you idiots, we are on a mission right now. Woof. Hakon and the other 7 dogs subconsciously retreated, then turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi felt speechless. His 8 dogs are actually afraid of one cat. You have completely disgraced the dog species. If I had known that dogs were so cowardly, I might as well had raised cats. Forget it, all the dogs yesterday were afraid of this cat. Besides, there is no point in arguing with these dogs. He sighed helplessly, then without saying a word, he drew out his only Kiba blade and rushed forward. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 95, Chapter 95. No enemies were found after searching around, so the 8 dogs took no action, but each dog had different desires. Some dogs had a strong desire to fight and are quite aggressive. For example, the big dog named Bull might have rushed over blindly if Kakashi hadn't summoned him back. However, the coward named Pakon had no intention of rushing forward at all. He tried his best to lower his presence while hiding behind other dogs, his eyes darting around looking at any possible danger. Anyone could tell he was scared. Meow, what a coward. Takashi mocked without hesitation up at all. Woof woof. What are you talking about? Pakon's eyes were fierce. The presence of his 7 brothers nearby increased his courage against Takashi. This isn't like it was in the past in Forest of Death. He and his brothers have gotten stronger. But then soon, he recalled the incident in Inyazuka clan dog parlor a few days ago. Damn it. I still cannot fight him, this damn cat is really strong. He instantly regretted provoking Takashi. With all his brothers around, he forgot about the strength gap and forget how scary this cat is. Why is this cat so powerful despite being such a young ninja beast? Before Pakon could figure it out, the Takashi had already walked up to him and pressed his head to the ground with one paw. The other dogs suddenly felt like they were in danger. Hakon looked around in confusion, then glanced at the expressionless Takashi, and slowly crawled down, as if kneeling down to beg for mercy. Meow. Takashi retracted his paw. They are in combat zone, so he decided let this useless dog go for the time being. The points were already obtained anyway. If he continued to threaten, he wouldn't be able to get more points, so he might as well let it go for the time being to ensure sustainable development. Besides, there seems to be some movement on Kakashi's side. Woof! The 8 dogs yelped, and then quickly disappeared from the place. It seems they were summoned again, but this time it seemed to be combined with some kind of earth release ninjutsu. Kakashi must have discovered the enemy. Takashi got ready. As well, every enemy means more points. Although not every enemy is as powerful and wealthy as Sasori, the advantage is that he doesn't have to worry about being bald while fighting them. As long as he finds the enemy, he can fight hard. Suddenly, not far away, there was a burst of thunder, followed by fluctuations of lightning chakra. Takashi! Meow! The Takashi had already rushed out without waiting for Minato's order. Minato called out his name afterward, and when he saw the cat jumping forward quickly, he got ready himself. This cat is quite reliable. So fast, Takashi has become stronger again. Obito turned around and glanced. Seeing the afterimage of the cat, he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He had always hoped over and over again that he would be the strongest in the team in the future. He can't say for sure while competing with Takashi. Although this cat is indeed very unusual, possessing various abilities and seems to have the strange ability to absorb natural energy, he is still a cat after all. It doesn't sound good to be overtaken by a cat in strength, even if the credit is given to Rin for this. Well, what does it say about me, if I can't even beat the medical kunoichi? Obito clenched his fists, becoming more determined to master higher-end taijutsu as soon as possible. Be careful. Rin clutched the kunai tightly and secretly prayed for Takashi and Kakashi. Not far away, Takashi sprinted out and saw 5 figures jumping out from where the lightning chakra had just erupted, but in the air there was a ninja pursued by 8 dogs and then beheaded with a sword. Kakashi was pushing enemy back. The remaining 4 people did not fight, but spread out and formed hand seals, as if they wanted to activate some combination ninjutsu. However, they had just formed the final seal when they saw the cat flying over, opening its mouth to inhale, and then spitting out a volley of wind-release vacuum bullets, and this was only the beginning. The next second, a huge water jet spurted out. Wind release, towed gun. With no way out, one of the Megakor ninja had to change his seal midway and use the earth release earth wall jutsu to block the attack. The water jet impacted the earth wall with strong impact. The IWA ninja spent a lot of chakra maintain earth wall to block the blow, especially since they were preparing for another jutsu. The next moment, the young man appeared wrapped in lightning, but by this time the others had already completed the seals, and then each smacked the ground. Earth Release Rock Trail Jutsu. The Earth Release Rock Trail Jutsu was jointly performed by the 3 IWA ninjas, turned the entire road into rolling dirt, and a large amount of dirt and soil swept in like an ocean wave under the control of the Megakor ninjas. Although Kakashi is capable of earth release, it is quite difficult to form a seal when trapped by quicksand, and he cannot immediately break the opponent's ninjutsu. Minato took action immediately. However, facing this kind of ninjutsu that changes the terrain quite a bit, he has no good solution for that. The Flying Thunder God can certainly be used, but breaching through such large rocks with Raiznan would consume large amount of chakra, so it is better to summon Gamabunta. So he instantly moved to Takashi's side, bit his finger and quickly formed a seal to perform the summoning jutsu. Takashi initially wanted to run when he saw the earth rolling, but when he saw Minato using summoning jutsu, he changed his mind. When the summoning jutsu was about to be completed, he jumped up quickly. The next second, when Gamabunta appeared, Takashi happened to be standing on Gamabunta's head. Ha, Minato, why is there a little furry thing on top of my head? Gamabunta was a little confused. This. Meow. Takashi lowered his head and called out softly. Minato's expression froze for a moment, and he didn't know what to say. When interacting with Gamabunta, he knew he had to be careful. He was about to carry Takashi away when he saw Gamabunta reaching out to push the cat away from his head, but the next moment, the Takashi slashed with his claws and gave Gamabunta a painful head swipe, causing Gamabunta to angrily smack the Takashi away from his head. Of course, this was Takashi's intention. After being thrown away with the help of force, Takashi used the multi-size jutsu to quickly grow in size. His limbs curled up to his abdomen, and the entire cat's body became spherical. At the same time, his fur also stood up, and looking like giant ball of black senbons. Human boulder jutsu, though Takashi's enhanced version. The huge kitty boulder rolled away along the earth. The 3 rock ninjas saw 2 such huge summon beasts. One of them became huge from a tiny cat and rolled over towards them at fast pace. They were frightened out of their wits for a moment. How do they deal with this? One by one, while retreating impatiently, they kept using ninjutsu to enhance their defense, while throwing rocks along the way to break kitty boulder's momentum. Kakashi was also frightened. He quickly formed seals and used earth release to escape from the place where the Takashi passed by. At the same time, he cancelled the summon jutsu and sent the 8 ninja dogs back. Otherwise, he was afraid that his ninja dogs would die under this rolling boulder. Even though he escaped, his hands were still shaking slightly. This damn cat. At least he could have given me a warning or something. Kakashi muttered, but when he saw the Megakor ninja running away in the distance, he quickly chased after him. Oh no, you don't. You are not getting away. Boom. With a loud rumbling sound, the entire valley was damaged along the path. The 3 Megakor ninjas could not compete with Takashi, who opened his first gate of opening to charge at them at a faster speed. They were caught up soon. Although they used Earth Release to try to sneak away and create obstacles, they didn't work. As they were trying to retreat, they were hit with Earth Release, Earth Flow Spears as sharp spikes penetrated into the ground and injuring each of them. Generally, Uegakur's Jonin was the least likely to be injured, but he happened to be the one who tried to block the Takashi with the Earth Release, Earth-style wall. As a result, he was almost crushed directly under the wall and was injured the most. The remaining 3 were injured and were forced out of the underground by Kakashi's Earth Spear Jutsu. They had no choice but to return above ground. But when they got to the ground, they were pressed under the huge cat's claws by giant Takashi. Not far away, while the fight had finished, Minato using various jutsus started working on fixing the road and reducing the damage done to the valley along with Gamabunta. Gamabunta took couple puff of smoke and couldn't resist asking, "So, Minato, did you call me here just to decorate the valley?" Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 96, Chapter 96. Ha ha ha, Gamabunta, you are still so funny. Minato scratched his hair awkwardly and chuckled. This scene, well, it was a bit unexpected. According to his plan, Gamabunta would help him to stop the Earth Release Rock Trail Jutsu launched by the 3 Uegakure ninjas, and then Takashi would quickly approach the enemy as a springboard for him to utilize the Flying Thunder God, and then Minato would go for a quick kills of the Uegakure ninjas. But what happened is that Takashi defeated all the enemies with his human boulder, and it seems that he doesn't need to take action now. How should I put it? This cat is quite annoying. I really want to teach him a lesson that wouldn't forget. Maybe a black cat fur coat would look good on me. Gamabunta said as he saw what the cat was currently doing, the cat playing with Uegakure ninja in the distance, and not far away from that, Kakashi was fighting fiercely with another Uegakure ninja. Obviously, that person was the Uegakure Jonin, but it looked like he was severely injured and he wouldn't likely survive his fight with Kakashi. He was getting beaten and couldn't get an opportunity to retreat. Stop it. No matter how much you torture me, I won't be able to tell you any information. Takashi stopped his paw from smacking the Chunin again and glanced at the ninja who was at his mercy, and couldn't help but think in his mind. He glanced around at the other 2 bodies and found that the 2 IWA ninjas had been killed by his enlarged claws. Did he need to be so violent? It was not necessary for him to kill them. What am I thinking about? They are the enemies, their death doesn't matter, cats don't need to be bothered by human morality. Takashi thought for a moment, put these messy thoughts away, and looked at the 3rd and only Uegakure Chunin survivor who was held by him. You damn cat, don't go too far. Although we are missing ninjas of Uegakure village, we still have, ugh. You talk too much. Takashi squished his head with his claw. Firstly, he is a little tired of playing, and secondly, the fatigue of opening the first gate has begun to catch up, and then his strength will be greatly reduced, so it is better to deal with his enemies decisively. As for the IWA Jonin fighting Kakashi, although that guy is strong, he was run over by his kitty boulder and was pursued and beaten by Kakashi. Now his injuries are very serious and there is basically no possibility of counterattack. Victory is theirs, he can rest now. Takashi walked back tiredly. But when he saw Gamabunta, he suddenly remembered something. Gamabunta seemed to hold a grudge as Takashi had clawed his head, and causing him to smack Takashi away, with such force that he flew out, which gave the kitty boulder jutsu extraordinary impact, and was able to cross over the big rock trail jutsu. I'm afraid I'm going to be beaten by this giant toad if I get close. Thinking of this, he looked at Gamabunta's body language. Him holding the handle of the knife was obviously with intent to kill this cat. 8,500 total points? That's not bad. Wealth comes from risk. Although we don't know how many of the extra 2,000 points belong to Gamabunta, it is obviously meager. Gamabunta must have contributed a good chunk of it. The rest should have come from these Uegakure ninjas, Kakashi's ninja dogs and a bit from Minato. Increase revenue and reduce expenditure, that's the motto of great business. Can he turn them into consistently recurring revenue? It is worth thinking about. Takashi cheers himself up inside his mind, thinking of ways to mess with Sandaime, Minato, and Gamabunta as Gamabunta is added to the list too. Forget it, isn't this just a toad? We are fellow summon beasts and we will have to face each other sooner or later. Summon beasts here are like Pokemon, they are often called for fighting. Hopefully we would face off later rather than sooner, when I am stronger and more stamina. He mustered up the courage to move forward, but when he saw the mountain-sized body of Gamabunta, he took a large detour to reach inside. Gamabunta took a puff of his pipe, slowly exhaled some smoke, and then couldn't resist commenting, "You kitten sure knows how to avoid danger. This time seeing that you saved me a lot of energy, I will let you go. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you go. I still need a black cat fur coat." Humph. Hahaha. Minato didn't know what to do for a moment, so he could only laugh awkwardly and attempt to defuse the situation. Meow. When Takashi heard that Gamabunta was not going to pursue him this time, his paws became itchy again. If I strike while the iron is hot now, I should be able to get more points, right? No, that is just asking to die, and I have to be careful in my efforts. Otherwise, sooner or later, I will be trapped by the desire to keep making points from the system before I become stronger. Takashi warned himself seriously. On top of that, he is currently in a tired state due to opening the gate of opening. If he was still full of energy, he feels that he does not need to be afraid. No matter how strong Gamabunta is, he is just a huge and bulky toad, so he just needs to avoid it. Takashi feels confident in his own agility. Thankfully, Gamabunta didn't know this, otherwise he would have taken out his sword from his waist without any hesitation and killed Takashi with one blow. By the way, please help me create proper passage for the caravan. Minato pointed to the mudslide from the rock trail jutsu in front of him that had not been properly cleared for their caravan. Are you kidding me? Gamabunta froze while holding the sword. Should I really allow myself to do such kind of work? I am the great Gamabunta, of MT Mayaboku. Sigh, he glanced around then at Minato. Minato is his friend. Why did he have to care so much for Minato? Moreover, Minato also cared for him and his family and had always tried to help them any way he could. It's just giving a bit of help, it's no big deal. He pushed the dirt away to the side with both of his hands as he moved forward, and within a few seconds he cleared a passage on the road. Kakashi, who had just defeated the enemy Jonin in front, was in process of capturing and coming back with him, when he turned around and saw a huge blocks of soil rolling over. If he knew the 8 inner gates, he might have been able to open the first gate, to escape, but sadly he didn't yet. Fortunately, Kakashi is proficient with lightning release. After using lightning chakra to stimulate his body's muscles, he avoided the bombardment of the mudslide with speed. It's miserable to be so big, fortunately I am out of chakra, otherwise it would have been me clearing the road. Takashi was secretly happy. If he hadn't been in a state of chakra exhaustion, he would have been grabbed by Gamabunta and Minato to create a proper passage, which he didn't doubt Minato and Gamabunta would do, Minato for his snitching and Gamabunta for being scratched. Fortunately, he didn't need to worry at all for now. Minato was a good guy and would not force an exhausted kitten to handle these chores. But life had different plans. Takashi here, take a soldier food pill and then go help sensei. Takashi turned around and stared blankly at Rin's hand that was handing over the soldier pills in her serious face, and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Is someone plotting against me? Who put her up to this? Was it Obito? Besides, isn't Gamabunta handling it? It's hard to sure whether there are other Iwagakure ninjas nearby, and the caravans are all horse-drawn carriages that need a smoother road, so we should clear it out early and pass this area quickly. Rin explained in a low voice. Well, what you said makes sense, but why is life so unfair? Takashi swallowed the soldier pills in one gulp. After resting for some time, the fatigue caused by gate of opening has gradually receded. Coupled with the effect of the soldier's food pills, although it would be difficult to use ninjutsu such as Rasengan, the multi-size jutsu is not that chakra intensive, it mainly requires minimum amount of physical strength for body to be able to handle it. He grew larger, and walked along the road behind Gamabunta. He pushed aside some rock chunks and gravel, clearing a path large enough for the carriage to pass safely. This process is quite fast, after all, the Takashi is just doing some finishing touches. Bigger rocks and soils were already handled by Gamabunta. Rin and Obito protected the caravan, carefully observing the surroundings, while the caravan slowly advanced behind Takashi. He noticed something. It seems that the goal of these IWA ninjas was not to ambush and kill, but to destroy terrains as much as they could, to prevent Konoha from transporting weapons and resources to the land of grass. As for them being missing ninjas, obviously that was a lie. Generally, when ninjas perform such espionage and sabotage missions, they will often say that they are traitors. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 97, Chapter 97. Hahaha, thanks to you Gamabunta and Takashi, otherwise this road would be difficult to clear. Minato looked at the road that had become smooth again and couldn't help laughing happily. Next time, don't call me for such a boring job. You can call Gamaken and the others. I don't have so much free time. Gamabunta complained while smoking. When he came he was scratched by that damn cat and the cat even took away his fighting opportunity. In the end he only did some manual labor of creating pathway for the carriage. What'll become of my reputation and pride if others know about this? But fortunately for this cat, he still has some awareness and guilt and helped along, otherwise, next time we met I would have gotten a new black fur coat. He gripped the handle of the knife, then said farewell to Minato, and left directly to go back to MT Mayaboku. Meow Takashi breathed a sigh of relief, shrank back and laid down on Rin's medical kit. This time he was really tired. That toad is really vindictive. Thankfully helping him around in manual labor seemed to have reduced his anger, though it wouldn't hurt to be careful next time we meet again. Kakashi, seeing the pathway being cleared and the giant beasts going away, decided to start running ahead, now carrying the dead IWA Jonin. His right hand was completely crushed and could not form seals, along with his other limbs also suffering injuries, otherwise it would have been difficult for Kakashi to win over him. Sensei, got the dead enemy Jonin. He brought the body over and reported coldly. Dead? I'll seal it first and when we return I'll ask Inoichi to see if he can dig up something. If that doesn't work, there is nothing else we can get out of this. There's no other way to utilize a sneak attack like this. After all, the opponent has already said that he was a traitor, and there is slash on the forehead protector. We have no evidence that the opponent was sent by Oniki. Minato sighed. Konoha also sends teams on missions like this. To be precise, almost all the ninja villages have done similar things. They just need to accept this, because making a fuss about this will only bring further trouble, and might make them seem vulnerable and invite more groups of missing ninjas. As for the sneak attack itself, Konoha had already been prepared, otherwise 3rd Hokage would not have sent an elite team like the Minato's team to fulfill this mission. Sensei, the main damage they did was to the road. Did they come only for using large-scale environment destruction? Obito was a little confused. Although the earth release rock slide jutsu caused some trouble to them, it did not cause any damage to the caravan. At most, it only caused the caravan to take a detour. What the ninjas don't know is that this trade road is the nearest to border and safest. If you don't take this road, you have to go through a canyon or a river valley. Those two roads are closer to the land of Earth and are more likely to be attacked via sneak attack. Kazuhiro Uehara came out to explain. For matters of business, he were more knowledgeable. Not even Minato could compare to him. After hearing this, he nodded thoughtfully. Looking at it this way, the opponent's purpose is very simple. If they had succeeding in killing them and destroying caravan, the road would have been closed, causing the other caravans to take detours and delay their travels. It is likely that Megakor should have same kind of intention or complete plan in this regard, and the plan would have been to not allow merchants from Konoha to be delayed in their route to Land of Grass as much as possible. It seems that the ninjas of Megakor village have already arrived in the Land of Grass. We need to speed up and try to reach the Land of Grass today to meet the head of Kusagakor village, Minato said after thinking for a moment. Yes. Being the Jonin leader of the mission and team, Minato starts giving away his orders. Even the leader of the caravan, Uehara, must listen to him. Therefore, after Minato said this, caravan immediately sped up. The travel speed till now was slower, but now the samurai are pushing the cart from behind, reducing the exhaustion of the horses and making sure to make them last longer. With everyone's efforts, the caravan safely passed through the new valley created by the ninjutsu of Iwegakor ninja and Gamabunta. After passing through this area, they officially arrived in the Land of Grass. The scenery of the Land of Grass is no different from that of the Land of Fire. If there is any difference, it is that this side looks more desolate. In this small country, there are many villages near the Fire Country, but further ahead there are only the ruins of some villages. Not many villagers can be seen at all, and some villages can be seen through this area. This should be close to the Kusagakor village. Sensei, there are traces of Iwegakor ninja activity here, but they left quickly, Kakashi pointed out. I know. Minato nodded slightly. His perception was much better than Kakashi's. Minato had already noticed when those people appeared, but they had already reached the boundary of Kusagakor village and the opponent did not create much nuisance, hence they have no justified reason to fight them. After all, no matter what anyone says, the Kusagakor village and the Land of Grass is independent from the Land of Fire and Konoha, so Konoha cannot dispatch ninja teams to retaliate against IWA ninjas even if they are allies. The IWA ninjas obviously didn't dare to create too much of a mess as well. They knew that Konoha's ninja teams were coming and did not take action but quietly retreated. Although it was difficult to guess what the opponent was going to do next, it was obviously unlikely that they would fight again immediately. This is good news. At least it can be proved that there are things that Iwegakor village is not ready for at the moment, and they don't want to start a war with Konoha immediately, so their focus should be on the side of Tsunagakor village, right? Minato was thinking about all of this, and at the same time worried about Shikaku and the others. Shikaku, Inoichi and Shoza were ordered to stay at the border and lead the remaining ninjas to guard against the ninjas of Tsunagakor village. During this time, the Tsunagakor ninjas were mobilized quite frequently. If they really took action, all the ninjas from the whole village would come together. The Inoshikacho team, matter how talented they are, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Fortunately, his mission will be settled here soon and he can rush there immediately. Takashi didn't get up until late night. The Takashi's version of the human boulder jutsu, which is a combination of 8 inner gates, multi-size jutsu and needle jizo, is a bit expensive chakra and stamina-wise, especially when the enemy is the Iwegakor Jonin and the Chunins. Most of the damage to his enemies was caused from needle jizo. If they hadn't used large-scale earth-release ninjutsu, he wouldn't have needed to spend so much effort, and wouldn't have slept for so long. Another advantage of this is that he had already digested around 70% of the natural energy he had eaten not long ago. Originally, according to Takashi's style, he would return back to sleep and likely rest further, but the scent of meat at this moment was too fragrant. It was too much for this cat to resist. Meow. Takashi, wake up. Come on, I specially ordered a lot of barbecue for you. Thank you for helping to clean the road this afternoon. Rin heard the cat meow and immediately came over with a large plate of barbecue. The Takashi pounced on it and gobbled it up immediately. Ninja cats consume a lot of chakra, so they need eat a lot. He quickly finished the meat on the plate and jumped on the table. Damn kitten, don't eat so fast you might choke. Here, take some more. Obito originally wanted to tease Takashi, but halfway through his words he remembered the cat's vengeful nature and immediately changed his words. So he pushed some of his own meat on Takashi's table. The Takashi glanced at it, then raised his paw. Obito, you're growing up. Seeing how sensible you are, I will let you go this time. Takashi quickly finished the plate of meat and glanced at Kakashi's portion with greedy eyes. Kakashi raised his eyebrow and put his hand on the handle of Kiba blade behind him. There isn't much food on his plate anyways, why would I want it? He looked at Uehara, and could see that he should be the person who bought the meal for their team, so Takashi, feeling that he played an important role in previous battle, felt there's nothing wrong in eating some more food. Takashi. Rin's face turned red. This cat is really so embarrassing for his owner. But she immediately thought that there was probably no concept of owner in the eyes of cats. Well, this was what Obito told her, and it was also the conclusion Uchiha had come to after raising cats for many years. Ha ha ha, it's okay, he's a great hero, he should eat his full, chef, get the same amount of barbecue again. Okay. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 98, Chapter 98. Meow, I'm so full. Ha ha ha, it's good that our hero is full. Uehara Kazuhiro's mouth twitched, secretly regretting ordering more. This cat for sure is a glutton. Fortunately, not all cat eats so much as this one, otherwise only the aristocratic ladies in capital city, within Land of Fire, could afford to keep them. Uehara-san, since the caravan has delivered the goods, we have other missions and cannot accompany you back to Konoha. Minato said. I understand, thank you for your help on this trip. I really hope that I can have a team as strong as you to protect me next time I come to the Land of Grass. Uehara praised them sincerely. Although it costs a lot of money to treat guests to dinner, the strength of this team alone is worth the price. If it hadn't been for this team, they wouldn't have been able to reach the Land of Grass so easily. But then again, if he treats them a few more days, he probably won't make much money from this trip, so he is naturally happy that Minato and his team are leaving. They have already crossed most dangerous area on the route to the Land of Grass. The risk of being intercepted by Uegakor ninjas is far lower on the trip back. After all, what Uegakor village needs is not just money, but ninja-specific tools such as metal tools, which non-ninjas could use, ninja tools, kunao, shuriken, etc., and explosive tags. Such things cannot be achieved with just money during the war. On their way back, the Takashi laid contentedly on the medical kit, with the faint scent of barbecue still lingering in his mouth. The meat that he didn't have to pay for is the most delicious as it makes his stomach feel full, but if Rin hadn't pulled him back, he wanted to eat another plate. Takashi, you really are a glutton. You ate 4 times more than me. Obito en route was standing in front of the formation, ready to run ahead if Takashi pursued him, so he could feel at ease provoking this gluttonous cat. Before Takashi could respond, Kakashi took the lead and struck him first. Because you are weak, you just watched from behind and hardly made any move. However, he exerted a lot of effort with me and consumed a lot of chakra, so he ate more. Obito fell into silence, unable to refute for a moment, and then his eyes couldn't help but feel teary. Can I be blamed here? The opponent was using earth release, and my fire release ninjutsu would have been useless. As for taijutsu, it's well known, Uegakor ninjas' taijutsu is quite good, which they often use in conjunction with earth release, and it is often difficult to deal with that combination. This needs to be considered. Where should I focus on developing? He began to think, and the various advantages of being an Uchiha came to his mind, and then his eyes gradually brightened. Yes, why did he forget that he still had the Sharingan? As enemies' earth release and taijutsu was strong, he could have used the Sharingan to perceive and learn their jutsu and techniques. The biggest advantage of the Sharingan, the Eye of Insight. Perceiving at high speed and learning jutsu and techniques are not an issue for Uchiha with Sharingan. It's just that within the clan those with high talents believe that the secret techniques passed down from their families and clan are far superior, while those with low talents cannot quickly learn the opponent's ninjutsu, and over time it becomes a relatively unused method. But at this time, Obito had different ideas from his clan members. His idea is that if he can't beat his opponent, then he can use his opponent's skills to deal with other enemies. As long as he accumulates enough techniques and jutsus, he will become very powerful sooner or later. Well, if I encounter a strong opponent in the future, I need to get into habit of using the Sharingan, Obito thought secretly. He has noticed what he has missed, but he has forgotten one thing, that is, his theoretical knowledge is really poor. Sharingan copying is not simply copy and pasting, but it is observing the opponent's hand seals and chakra movements in slow motion with extremely high detail, and then analyzing and mimicking that on self, and finally learning this ninjutsu. So it goes as follows in hierarchical manner. First stage, observe. Second stage, analyze. Third stage, mimic. Fourth stage, learn. Simply put, the success rate of copying is actually related to the brain processing and Uchiha's understanding and comprehension of the theoretical knowledge required. Obito's brain processing is not bad, first stage, but his theoretical knowledge, second stage. It's not that Takashi is looking down on him by teasing him about it, but this guy has never passed the theory test. Although his idea is good, he still has a long way to go before he wants to become a copy ninja. Fortunately for Obito, he was not proud enough to speak out his thoughts, so the Takashi and Kakashi had no chance to attack him verbally further and deal more emotional damage. So he was immersed in his genius idea and dreams of success. The Land of Grass is not very big, and they no longer need to worry about the caravan route when they return. They only need to choose the closest path, so they quickly return to the border area of the Land of Fire. There are relatively few conflicts between the Land of Fire and the Land of Grass, and as there is no war going on at the moment, there are more residents along the border. However, this time the team did not need to stop for supplies, and they passed by without stopping at the border. After crossing the border, Takashi had digested some of his dinner and got out of medical box and walked around on his own. Now that he thought about it, he ate too much before, causing him to be lethargic. He didn't notice it when he was eating, but he felt a little uncomfortable afterwards, and because of that he couldn't exercise. Takashi, you are finally willing to walk on the ground. Speaking of which, sensei, how long do we have until we get there? Aren't we going back to the village? This road doesn't seem to be the way back to the village. Obito said, standing upside down on a branch. Although this does cause him to get exhausted quicker, he still enjoys it. I initially wanted to go return to the village, but the Sandame-sama said that a certain cat in the village was being quite mischievous, scaring the children. And there happened to be something going on at the border, so before mission started, I stopped by Shikaku and his team. Meow me. Takashi ran ahead in confusion and stared at Minato. A human-like expression appeared on the cat's face. It turns out that you are this is kind of person you are, Minato. No, it turns out that Sarutobi Hiruzen is such kind of person. There's nothing good about a Hokage. They are all cut from the same cloth, you are all black on the inside, I've seen through you. This is good. It's boring to be in the village. Kakashi's indifferent tone contained a bit of joy. In his opinion, the quiet life in the village was simply torture, especially taking care of 8 dogs and taking them to the Inyazuka parlor every day. In a massage parlor, money is spent every day. He had spent a lot of money at home too, and he can make money while doing mission without spending any money. It is easy to tell which is better at a glance. From this perspective, Kakashi felt thankful towards the damn cat, though he would never say it out loud. It's a pity that I still want to learn more advanced taijutsu. If I hadn't come out of village for mission, I might have already started. Obito sighed with some regret. Might Due has been teaching Guy about 8 inner gates, and has started teaching it to Obito too, though he only knows the basic theoretical knowledge of the 8 inner gates, but Due hasn't taught him how to open it yet. For now he can either learn to open the first gate of opening, by himself, or he can ask Due or Guy for advice after returning to the village. Meow, if you can't learn, it's your fault. The Takashi slowly ran behind. Obito turned his head and saw the cold eyes, and couldn't help but feel a bit of chill all over his body. Is this cat holding a grudge again? It's really difficult to get along with this damn cat. I don't know what I did to fall into his little book of targets. I only said few words to him and I wasn't wrong. But that's okay. Once this genius fully masters the use of the Sharingan and evolves from 1 Magatama to 3 Magatama, defeating a cat will not be that difficult. Obito was thinking about a wonderful future. Sensei, are we approaching Shikaku-sama's base? Rin suddenly said at this moment. Rin, you know about this. Minato was a little surprised. A batch of supplies from the medical corp arrived here before, and I prepared them, so I suddenly felt that this location is about the same distance from the station I saw on the map. Rin explained with some hesitance. That's good, I'll train you in the future. Maybe you have a lot of potential in other fields as well. Now, let's stop for some time and wait for them to come over to verify our identities. Minato raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Security check, this process must be followed. Takashi stopped and sniffed around, then stared at one of the directions. There is scent of a dog nearby. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 99, Chapter 99, Minato? Well, these must be your students. A big brown dog appeared from a distance, followed by a figure that quickly approached with great speed using Shunshin Jutsu, and landed on a branch not far away. He is a member of the Inyazuka clan. Judging from his partner and appearance, he should be Inyazuka Gaku who appeared in Naruto anime, and behind him there are ninjas from the Hyaga and Abarame clans, all of them are experienced reconnaissance and tracking ninjas. I didn't expect it to be you, Gaku-san. I came to support on the Tsunagakor front, on the orders of the Sandaime-sama. Minato took out the scroll written by the third Hokage, which recorded the mission information, and then threw it towards Gaku Inyazuka. Gaku caught the scroll and carefully checked it, and after confirming that the scroll was written made by the third Hokage, he breathed a sigh of relief and returned the scroll to Minato, then waved and said, "Let's go, we are having dinner, will you eat together?" "No, thank you, I have something to discuss with Inoichi." Minato did not forget the corpse still sealed in the scroll. The sooner the corpse's memories are analyzed, the better. If they delay it too much, Yamanaka jutsus might not work on it. As Jonins communicated, and Kakashi and the teammates did not dare to create any nuisance, except for one guy, to be specific one cat. From the side, there was a sudden barking, followed by an angry roar, and then turned into bursts of wailing. What's going on? Gaku turned his head and saw his brave partner wrestling with a large cat. No, to be precise, it was not a scuffle, but his dog was being pushed around and beaten, and he was wailing and running at the same time. When did he turn into such a coward? Not at all as brave and ferocious as he was on the battlefield in the past. What the hell is going on? My own ninja dog can stand up to Tsunagakor's elite Chunin alone, but can't beat a mere ninja cat. Well. Minato was a little embarrassed, as he awkwardly chuckled. Did this kid have a grudge against the ninja dog? Why would he challenge this dog and then beat it up? This is so weird. I'm sorry, Jonin-sama, I'll take him away right immediately. Rin bowed skillfully and apologized. From her months of practice, she has gotten quite proficient in this, then ran to the side and started forming hand seals. A few seconds later, her hair grew and wrapped around Takashi's paws. When the big brown dog saw an opportunity, he immediately fought back, but the next second, Takashi opened his mouth. Fush! A jet of water spurted out, sending the big brown dog flying. Everyone was worried at first, but seeing the condition of the big brown dog, everyone knew that Takashi had held back. Takashi could have enhanced the water release jutsu using wind release, and this time it was just a pure water release jutsu. I shouldn't have done that. Inyazuka dog covered his face with his paw, admitting defeat as he couldn't beat this cat. When this cat's owner tried to stop him, I had a chance, but I got beaten more badly. Now not only have I embarrassed myself but I also embarrassed my owner. This was a shameful display. The big brown dog drooped his head and looked quite embarrassed. He wanted to return to his owner, but when he saw the Takashi, he stopped hesitantly. Takashi returned to his original size and returned next to Rin. At the same time, he secretly called up the system panel and took a look. It's increased by more than 400, wonderful. Just a bit more of hard work, I will soon have 9,000 points. Actually the ninja dog was kind and polite and they met. So Takashi had to provoke and goad him, which the dog felt confident in doing due to his bigger size, then got beaten himself when Takashi grew larger in size and used the size advantage. The multi-size jutsu was really useful. Takashi was very happy. It was indeed a very wise choice to give priority to the multi-size jutsu. Of course, it was also these silly dogs who had evil thoughts in their hearts of bullying this small cat. If he didn't fight back, would he have a chance to collect points? He didn't think so. Take Minato for example. This guy has good emotional control. If he wants to collect points from Minato, he would need to do minor mischievous things between him and Kushina. It's nearly impossible to do anything to him himself. The goal is not just to collect points, but also to collect points while remaining alive. It's easy to collect a lot of points from Minato by interrupting his private time with Kushina, but this poor kitten wouldn't be left alive once Kushina caught him. It's a pity that the big bones from the meal they ate in Land of Grass was thrown away. If he had that, he could have used that as a stick to train this cowardly dog. Well, if there is something like this in the gacha pool, he could consider drawing again. With more than 8,000 huge points in hand, Takashi has grown to an unprecedented level, and does not take expenditure of 1,000 points seriously at all. It feels amazing to be rich. Let's go find Inoichi quickly. My task is time sensitive. When Minato saw that the matter was resolved, he could only change the subject awkwardly and abruptly. Fortunately, Gaku also wanted distraction, as it was embarrassing for him too. There were no opportunities to take action after that, but he don't have to be physically active to collect points. Sometimes he could get some points just by moving his eyes. Of course, he won't be getting many points by simply intimidating others with his eyes, but it's still better than nothing. The big brown dog is having a hard time. He could feel a cold gaze staring at him from behind. This gaze came from a bullying ninja cat. This cat is quite scary. Not only did he beat me up, but also sprayed me away with water release jutsu. The most uncomfortable moment of my life. In the end, he hid in the distance in despair and didn't dare to approach. He had never suffered this kind of grievance. He couldn't lose control of emotions and attack that cat again to release all his internal turmoil, as his owner is here. Don't be distracted, we have to return to the camp quickly. Woof! He barked, and then ran forward at full speed with heartache. Takashi's eyes narrowed slightly. This dog must have been thinking about something bad for him just now. That must be it. It's not that he has telepathy, but that the system panel suddenly jumped up to more than 100 points. It had been rising by more than 10 points before, so there must be something different that caused this sudden change. The stupid dog must be punished further. He secretly noted that this meant that this dog was different from the other foolish dogs in the Inyazuka family. He has ambition and pride. It seems that this dog won't fall after a single battle. There will still be room for extracting more points in the future, but not at this moment. While Takashi is thinking, Minato is currently busy with important matters, and if he takes action rashly, he may really be punished. He followed behind with the team, but Minato and Gaku were quite fast, so they gradually gained some distance away from the others. The big brown dog turned around and stuck out his tongue proudly at Takashi. What? Did this just happen to me? The Takashi was stunned for a moment, then quickly increased his speed. Soon, he ran in front of the big brown dog, and then jumped onto Minato's shoulder. Minato just glanced at him and did not push him away. However, his speed was slightly faster than Inyazuka Gaku, so he was in front of the big dog in a short time. As the big brown dog ran, he struggled to look up at his owner, and then at his own size. Even if he wasn't quite smart, he could still understand that Gaku wouldn't be able to hold him up on his shoulders like Minato. This has nothing to do with friendship or it is simply because he is too big. Damn it, I lost again. He felt sad and gave up on thoughts of comparing himself with Takashi for the time being. A bit more points. Although it's not much, it's still worth half a pack for special cat food. Tisk. Speaking of which, Haimaru also seems to have his moments of pride from time to time, so these are the kinds of ninja dogs which make good points farm. Takashi's thoughts jumped around quite a bit, from points to big brown dog to Haimaru to points farming. However, with Minato around, he didn't need to run hard, and the energy saved didn't seem to serve any real purpose, so it was only natural to get lost in random thoughts. Soon, Minato arrived at the base camp. Dear readers and fans, for those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further. 100, Chapter 100. This extra chapter is sponsored by Derek. Thank you very much Derek for becoming our patron. Kindly thank Derek in the comments. Takashi, this belongs to Yamanaka Inoichi. Please help me find him using the scent. Minato took out a small object from sealed scroll. Meow. Takashi sniffed for a moment and quickly jumped down from his shoulder to lead the way. In just 3 minutes, he led Minato to a tent to the place where the scent is strongest. Is he here? Minato was about to enter the tent when a figure came from behind. Wait, who dash? Oh, Minato, you arrived so quickly. The visitor held a huge metal rod in his hand. A ninja from the Akinichi clan, and judging from this guy's size and appearance, he should be a younger Akinichi Choza. He looks exactly like the grown-up Koji. Takashi turned to stare at the young chubby man, secretly glad that the energy of his multi-size jutsu came more from the senjutsu chakra integrated into the body and the calories brought by food instead of fat, otherwise he might have to eat a lot more to be able to use that jutsu properly. Just thinking about it, Shudder would rather not imagine. Although chubby kittens can be cute, he is a ninja cat. Unnecessary just means more area being targeted. Yeah, we rushed here immediately after mission finished. I have a body that I need to be checked by Inoichi-san as soon as possible. Is he available right now to come out? Minato kept the story short and got straight to the point. No problem. Choza nodded and immediately took him into the tent. Takashi was able to follow them in. The tent looked small, but there was a tunnel inside. Only through the tunnel door did they really see the most secret place of the camp in the basement. This is the temporary location on the base for the Yamanaka clan and many Umbu ninjas who are good at torture. He didn't know why, but Takashi felt cold all over as if he entered the refrigerator. Looking around the room, it didn't seem clean. Looking around further, he understood the source of the uncleanness. In the entire room, there were either unconscious or dead ninjas laying around. And they weren't cleaning the mess properly. There are a lot of bloodstains and other stains everywhere and the scent is almost unbearable here. It looked like he entered hell or haunted room from horror movie. Most of them are ninjas here from Sunagakure village, but some are Konoha ninjas who died in the battle on their own side of course. They are spies lurking in the Land of Wind, and were recently exposed in the large-scale cleanup of the Land of Wind. There are very few spies who can escape to the border before dying. Most of them die in the Land of Wind without bringing back any information. Inoichi-san. I have the corpse of an Iwagakure missing nin here. Please hurry up and see if you can get something out of him. Minato said as he formed hand seals and unsealed the body. The corpse was released, and after the smoke flowed away, the corpse of the Iwagakure ninja was displayed in front of everyone. There are scratches on the forehead protector. This means that even if Konoha takes the corpse to Oniki, the damned dwarf will definitely insist that these are missing ninjas, and they are also chasing them. Along with that, he may thank them for killing the missing ninjas and give them certain rewards. Basically, the identity of the corpse was of no value whatsoever. Hopefully information contained within his mind might be. Alright, I'll do it. Inoichi nodded slightly, and without his instructions, a bunch of Yamanaka clan members gathered around. Obtaining information from the minds of dead person is much more difficult than that of living person, because the memories within dead person's mind is too fragmented. Most of the information that can be retained after death would be stored deep inside the mind. Mind readers like them need to have a high level of knowledge in this regard. This information can only be obtained by experience and proficiency. They moved all the various equipments over, and the appearance of each piece of equipment was so weird that it made Takashi feel a bit creeped out by looking at them. This room might be haunted for sure, and the Yamanaka clan are quite evil. They can enter other people's bodies. What if anyone is interested in me? Takashi paused at that thought and looked around to see if anyone was observing with. Although I am a cat, there is no guarantee that any of the Yamanaka clan member will want to experience the life of a cat. But knowing how perverted some people can be. No, I can't stay in this damn place. The little Takashi quietly exited the basement. Minato and Chozo were focused on the corpse and did not notice his movements. The others knew that the Takashi was with Minato, so they didn't stop Takashi from leaving. After leaving the tent, he let out a long sigh of relief. This haunted place was too scary for cats. Better avoid the Yamanaka clan in future when I notice them. Takashi thought to himself. Not long after, a series of footsteps came from behind. Your sensei must have something to do with the Yamanaka clan. Ninjas below Jonin rank are prohibited from entering and exiting this tent without authorization, so you should wait outside. Kaku Inyazuka hadn't gone inside to check, and he knew where Minato was, when he saw the Takashi's location. Thank you, Inyazuka-san. Kakashi bowed politely. Obito quickly followed along in bowing and thanked him, but his hands seemed to be making certain movements, and the chakra in his body did not stop moving. It seemed as if he was experimenting with some kind of chakra nature exercises. Of course Takashi knew. Since meeting the Uegakure ninjas, Obito has been annoyed that he cannot play any role underground, so he wants to study Earth Release ninjutsu more. Recently, he has been studying the Earth Release chakra nature, but Takashi still doesn't know Obito's specific idea to learn the combination of taijutsu and ninjutsu from Iwagakure village and make them Konohas. Inyazuka-san, if you are busy with something, you don't have to worry about us. We won't walk around. Rin said kindly. Okay, but you may have to stay here for a while. I'll ask someone to help you get settled first. It's getting late, get a good sleep and wait for the mission assignments tomorrow. Kaka said while smiling. This little girl was quite considerate. As a jonin of the reconnaissance and tracking team, he really didn't have that much free time, but it was easy to find someone to lead Minato's team. He moved his nose and sniffed, and then shouted, Abaramekuin, take them to find an empty tent to live in first. The rest can be handled tomorrow. Yes. One after another insects started gathering in front of everyone's eyes, but within few seconds, these insects suddenly moved away from Rin and her team in fear, which caused the Abarame Shima Shunshin Jutsu's destination to shift, and he almost fell after appearing. Shima was a little confused, but after seeing the team of people in front of him clearly, he suddenly realized, it's you, no wonder. Meow my treasure ninja. Treasure, ninja. Shima's expression was confused, and he didn't quite understand why he was referred like that by Takashi. Does this mean that he had a treasure that this cat liked and cared about? But after thinking about it, he didn't bring anything along with him that cats liked. Though if he really thought about it, then this is the only one thing. This cat is not interested in bugs, right? Shima pushed up his black glasses, and when he saw Takashi's delighted expression, he immediately became more determined in his suspicions, but then, he immediately used his collar to cover up his shocked expression. Inyazuka-san, I need to. I know you have just returned from patrol and are going to rest, so don't worry, this will be quick and simple task. I'm sorry to bother you, Shima. Gecko patted his shoulder and rushed back. His big brown dog followed along immediately, without any hesitation, and his enthusiasm was as if he was chasing a bone. Shima fell into silence, turned his head and stared at Minato's team, and found that the Takashi's eyes seemed to be looking at him a little more passionately. It's over, my poor bugs. Dear readers and fans, For those eager to dive into next chapters earlier before others, I invite you to join us on Patreon. By becoming our patron, you not only gain access to exclusive advanced chapters but also help us continue this endeavor and expand it further.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.